The floating castle stayed above the clouds in the Arctic. The clouds here were sparse and thin. Underneath them, the Arctic was cold and desolate, but above the clouds, the sun was bright and warm. Lu Ziyu sat next to the window of the botanic garden, beside which a sphinx's eye projected various information for in front of him. Gaia was responsible for gathering all of the information within Maria's world and presenting it to Lu Yu. As such, it functioned like a huge electronic host. The Sphinx was like an external terminal that was connected to Gaia. Lu Ziyu generally did not attention to the complex and useless information that had been collected from the whole world. After all, it wasn't necessary for him to know every single detail. It would also complicate Lu Ziyu's memory to be cluttered with such a vast amount of intel. Thus, Lu Ziyu usually only viewed the most important information. The Sphinx that was in the Wizard Tower library was called Pyros. Every generation of Pyros was the same. As such, they all shared the same awarenesses, knowledges, and memories. Lu Ziyu sat and listened while Pyros rapidly went through its intel. New moves from the Church of True God today. Stikwa is only at level 4. They dared not cross the Abyss world to Maria's world. Bitwalls could easily squeeze and suppress them to death. Some junior Abyss wizards, underworld priests, and alchemists might be capable of dealing with them. Are these devil species beginning to appear in the central province? Does a wizard get the Book of the Devil? Lu Ziyu asked Pyros. Yes, it happened a week ago, Master. Alchemists are becoming more and more active, and their numbers are increasing. They have also played an important role in the development of the world. It seems that alchemists have a brighter future than the wizards, Pyros said. Are some ghost wizards making trouble? Regardless, the priests will exterminate them immediately, Lu Ziyu said. He rested in a rattan chair, watching the projection and listening to the report. There was news of human and orc incidents in Ellen, as well as news about the elves and the mermaid kingdom. At this stage, the system of extraordinary power had gradually been perfected. As such, many problems no longer needed Lu Ziyu to worry about them. The system's sufficient experience and ability to deal with them itself. An elemental wizard's advancement possibility. Is it Edward? Lu Ziyu immediately saw something worth noticing. Just as Lu Ziyu was ready to take a closer look, 2 winged girls rushed in. As they entered, their wings gradually folded and disappeared. Delmidi rushed to Lu Ziyu and said, "Dad, you said before that when we grew up you would give the whole world to us." "What does that mean?" Verthandi then asked with a pretentious dignity. "Does it mean that we will be goddesses?" Lu Ziyu thought for a moment and said, "You have not level 6 yet. If you want to ascend to the throne of gods and light the divine fire, you must at least reach level 7. It's too early now." Verthandi opened her eyes wide. "So, after getting to level 7, can we be goddesses then?" Delmidi jumped around excitedly. "What kind of goddess will we be? We must look dignified." Lu Ziyu looked at them and expressed deep doubts as to whether or not they could be proper goddesses. "After reaching level 7, you have to pass my examination before you can enter the trial period to become a goddess." "What is the trial period?" Verthandi didn't quite understand him. Lu Ziyu pretended to look serious. "If you fail the trial, you will be fired." Verthandi and Delmidi made faces at Lu Ziyu. "We will be the best and most qualified goddesses. Then we will fire our dad." "You're the most unqualified god, Dad. You don't do anything all day." Lu Ziyu put his hands behind his head and lay on the chair. "That doesn't sound half bad. After all, I am waiting to retire." After Edward Killermo took over as 4th Master of the Wizard Tower, the whole Wizard Tower was isolated from the outside world. Edward commanded all of the wizards to not interfere with the human world, let alone interfere in the politics and events of the human world. After these orders were issued, the wizards gradually became more mysterious and isolated from the human world. This resulted in the wizards becoming mostly immersed in their own witchcraft research. A byproduct of this, the minimizing of damage and harm that wizards suffered from human society. But it also made wizards more closed off and wary of humans, which was much different from the first generations of wizards who constantly tried to interact with and help guide the human world. As a result, this new generation of wizards had gradually lost their senses of identity, as well as the ability to successfully interact with human society. Thus, they lived in a small circle of wizards without any desire to interfere or influence human society. This caused the influence of wizards in human society to gradually decline. Over the years, some past events had gradually been forgotten. People's attitudes towards wizards had also gradually changed from hatred and terror to passing curiosity. Edward had been at level 4 for decades. Although he had not reached the level 5, his study of witchcraft was beyond compare. At the top of the wizard tower, rows of blackboards were filled with mathematical and geometric symbols. All of the resources within the wizard tower were being used, and everyone was involved in the research efforts. If they succeeded, it would be an incredible leap forward for wizards. Hence, everyone was working on this huge project day and night. Almost there. Yes, absolutely. We can definitely deduce the first level 4 witchcraft. Even if we don't transplant an extraordinary bloodline, we can still use it as an extraordinary witchcraft. Edward was so excited. After all, he was the creator of the Dream Wizards. After reaching level 4, Edward had found that the level 4 witchcraft space was very different from dream space. In other words, dream space was like an inferior version of witchcraft space. Edward had then transformed the original dreamcraft. As long as the witchcraft model was constructed in the witchcraft space with mind power, all kinds of dreamcraft could be used much more easily than before. Later, Edward thought that since dreamcraft could create a model of witchcraft, he could also possibly create an extraordinary elemental witchcraft. Originally, they could only control air, metal, sand, and water through bloodline transplantation. He began to wonder if these things could also be released in the form of witchcraft models. Thus, he happened across the possibility of elemental wizards. Edward published 2 articles about elemental wizards and the possibility of elemental witchcraft, which immediately caused a stir throughout the wizard world. Unlike blood wizards, dream wizards, ghost wizards, and alchemists, elemental wizards must have reached level 4, which is an option for senior wizards. Although it had nothing to do with most of the low-level wizards, the possibility of a bright future still excited countless wizards. Thus, the whole tower was involved in exploring the possibility of upgrading to elemental wizards. Edward's first bout of research on level 4 witchcraft was a relatively simple bloodline witchcraft, which dealt with the landling snake's ability to control water molecules. Wizards analyzed this ability over and over again, finally coming up with the first level 4 model of witchcraft, the water ball. When Catherine and another mentor constructed the witchcraft model of the water ball on the square in front of the tower, a huge water ball floated in the sky. All of the wizards cheered in amazement and smiled with pride. The water ball then turned into a heavy rain. At last, the wizards gradually explored level 4. Now, they had broken the level 4 barrier and explored their ways into the future. Tethys Weekly. For just 1 silver coin, you can have the latest news from home and abroad. It also publishes the latest knight novel, The Legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney, written by the renowned Gleeman Toll. Get to know the legendary life of Rooney. The chaos that was caused by the Church of the True God broke out again in Pugioti. The Church of the True God has enticed hundreds of poor people to offer sacrifices to evil gods, and is now being driven out by the priests of the Church of the Sky. The Prime Minister again issued a region-wide notice in the hopes that the domestic alchemy apprentices would respond. All alchemy apprentices can get an official job that offers the same benefits as senior officers receive. I have admission information on Akkad Alchemy College. If you miss it, you won't get a second chance. Several newsboys, each carrying a large cannabis-sewn bag, ran down the streets of Tethys and shouted headlines at the corner of every intersection. A large number of morning passers-by took out a silver coin and bought a newspaper from them. The Legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney has come out again. I want to read it. How did the old base of the Church of the True God appear again? I must get into alchemy college this time. Even if I can't become a great alchemist, I can at least be a knowledgeable scholar. People in Tethys kept discussing while reading their newspapers. Some people who bought the newspapers were telling their illiterate friends what was happening as well. Since an alchemy apprentice from the Alchemy Academy had invented printing a few years ago, numerous paper mills had spread all over the country. Books, which originally were only owned by nobles, had gradually become affordable to the common people in the Shan City-State Alliance. Although the price of books was still not cheap, this greater accessibility at least gave the common people an opportunity to learn. Also, about a half a year ago, the newspaper that was originally only circulated at Akkad Alchemy College was brought outside. It then became known as Tethys Weekly. However, Tethys Weekly was an irregular publication, printed usually only once a week. And even then only when there were some notable events happening. Also, its price was expensive, making the average family reluctant to buy it. Moreover, not many common people could read. So, most of the people who bought newspapers were workshop owners or nobles. If ordinary people bought a copy, they would keep it as a treasure. It is said that many other city-states heard this and began to print their own versions of Tethys Weekly. At the same time, some newspapers that directly imitated the Tethys Weekly appeared. However, these periodicals were only circulating in the upper class, so they had little influence over the majority of the people. If they wanted to become truly universal, a higher literacy must first be realized in Tethys. At the moment, Marina was teaching in the hall on the first floor of Akkad Alchemy College in Tethys. After completing her world tour, Marina had taken over Akkad's position and become the dean of the holy place. Marina now wore her long hair in braids and had glasses. As she was still young and beautiful, Marina attracted the attention of countless students and alchemists. As such, the whole hall was crowded with people. Nearly half of the students and mentors present were her admirers. Throughout Tethys, even throughout the entire Shan City-State Alliance, countless people worshipped her. Marina's independence and adventurous spirit were unique to the women of Teuton, especially in this era. Her legendary adventures, her alchemist accomplishments, and her position as dean of Akkad Alchemy College had made her a spokeswoman for the Shan City-State Alliance. Countless women in the Shan City-State Alliance were eager to be like her. She had encouraged a large number of female alchemists in the alchemist community, and also elevated the status of women in the Shan City-State Alliance. Today, Marina was on stage explaining some important knowledge about alchemists. The most important subject regarded the properties of various substances. Many people didn't understand it, but they were still filled with excitement as they listened to her. The core idea of alchemy is to understand the properties of any substance. Based on the characteristics of each substance, you can create the stuff you want. I recently got some information from the Western world, where they began to carry out the study of materials' origins. They call this study the origin element. She paused to see if she still had the room's attention, then continued. We don't know how many elements we have at present yet, which means that all of us alchemists, generation after generation, must study and explore further. I hope that one day you can understand the composition of the world and the ultimate essence of the world. That is the ultimate goal of all alchemists. She finished her lesson, smiling broadly. She then said, since the advent of the first generation of the alchemy table, alchemists have changed their ways of studying alchemy. Now, what I want to tell you is that the second generation of the alchemy table is ready to be used. It will completely change the future of alchemists. Marina was clearly very proud. The second generation of the alchemy table was a common metal table. Compared with the first generations, it had a much complex structure. It also was not large or heavy. When Marina started to operate it, everyone was amazed. The sand on the alchemy table slowly converged and melted, gradually forming a glass puppy. The original ordinary glassware, after being recast on the alchemy table, seemed to have changed its entire essence. Marina then threw it straight to the ground, revealing that it was still complete. Some of the damaged swords were then added on the alchemy table, along with other materials, all of which immediately turned into new and beautiful alloy swords. With this second-generation alchemy table, as long as you understand the nature and characteristics of the substance, you can recast at will with your imagination, Marina explained. Many alchemist mentors rushed to the stage to watch the operation of the second-generation alchemy table. Their hands trembled as they touched it, as if they were worshipping a sacred object. Can this be true? An old alchemist could not help but weep at this awe-inspiring sight. It's not about changing the substance, it's about understanding and utilizing the properties of the substance. The substance itself doesn't change, Marina further explained. This is real alchemy. Only with such a table can we be called true alchemists. All of the alchemists near the stage were discussing this phenomenal alchemy table. How can I get one? An alchemist couldn't help but ask. All of the mentors at Akkad Alchemy College will have the opportunity to get one, but only after they have accumulated some points and have succeeded in their audits. Marina answered. Are there any restrictions on using it? Another apprentice asked. Alchemy apprentices can use it. Here, put your hand on the alchemy table. It can sense your mind power, which activates the recast. But most its other functions are too advanced for apprentices, Marina answered. Marina then incorporated her transplanted rhinoceros horn fossil into the second-generation alchemy table. This could be regarded as a witchcraft object. As such, every second-generation alchemy table must incorporate the horn of a rhinoceros. Although it's expensive, for alchemists, it's a necessity. By the end of the presentation, the second-generation alchemy table had thoroughly impressed and thrilled all of the alchemists. After that day, countless alchemists returned to Akkad Alchemy College to lead the second generation into further pioneering endeavors. The second-generation alchemy table would also be used to bring enormous changes to the future of alchemists and the whole world. Archangel Kelly fluttered her wings and flew through the sky. Her giant wings spread out like shiny stars. At this moment, in the divine kingdom, countless saints bowed, while angels flew about singing holy songs and playing their harps. With the help of the divine kingdom, Archangel Kelly spent decades to upgrade from level 5 to level 7. Today, she would be the first to ascend to the divine throne and become a real goddess. Archangel Kelly, in the name of the Creator, you are crowned the goddess of light. Synchronization begins. A divine shadow stretched out its hands and a light came out from its fingertips. The whole divine kingdom began to shake and lights fell from the sky, covering Archangel Kelly. Gaia then followed instructions as a mechanical voice resounded throughout divine kingdom. Synchronization starts. There are 135 seconds left for synchronization to be completed. One of the 17 divine thrones collapsed, transforming into data and integrating itself into Archangel Kelly's body. Every throne here was equivalent to an artifact that represented the rules of a god. Kelly's body grew bigger and bigger, while her huge wings unfolded. As cheers sounded throughout heaven, Kelly looked at Lu Jiyu, who was sitting on the opposite throne. Suddenly, a great divine throne appeared beneath her. Apparently, as long as she was in Maria's world, she would always been seen as a ruler of the theocracy. There were now 18 thrones, including Lu Jiyu's. At the moment, only these two were occupied. At the same time, on the Alan continent, all of the statues of the Lady of Light in the Temple of Light looked like Kelly. All of the priests and saints heard the voice of this new goddess assuring them, "Everything is God's will." For the first time, the goddess of light responded to all of the prayers and all of the believers on the entire Alan continent. Pope Arthur even held a baptism ceremony in St. Charles City. Hence, it was a true occasion on the mainland of Alan. This grand ceremony lasted for a month. More importantly, the first goddess had made the system of gods complete at last. Lu Jiyu added one more model of elemental witchcraft on Gaia. Now all level 4 priests could also use their own elemental divine incantations. At the same time, the emergence of elemental witchcraft gave him another option to use his extraordinary power in addition to genes and cells. Kelly, the new goddess of light, had not only taken over the largest part of the divine kingdom, but she had also begun to design her own unique divine system. This meant that, from now on, there would be divine incantations created that were unique to the believers of the goddess of light. It took Kelly a few months after being crowned to familiarize herself with her duties. Sitting on the divine throne, she could now project her figure over the sky of the whole divine kingdom. Hence, every saint could look up and see her. As the first one to ascend to the throne, Kelly was nominally the goddess that created the world. As such, she was the one who set the space rules in Maria's world. 17 thrones divided the powers over Maria's world, including aspects like governing the sun, the seasons, Teth, the sea, the earth, and so on. Every position governed an integral part of Maria's world. If any of those governing encountered difficulties, it would have a significant impact on Maria's world, perhaps even cause a devastating disaster. They were the true cornerstones that maintained the stability of Maria's world. After Lu Jiyu created Maria's world, everything had developed in a natural way. As such, once all of the thrones were taken, the whole of Maria's world would be completely under control. It would then be like a machine that could be easily and systematically adjusted and repaired. Gods, in addition to maintaining the operation of the whole world, would then also promote the development of the world. This was a perfect system. However, qualified candidates were needed to ascend to the throne before this system could fully function. This had been Lu Ziyu's idea, but it was not easy to gather 17 qualified applicants. At present, Kelly sat on the throne, familiarizing herself with her new responsibilities and responding to all of the priests' requests and prayers. She was also receiving information that had been filtered by Gaia. At the same time, Kelly was also completing her own divine system, within which she was adding a prayer system, a sacrifice system, and even an oracle system. Every god could then design his own religion and manage his followers according to his own ideas. After all, as the goddess of light, Kelly must be familiar with her responsibilities, be able to manage the operation of the whole world, and successfully manage her religion and its believers. She was even responsible for promoting the progress of the whole world. Although being a goddess was a very challenging job, it sometimes got a bit boring. So, in her spare time, Kelly would take a walk in Maria's world. But Kelly mostly preferred to sneak a peek at the floating castle that was sailing above the sky of Maria's world. She also often stared at the opposite throne, expecting the creator to arrive at any moment. Meanwhile, the divine shadows, after receiving news about several important believers in the divine kingdom, looked at each other in a daze. At this moment, on the opposite throne, a figure suddenly appeared. "Lord," Kelly exclaimed. "How are you?" Lu Ziyu asked her. "Is the goddess life a little too boring for you?" Kelly looked at Lu Ziyu and replied, "It's my joy and duty to manage the whole world for you." Lu Ziyu did not speak for a while, so Kelly laughed and said, "It's interesting and fulfilling. When I was a saintess, I couldn't even walk out of the Temple of Light. Now I can see the whole world. I can see the extraordinary in every ordinary thing, and can understand human nature and the world. All of the things that I did not know anything about before." Kelly looked at Lu Ziyu, waited for a while, as if she was conflicted about something in her heart, then finally said, "That's enough for me." Lu Ziyu then said, "You know you can always talk to me." After Lu Ziyu said this, Kelly's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ziyu then thought of something else and said, "By the way, those two little guys may be decades away from ascending to the throne. They're both naughty, so you must please take care of them for me. Legend has it that in the distant sky, there is a city that can fly. There are gods in it, and it is a city of miracles." Lars, the great artist, had been looking for this city for more than 10 years. Finally, at the end of the ocean, he spotted it. He marked the occasion by creating this great painting, "The Capital of God." In a temple in the Shan City-State Alliance, a well-dressed businessman was introducing the story behind the painting to the audience. Lu Ziyu, Eva, and two little girls huddled together, observing the painting like a family of 4. This temple was originally the patron saint's temple of Finlit City. However, belief in the original patron saint was gradually declining, so in order to make ends meet, most of the temple space had been rented out. The city of Finlit had been devastated by the conflicts between the Teuton dynasty and the Shan City-State Alliance during several civil wars. Then Batkos came, gradually taking the northern part of the Teuton dynasty and fighting against the Teuton's southern kingdoms and the Shan City-State Alliance. Just looking at Finlit's thin and broken walls easily revealed the aftermath of decades of war. Fortunately, after years of redevelopment, the Shan City-State Alliance was becoming more competitive and powerful. This was greatly thanks to the many changes that had been brought by alchemists, who had created all kinds of guns and cannons for use in the battlefield. Also, a large number of national alchemy workshops produced swords, guns, alchemy artillery, and alchemy weapons. At the same time, some alchemy apprentices were recruited to assist in the battlefield. However, when facing Puzuai, a powerful kingdom of Batkos that had a large number of blood knights and various heavenly palace priests, the Shan City-State Alliance could barely resist such an enemy. As such, the Shan City-State Alliance's army almost collapsed in the early stages of its existence. However, later on, aided by the continuous participation of the alchemists, the war gradually dissipated. The power of the alchemy cannon was credited with being an integral weapon in the war. Armed with such divine ammunition and methods, for the first time, the combat capability of alchemists had been fully demonstrated. As a result, Puisuot had fallen into the quagmire of war. There, under the city wall of Finlit, Puisuot met its Waterloo, just like the Teutons. Although Ctesias, who was the king of Puisuot, still wanted to fight, he was not certain that they could defeat the Shan city-state alliance. In addition to this, years of consecutive wars had birthed great voices of opposition within the army. This resulted in King Ctesias eventually abandoning his scheme of annexing the Shan city-state alliance. Instead, he signed a peace treaty with them. After the war, Finlit began to rebuild and slowly started to thrive again. A large number of artists and alchemists poured into this beautiful and historic city that was located along the Pegasus River. 10 years ago, after the Shan city-state alliance moved the political capital from Lemek to Finlit, the city had grown in leaps and bounds. It had also been instantly infused with a great vitality. A few years ago, there was an alchemist mentor who left Akkad Alchemy College and established his own alchemy college in Finlit. He named it Wisteria Alchemy College, and a large number of scholars, workshop owners, businessmen, and alchemists then came here to study. They began to set up various workshops, which had a great impact on the people's lives. Many people got rich overnight, which constantly inspired others to come and see what all of the hubbub was about. There are countless gold coins flowing in the Pegasus River. Go ahead, go to Finlit, where there are countless opportunities. As long as you seize them, you can become somebody important. In Finlit, farmers can become nobles and slaves can become rich. Many people were saying all kinds of things about Finlit. Its newfound fame caused many downcast artists to gather here. As where wealth gathered, art also came into being. Some of these artists were appreciated by the nobles of Shan city-state alliance, and various art vendors emerged. However, there were only a few such lucky ones, as most of the artists could only sell their work in the streets. Even so, there was a strong artistic atmosphere in the capital of Shan city-state alliance. This influence of the arts was reflected in the beautiful buildings, exquisite statues, and lovely paintings. Standing in front of the capital of God painting, Lu Jiyu felt a bit strange. "Dad, our house was discovered by other people," one of the little girls said. "Yes, that's right. They even painted a picture of it," Lu Jiyu replied. "It appears that our house is too small," she commented. "Yes, it's time for an upgrade," Lu Jiyu agreed. The two little girls huddled together, curiously observing every detail of the painting. As they perused every part of it, they couldn't help but complain. Lu Jiyu looked at the picture in front of him, feeling that his floating castle needed to be upgraded. He didn't want it to be a big change. Instead, he would simply transform a hidden cloud into a sea of clouds, then add a storm near the castle. Looking at them, Lu Jiyu softly patted the two girls' faces. Verthandi and Delmidi were growing up fast. Lu Jiyu had brought them to Shan City Alliance, which was undergoing major changes, because he wanted them to have more contact with the world, so that they could better understand the world before they became gods. Lu Jiyu stopped the floating castle above Shan City Alliance and had taken Eva and the girls to walk around it together. As they walked, something very interesting had caught his eye, so they decided to stay for a while. This was how they had arrived at the capital of God painting. At this moment, several children who were standing beside Lu Jiyu were looking at the painting as well, many of them commenting on it. "Can alchemists do such a thing? Alchemists can fly, They can even make something that sends people into the sky. That is a hot air balloon, silly. But this is a city. Can an alchemist really fly a city? Alchemists are omnipotent. They can even turn stones into gold. Hence, they must be able to make this happen. Yes, alchemists are more powerful than gods. As the children squabbled with each other, Delmidi stood some distance away, clearly unhappy. She then said, "They are saying that alchemists are better than gods." Lu Ziyu then turned to listen carefully to their arguments. One of the thin, brown-haired boys suddenly said, "Alchemists understand the nature of substance, then transform the substance. Hence, knowledge is the essence of alchemy." One of the fat boys in the group was dissatisfied by that assertion. He shot back a stinging retort. "You're not an alchemist, so how would you know?" The little boy with short brown hair immediately said, "I will definitely become an alchemist. When I grow up, I will enter the Wisteria Alchemy College. I will then make an alchemy tool that will enable human beings to conquer the sky." Lu Ziyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked the little boy, "What's your name?" Only then did the boy realize that someone was watching and listening to him. He was stunned for a moment, then said, "Lars. My name is Lars Brown." "Lars Brown, you've been admitted to the crafts department." An admissions staff member said, "But I applied for the Department of Alchemy, and I got great results on my written test." Lars couldn't believe what he had just heard. "I am sorry to tell you that you don't have the gifts needed to be an alchemist." The reply was cold. Lars stood outside Wisteria Alchemy College, stunned. He did not leave until late that night. Although he was successfully enrolled in Wisteria Alchemy College, Lars was upset by the fact that he could not become an alchemist. Ever since his childhood, Lars had been deeply influenced by his father and had aspired to become an alchemist. He became familiar with the existence of alchemists early on, and he showed great talent for designing various alchemy props in particular. When Lars was 12 or 13 years old, he manufactured small hot air balloons that flew hundreds of meters high. He also made exquisite clocks and watches. He could even understand the designs of various complex alchemy items and props. At the age of 14, Lars personally designed and built a windmill in the suburbs, the same model which was now springing up everywhere in the Shan City-State Alliance. This idea of Lars had been birthed from nature's great inspiration. In fact, he believed that as long as he could borrow the power of nature, he could do anything he wanted. Just when he decided to enter Wisteria Alchemy College in Finland and become an alchemist, he found himself unable to cross the threshold. This was because he suffered one of the greatest blows of his life. Though he was young and ambitious, he was told that he was not gifted enough to become an alchemist. After he journeyed back home in defeat, his father met him at the door. After a long time of silence, Lars' father clapped his son on the back and said, "The crafts department is also good. Later, you can take over my workshop and become its owner." Lars shook off his father's hand and shouted angrily at him, "But that's not what I want. I have a different dream than you, father. I will be an alchemist." "Certainly." His father slapped Lars hard across the face and said, "Wake up, you don't have that kind of talent. Do you think I never had that same dream? No talent is no talent." Lars' father, who also graduated from the Department of Crafts, had opened a small watch workshop in Finland, becoming a businessman and earning some wealth and fame. According to his father's plan, Lars would become a wealthy second-generation watchmaker in Finland, eventually taking over his father's workshop. But Lars refused to follow in his father's same footsteps. The next day, Lars snuck away quietly with his suitcase. On the bank of the Pegasus River, he took a boat to Tefes, where the legendary Had Alchemy College was located. When he arrived, Lars was shocked by everything in Tethys. Outside the city, he saw all kinds of windmills, and there were various hydraulic spinning workshops, all of which opened Lars' eyes to new and exciting possibilities. After entering the city, Lars saw so many alchemists. He also saw fantastic alchemy workshops that produced all kinds of alchemy props and tools. Seeing the vast collection of the latest guns, alchemy cannons, mechanical pulley crossbows, music boxes, hot air balloon airships in the manufacturing stages, new shipyards, and so on, were truly overwhelming. There were also a lot of water towers in Tethys. So, if the residents wanted water, they only needed a water pipe. The layout of the city was also very modern and trendy, and there were several horse-drawn carriages in use on the streets. Lars could clearly see how these alchemy items, which looked very simple in design, were changing the world bit by bit. Alchemists can really change the world. Only once he arrived here did Lars really begin to understand and fall in love with the city. Although the city did not have the artistic atmosphere and romance of Finland, Lars was deeply moved by it, especially because it seemed to promote innovation and growth. At the square at the entrance of Akkad Alchemy College stood a statue of the great alchemist Akkad. A line of letters was carved on the stone at the foot of the statue, which read, "Knowledge changes the world." As Lars stood in front of the statue, his eyes grew brighter. "Knowledge changes the world," he read aloud. Lars then entered Akkad Alchemy College, attended an open class, and met his childhood idol, Miss Marina. His greatest dream was to become one of her students. Here he saw what a real alchemist should be. He also learned about the highest attainments in alchemy, the mechanical alchemical life form, Archimond, and the second-generation alchemy table. Lars passed the entrance examination but was still told that he was not gifted enough to become an alchemist, so he was admitted to the mechanical manufacturing department instead. Machinery was a tool that was used to help people reduce the difficulty of work, thus saving on labor. Chopsticks, brooms, and tweezers were all good examples of this. These were simple machines, while complex machines consisted of two or more simple machines operating together. Lars eventually decided to study here, so instead of becoming a alchemist, he would become a mechanical apprentice. Although he acquired the most advanced knowledge in Akkad Alchemy College, he could only learn how to make machinery, glass, clocks and watches, how to smelt iron, and how to design ships. His studies were also limited to some basic disciplines, such as mathematics, geometry, and so on. When it came to the specific knowledge that was related to alchemy, Lars could only touch lightly on it via public lectures. As for the specifics regarding how the alchemists meditate, the study of witchcraft, and the manufacturing of witchcraft materials, that was only circulated within the alchemists' inner circle. Thus, even if Lars graduated from Akkad Alchemy College after several years of study, he still could only enter some workshops as a manufacturer. Even though he had a salary that ordinary people envied, he still could only teach ordinary workers all day long, as well as make some tools like oars, organized clasps, crafts, spinning machines, new carriages, and so on. This was because advanced crafts like the production of special metals, new guns, alchemy cannons, and special materials would need alchemists' expertise. Especially when it came to the design of various alchemy products, a lot of money and time must be spent. As such, expert designers were recruited by these big workshops, all of whom must be alchemists or apprentices. Moreover, only alchemists could enter state and city research institutes. Only alchemists can design alchemy products and props. Sorry, we only recruit alchemists. "You're not an alchemist, yet you want to join us?" After Lars Brown suffered numerous rejections from various military workshops and official research institutes, he began to fully understand the high standards of the alchemist world. But he was reluctant to go to smaller workshops, even though, with his knowledge, he could earn good money there. While Lars conducting his own experiments, he continued to look for sponsors everywhere. He also tricked small workshop owners into sponsoring his experiments, saying that he would design and improve their products, while secretly spending their money on all of his experiments. Lars was looking for a new form of natural force, one that was similar to wind and water power. This was a large-scale research effort that involved all aspects of knowledge. It also required a lot of manpower and material resources. Lars quickly discovered that he could only get money for his experiment by cheating and deceiving people. This was because he was relatively unknown, and by the age of 30, he had still achieved nothing much. Finally, in a small city that was far away from Tethys, he found his big sponsor. He was the owner of a shipyard who made small and medium-sized merchant ships. Lars pretended to be an alchemist by making a fake alchemist's badge. Armed with that, as well as his smooth eloquence, he persuaded the owner of the shipyard to invest in his research regarding the manufacturing of alchemy products. For the first time, he discovered many things about steam and its great power. Lars then promised the merchant that he would build a new type of alchemy ship that could sail without the help of sails and wind. Lars said, "It will be a ship that can absolutely change the world, a real alchemy ship. It'll replace all of the old ships and sail even faster and carry more cargo." His eyes were glowing with excitement. "Then, all of the people in Shan City-State Alliance will come to you to order ships, and you will become the largest shipbuilder in all of Shan City-State Alliance. Everyone will come here. But in order to have all of this, you just need to invest a little now." After his persuasive pitch, Lars got his first big investment and was able to build his own alchemy factory. For the first time, he had meaning and purpose for his life. Even if he could not become an alchemist, he could at least design great alchemy products that could have a shocking impact on the world. However, just a few months later, his lie was exposed. Despite his explanation to the owner of the shipyard, he accused Lars publicly of misrepresentation, and Lars was sentenced to 6 months in prison. After learning that Lars had cheated the merchant by posing as an alchemist, Akkad Alchemy College officially revoked Lars' degree. The notorious Lars was then given a horrid nickname, the Faker Lars. After half a year of imprisonment, Lars left Tethys and returned to his hometown of Finlit. However, when he returned home, Lars found that his parents had died during his imprisonment. All that he saw upon entering Finlit were rotting tombstones, empty houses, and closed watch workshops. Time had changed everything, especially Lars. The once proud Lars now had nothing but his useless dream. What was worse, Lars found that news of his shady business affairs had also been transmitted to Finlit. This wasn't really a surprise, as the circle of alchemists was very small. Thus, everyone knew about the faker Lars. In Lars' eyes, he had lost everything. He wandered into one of his childhood home's empty rooms, then journeyed on to the attic, reflecting on his youth. He was holding a portrait of his family while he was sitting on the stairs crying. He had a great dream of changing the world and had aspired to be a legendary alchemist like Akkad and Marina. But reality had given him a heavy blow. It turns out that he couldn't become an alchemist. He was just a fake alchemist. "Ha ha, father, you were right. But I really don't want to give up. Why is fate so cruel? I want to become an alchemist, so what's so wrong with that?" Is it wrong for me to have such a dream? As Lars spoke to his father's image in the picture, his heart filled with despair. A few days later, he decided to leave again. His plan was to give up everything and go to the countryside, where he would live the life of an ordinary man. At this time, an unexpected person knocked on the door. It was boyhood rival, Fat Mike. But this time, he had not come to make fun of Lars, to invite him to join his institute. When Mike was a teenager, he had scoffed at Lars. Since then, he had matured and become a true alchemist. Lars was really embarrassed that he was meeting Mike again at his lowest point. If you are really so unwilling to give up, why don't you try again? Come and join my alchemy institute. We're working on a project to make hot air balloon airships. Mike extended the invitation. Lars looked at Fat Mike incredulously. Why did you choose to ask me? I'm just a fake alchemist. Mike nodded and said, I know, but so what? Even if you are not an alchemist, you are truly clever. I believe in you, Lars. I know you better than anyone else. Mike's words gave Lars a glimmer of hope. They then sat together and talked about some crazy things from their childhood. At this moment, all of the old jealousy and hatred that had been between them became mere memories. Lars talked about his frustrations and his failures over a few drinks. In fact, the pair drank a lot together that night. The next day, Lars joined Mike's institute, where he started a whole new life. The reason that a hot air balloon flies is that the hot air inside the balloon is lighter than the cold air outside the balloon. So, the balloon generates buoyancy, which enables it to lift off. Mike was explaining airship design at his institute. We don't necessarily need to use hot air balloons. If we use another gas, a gas that is even lighter than air, we can do the same thing. I remember when I was at Alchemy College, some alchemists were looking for lighter gases than air. They wanted to use that to make airships, he explained. Mike's institute, which was aptly named the Mike Alchemy Institute, specialized in the manufacturing of airships. Akkad Alchemy College had carried out this experiment a long time ago, but in the end it had failed. The Mike Institute of Alchemy, which was an affiliate of Wisteria Alchemy College, had just started this project. In fact, Mike had just begun putting forward a few different concepts after Lars had joined them. It took several years for them to design an airship. During that time, they experimented with different materials and drawings, constantly adapting them from one version to another. Finally, a huge airship that could carry 20 people and tons of cargo successfully flew into the sky. However, it could only fly at a very slow speed and with limited weight. It was also very dangerous and had a few other minor problems. Moreover, the airship production rate was also very low. This was because the speed was very slow and the price was high, which didn't scream practicality to consumers. As such, only a few nobles and a few branches of the local military placed orders. Nevertheless, the concept and design had brought great wealth to the institute. At the same time, the reputation of the Mike Alchemy Institute spread rapidly among alchemists. All the alchemists were surprised that it was a fake alchemist who had created what true alchemists could not even achieve. Lars' story had spread among all of the alchemists and the various alchemy institutes. His was the story of an ordinary man who was struggling to achieve his dreams. Marina, the dean of Akkad Alchemy College, also heard Lars' story and wanted to meet him. When the two finally met, Lars talked about his ideas about steam engines, saying that he was inspired by alchemists' use of wind and water and wanted to create a real power machine. Upon hearing his ideas, Marina praised Lars for his creativity. She was so impressed by him that even though he was not an alchemist, she offered him the opportunity to do research with her. At the age of 40, Lars finally fulfilled his childhood dream, and became a student of the legendary adventurer and alchemist, Marina. The Akkad Alchemy College even reinstated his degree. Back at the Akkad Alchemy College, Lars once again launched the research and development of the steam engine. He, of course, led the project. After a few initial failures, the steam engine was successfully manufactured. Although it was not efficient at first, after some improvements and a redesign, it finally was fully operational. Early steam engines were used in industrial production and industrial spinning, which further promoted the progress of the workshop. Throughout Tethys, a variety of workshops that were using steam engines as power engines began to emerge. Unfortunately, Lars did not fulfill his promise to use the steam engine on ships, as he died before he had the chance. He was 74. But he had brought the steam engine into the world. When Lars was dying, he was very calm. He leaned down to tell his grandson, Little Brown, a dream can change the world. On his tombstone, according to his will, his nickname was inscribed. The tombstone read, "The tomb of the faker Lars." Underneath that, his last words to his grandson were inscribed. A dream can change the world. In year 215 of the Sand calendar, Lars' grandson, Little Brown, finally built the world's first steamship. It was a wooden steamship on which its huge wheels were noticeable. Though it still had sails, it was considered to be a great invention for this era. The fleets that had been sailing offshore were now able to launch explorations of the distant oceans. In year 223 of the Sand calendar, after the great adventurer Marina Bossi arrived in Yala first time, human beings once again were able to come to the elf lands. The world was once again embracing great changes. Although barriers between different continents still existed and marine mythical beasts and monsters dominated the seas, this was as a positive sign of great reform in the world. At Akkad Alchemy College, Marina was in the dean's room. She had finally become a level 4 alchemist. This was when her body had started to weaken. After breaking through to level 4, she was already 1,000 years old. As long as she did not encounter any unexpected calamities, death was no longer a worry for her. As she was at the threshold of level 4, Marina had been much luckier than her teacher Akkad had been. In fact, she was also much luckier than most wizards. Marina was very interested in the steam engine that had been made by her student Lars. In fact, she was thinking of Lars at that moment. Unfortunately, Lars did not have the talent to become an alchemist. Otherwise, with his wisdom, he would have been a great alchemist. Marina used her own alchemy table to make a simple steam engine. The pressure of the first-generation steam engine was relatively low, and its valves could not be automated, so there were many restrictions on its operation. But Marina was trying to improve upon it. Luckily, the mechanical alchemy lifeform Archimond was assisting her. Marina looked at Archimond and suddenly thought of something. What if I use metal cells to make a steam engine? Metal cells have power. What if I use them to function like the heart of a human body, then make a steam engine of metal cells? Have some of the characteristics of alchemic life. It will then be capable of self-repair, self-operation, and self-evolution. It can then be operated according to the ideas of whatever alchemists are controlling it. Then, I can apply extraordinary power to refine this alchemic steam engine. Marina felt as if she had just a breakthrough. Although many theories were still vague in her mind, Marina felt that, as long as she continued working on this, a real metal cell steam engine would initiate a new era in the steam world. In the early morning, Lu Jiyu heard the door being pushed open. He opened his eyes to see 2 girls rushing in. "Get up! Sister is an adult now, so she can become a goddess. Delmedy rushed over to him, shouting with glee. Verthandi seemed to have grown up overnight in Lu Ziyu's eyes. Now she was wearing a long white dress. She was as beautiful as the rainbow on the horizon, while Delmedy still looked like a little kid. Verthandi said nervously and expectantly, "Dad, you said that when we grow up we could become goddesses." Lu Ziyu nodded and said, "Yes. Your divine kingdom and the believers are looking forward to your governance." Verthandi had been looking forward to this day for a long time. It was her first adult job. However, she was a bit nervous, so she was hesitating and acting a little insecure, constantly twisting her slender fingers and fidgeting with her clothing. "What if I don't do well?" she asked. Lu Ziyu patted Verthandi on the shoulder and assured her, "No, Verthandi, you definitely will be the most beautiful and generous goddess. You will surely be loved by all of the believers." Delmedy looked upset upon hearing his words, as she was also anticipating having this same job. "I want to be a goddess too." Verthandi rubbed her face gently. "I will come back to visit with you every day, but only after finishing my work of being a goddess. You will be waiting for me at home, and I will talk to you about my work then." On the lawn of the floating castle, Delmedy and Eva waved as Lu Ziyu and Verthandi left. Lu Ziyu took Verthandi's hand, while they turned and disappeared into beams of starlights. They then traveled across the bit wall and saw a silver moon. "Is this the divine kingdom?" she asked. "Well, this is Kingdom of Light," he answered. After entering the Kingdom of Light, everything that she saw made Verthandi constantly exclaim in awe. Everything was beyond her imagination. Countless prayers and saints, grand palaces, lofty gates of heaven, and even angels blowing horns amazed her. As they came to the floating island, where the thrones were located, Verthandi saw Kelly sitting on the throne. When Verthandi first saw Kelly, she had a sense of familiarity with her, but also felt fear. She held on tightly to her father. Kelly's eyes swept over Verthandi, then finally landed on Lu Ziyu. The two talked a bit, then Lu Ziyu sat on the throne to activate Gaia. With the help of Kelly, the goddess of light, Lu Ziyu logged into Gaia and completed the registration for Verthandi. After her registration had finished loading, Verthandi sat on the throne and officially became a goddess. At this time, Gaia, the main divine kingdom, had completely turned the silver moon into a huge silver metal ball, which was the host of Maria's world. Long ago, Lu Ziyu had built the kingdom of the sun, which revolved around the sun and influenced the sun. Gaia, as the host of the entire system, had the main control authority, while Kelly had the access to the spatial authority in the kingdom of light. As the throne of the kingdom of the sun had been empty, it was now taken by Verthandi. Lu Ziyu took Verthandi all the way towards the sun of Maria's world, where they saw a star that was revolving around the sun. In comparison to the sun, the star seemed so insignificant. But as Verthandi kept approaching it, she found that it was actually a huge star that was far beyond her imagination. In fact, she discovered that every divine kingdom was a star, making it a subsidiary of Gaia, the main divine kingdom. It was also a war fortress that could fly around freely. Hence, if someone wanted to attack a divine kingdom from the outside, he would soon learn how powerful a level 8 divine kingdom could be, let alone be promptly taught that every divine kingdom had part of control over Maria's world. Looking at the shining star, Lu Ziyu said to Verthandi, "This is your divine kingdom. You are the new goddess Verthandi." The pair became starlights again and entered the divine kingdom. The kingdom of the sun's architectural style was different from that of the kingdom of light, as it had the characteristics of the Holy Seville Empire. When they arrived there, countless temple knights knelt on the ground to greet their goddess. These believers, who had died in the war fighting for the Holy Civil Empire, could now finally welcome their goddess. Verthandi ascended to the highest place, which was in the center. The huge throne was high up in the air. When Verthandi ascended to it, all of the believers shouted her name. At the same time, all of the priests and temple knights of the sun received the oracle of Verthandi. Verthandi seemed to be very familiar with all of these traditions, as if she had been sitting in such a position before. After ascending to the throne, she immediately began her work. As a new goddess in probation, she had a lot of work to do, especially since her divine kingdom was only at the beginning stage. Verthandi needed to manage her divine kingdom and familiarize herself with all of her responsibilities, which mainly centered around maintaining the operation of the sun. After becoming more familiar with the sun, she could learn how to best maximize its power in order to benefit the whole world. After all, the sun was the most important thing in the world, and its operation affected everyone. In addition, Verthandi needed to design a unique divine system for her followers and saints. This would specifically be a divine system for the faith of the sun and the temple knights. As Verthandi was still very young, she followed Lu Jiyu via the projection of her divine kingdom. As he went all over the Alan continent, she learned about the life of her followers. The gods' powers would be limited whenever that would leave their own divine kingdoms, which could possibly put them in danger. But, currently in Maria's world, there was no one that could be a threat to the gods. When Verthandi returned home, within the hall of the floating castle, she talked excitedly about her experience with Delmidi and Eva. She told them all about the process of becoming a goddess, which made little Delmidi jealous. Delmidi hoped that she could grow up overnight and become a goddess like her sister, managing believers. After many discussions with Lu Jiyu and learning from the system of the Church of Light, Verthandi finally established her own divine system. She was then able to show oracles to all of the believers of the Sun Church. In year 186 of the San calendar, Verthandi ascended the throne. In the same year, the scripture of the Son of the Faith of the Sun was revised. Like the Church of Light, it redefined its own doctrine, as well as the names of many deities. These two religions that were originally from the same source had now completely divided. Many years later, no one even knew about the past relationship between them. After the destruction of the Crete Empire, the Holy Civil Empire also collapsed during the Ghost outbreak. The southwest region of the Holy Civil Empire was reduced to mere ruins, while weeds took over several major cities. Orcs still suffered to this day from the severe trauma that the Ghost disaster caused. For this reason, a large number of orcs began to migrate to the south. The central province became an area where people and orcs lived together. They even established new countries, where they lived together in peace. After a series of annexations and integrations, more than 100 years later, a large number of mixed-race orcs eventually dominated the population. The beliefs of the Church of Light and the faith of the Sun became intricately woven into the public's chosen religion. In Maple Leaf City in the Urabel Kingdom, a wooden sign that indicated an allegiance to a mercenary union was noticeable outside of a local tavern. It was this city that was largely responsible for the demise of the Crete Empire. Hundreds of thousands of orc slaves had rebelled, and this city was the last place where they retreated. Count Titer then ordered that the Nami riverbed be dug out. Within 100 miles, the city became like a vast swamp, which led to the deaths of millions of orc slaves. Now, over the past 100 years, this original city had become known as the Kingdom of Urabel. Also, Maple Leaf City was no longer the political center, but just a ruined small city. On the first floor of the tavern, there were men in knights' armor, outfitted with swords and steel shields. There were also glory knights and archers with long bows. Also at the tavern tramps, beautiful waiters, and scantily clad dancers. Under all of the dancers' skirts, black cattails could be seen peeking out. This was because all of them had some human and orc blood, which resulted in such physical characteristics. One more dance. Beatrice, don't be a maid here. Why don't you come with me? I promise you'll have everything you want. Carol the dwarf, you didn't die in the Grey Castle. Those Dan barbarians didn't kill you. I'm tough. This pair of axes, see? Are there any good jobs around here lately? These nobles and kings are fighting all day. I risk my life to earn so little. Those sitting within the tavern quarreled with and scolded one another. However, no one dared to cause trouble here, as the mercenary union was just upstairs. In this central province, the outbreak of war had led to the emergence of a special organization, which was known as the Mercenary Union. Over the past decades, various mercenary teams emerged from this collective union. Some of them had only 4 members, while others had thousands. Eventually, the Mercenary Union became a full-fledged management organization. Within the tavern this night, most of the patrons were mercenaries. Some were experienced fighters, while others were blood knights. There was even one who was sitting at the corner of a table who looked like a temple knight. There was also a young man who was wearing a white cloak armor, which signified that he was a mercenary priest. Among the others, some of them appeared to be wizard apprentices. If these people had met decades ago, they would have fought each other fiercely. However, in this tavern, they sat together and drank in peace. Over 200 years had passed since the emergence of the extraordinary powers. Nowadays, priests, temple knights, and wizards had begun to appear in large numbers. In every kingdom, there were priests and red cardinal bishops who mastered the extraordinary powers. Even the smallest cities and towns had priests who had extraordinary powers. This meant that the wizards who had been active on the mainland could no longer do whatever they wanted, at least not like they could hundreds of years ago. Now, any ill-intentioned action would lead to a large number of temple knights and priests coming to suppress them. At the same time, the rituals of the baptism ceremony of priests and the inheritances of the temple knights were not as strictly adhered to as before. Thus, there were a large number of idle priests and wandering temple knights who roamed the land. Although they were loyal to their respective gods, they did not fight for any official party. Because extraordinary powers now appeared everywhere, they all lost their old high statuses. This meant the wizard apprentices, priests, and knights did not receive as much attention as they used to. After all, each small town had its own churches and priests now. Within each small city in the Orc Kingdom, there were also teams of holy knights. Some of the priests and temple knights who were unwilling to be nobodies in small villages chose to leave. Therefore, in the central province, temple knights, priests, and wizards formed their own mercenary corps in order to make a living. The Mercenary Union was located on the 2nd floor, just above the tavern. It had a receptionist and guards. At the moment, many mercenaries waiting to be assigned their next jobs or checking with the reception desk on their statuses. Great job, 100 gold coins. Go to Misty Forest to catch a magical beast cub. The Dean Principality is experiencing civil strife again. Duke Dean recruits mercenary corps to help suppress the rebellion. Pay will be on a daily basis. The Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce is employing mercenaries to escort them through the Bull Mountain Range to the Kingdom of Mara. Lord Hugs is looking for someone to investigate the strange things that are taking place in his territory. Let me know if you want to take over. The lobby was very busy. There were job lists hanging on the wall. while letters possessing orders arrived constantly. The mercenary union used ravens as the messengers for these letters. This kind of raven had been bred from jays. Although it didn't have the jay's extraordinary powers, the species could speak. This method of message conveyance, which was said to have originally been used by the wizards to communicate with each other, gradually became popular among the kingdoms. This growth in popularity then naturally led to the popularization of cultivating jays. At the same time, jays, which were loyal to human beings, had become a very popular noble pet on the mainland. Every jay egg could now be sold at an auction for a high price. Lin Aaniton, who was dressed in polished armor, stood in the mission lobby. Behind him was a 2-meter-tall half-orc. This half-orc had 2 curved horns and a grim face. Lin Aaniton was a native half-orc from the central province. His mother had tiger blood, as she was a descendant of the orcs who escaped from the north. She had migrated to the central province to escape the ghost breakout. It could be seen from his strong body and facial features that, under the influence of his mother, Lin Aaniton had joined the town's knights team when he was a teenager, then was later chosen by the town's holy knights. At that time, he was officially made a temple knight. Lin's father claimed to be a direct descendant of Aaniton, the oldest king. This would make Lin the heir of the Aaniton family, also known as the Golden Family. Nevertheless, the Aaniton family had disappeared for a long time, and Lin himself did not really believe his father's claims. But after Lin became a mercenary, in order to gain fame, he added Aaniton as his surname in order to show his noble blood. However, only a few half-orcs believed it. Most of the half-orcs merely laughed at him. After we make some more money, we must build a large mercenary crop. Then everyone will know our names. Wake up. See if there are any good jobs today. Otherwise, we're all going to starve. As Lin was trying to motivate his colleagues, many of them did not pay much attention to him. Theirs was a small mercenary team that had just recently been formed. The members had come from all over the world, and there were 8 of them in total. Lin's mercenary team had originally wanted to name themselves the Golden Dynasty or the Paladin, but they were told that these 2 names had already been taken by 2 other mercenary teams. So, those name Stormy Mercenary. We really need a job to make a lot of money, Lin said, unrelenting. How about this one? Escort the deported Prince Monar back to the Kingdom of Mara. Help him ascend the throne. Wow, the reward is good. We can get a huge territory, the title of Earl, and countless lovely king heads, gold coins, with that reward. Lin picked up a job notice at random, and as he read it aloud, all of his team members quieted in an instant. Then, Dury, who was a half-orc with sheep's blood, patted Lin on the shoulder and said, "That notice has been on the list for more than half a year. To bring the deported prince to the throne, you need to fight the current king of Mara, and he has at least 100,000 soldiers in his army. And there are only 8 of us. So, would you like to recruit a few more?" Everyone looked at Lin as if he was a fool. At this moment, he felt that not one of his men trusted in him. He actually momentarily thought about leaving the team, then just laughed and said, "I'm kidding. I meant the following one regarding the Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce. The reward is attractive, and we just need to protect them through the Bull Mountain Range into the Kingdom of Mara." As he spoke, he attempted to cover his embarrassing blunder by moving quickly to the next job notice. The group then quickly left Maple Leaf City to embark on its first mission. The mercenary crop from the central province escorted the Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce all the way through the Bull Mountain Range to the Church of Light. Along the way, besides a handful of robbers and hooligans, Lin's crew did not encounter any danger. Although Lin was young, he was a holy knight, so after revealing his identity and power to any passersby, no one dared to touch them at all. They rented a boat and crossed the Nami River, then traveled all the way to the kingdom of Mara, where Lin's mercenary and the Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce were stationed in a remote town. It was a typical agricultural town, which meant that it was very peaceful. There was a watermill in the town that belonged to the church. Farmers could use it as long as they paid a nominal fee. The streets of the town were very smooth, although they looked like they had been built many years ago. Because the town was near Nami River, the soil here was fertile. There was also abundant forest lands nearby. Between hunting in the forest and planting in the rich soil, it was enough for the townspeople to support themselves. Moreover, the town was under the governance of the royal monarch family, whose tax rates were much lower than those of the other aristocratic families. So, the townspeople's lives were good. Do you think the townspeople here are a little strange? After a tour of the town, Lin returned to the house where he stayed. The Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce was a small business group that had only around 20 people in it. In addition to Lin's mercenary team, there were about 30 people, all of whom were crowded into two adjacent houses. Dory thought for a moment. Not really. They were very enthusiastic though, especially the hot women. They must have fallen for me. Lin frowned and said, "Everyone here has the same smile." Seriously though, when we entered the village, those guys looked at us strangely. I mean, we are half-orcs, while they are human. You know, this is not the central province, but the kingdom of Mara. Here, we're different from humans. Well, maybe the people here are more open-minded. Thought Lin was being overly cautious. Even so, I still think that we should be more careful at night, Lin warned. That night, the mist slowly crept in from the outskirts of the town, gradually engulfing the whole town. When the mist slowly approached the houses where Lin and the others were stationed, several night watchmen who had been standing guard outside were swallowed up by the mist. They immediately disappeared, amid a strange chewing sound. Lin, who had already been vigilant, was alarmed at the call of the night watchman outside, so he rushed out to alert all of the people. Only then did he realize that the whole village had been covered by this strange mist. However, this mist was aversive to fire and heat, so it dared not approach the house. Realizing this, Lin and the others lit torches all over the house, causing the fog to completely disperse. They each then grabbed a torch and rushed out, only to find that countless monsters were waiting for them outside. These were the kind of monsters that had human forms but had no faces. They constantly emitted cold air, and their skin was like a layer of frost. This made them eerily resemble walking corpses. Hundreds of people in the town had all turned into these very same monsters. Along the town's slate streets, these faceless monsters besieged Lin and the others. The priest of the church in the village, who was in charge of the church, had even become one of these horrible monsters too. Those who were rushing out of the courtyard saw his new monster form, which was nearly 4 meters tall and had huge wings. His new monster form had no legs, so it was squirming through the mud on its belly. Lin's face suddenly turned pale. This must be the devil's kin. Jury trembled. "Minute, what madman is offering sacrifices to the devil in the abyss world?" It was not the first time that the central province had seen the power of the devil. Stories about the devil had been circulated long ago, but written records of him had only appeared in recent decades. Legend had it that there was a book of devil species that had been compiled by the devil king of the abyss world. This book was full of evil and filthy power. Even if one just saw the pictures in it, they would be devoured by that evil force, then dragged into the abyss world. The pictures and real names of the devil species from this book enabled people to summon the devils and make sacrifices to them. Many people made sacrifices in order to gain evil power, to satisfy their own wishes, to expel diseases, to revive their relatives, or to live forever. But these things did not come without strings. Everyone who sacrificed to them would eventually be assimilated by their power and become devil-kin themselves. This had caused utter chaos to break out in the Alan continent. However, most of them were immediately suppressed by the Church of Light, or the Faith of the Sunday, while they were still in the early stages. Lin found it hard to imagine that there was such an evil town within the kingdom of Mara, much less that the people here had become the servants of the devil. Lin and the others held torches as they fought with the monsters, trying to break out of the siege and escape from the town that had been thoroughly infiltrated with evil. These faceless monsters, however, could not be killed. Even if they were cut into 2 pieces or their heads were smashed with hammers, their bodies would always slowly come together before completely regenerating. It was as long as they were enshrouded in the mist, they were immortal. The mist covered the entire sky, even blocking out the moonlight. Lin and the others set fires and lit torches everywhere they went, causing intense blazes to reach into the sky. But the mist had already covered every corner of the town, making it impossible for them to escape until daybreak. Hundreds of faceless monsters continued to besiege them. The monsters' huge arms easily ate houses, while those townspeople who couldn't escape were pressed into meat pies instantly. As long as one was touched by the monster's acid saliva, their flesh would immediately become eroded, leaving only their bones left behind. If things kept going at this rate, the monsters might kill them all before dawn. Lin was using divine incantations to contend with them, yet he was falling into despair. As this was Lin's first mercenary team and his first mission, his many life dreams had not yet come true. Knowing that he might die here this day, he felt very regretful. "Goddess, I pray to you with my most pious belief. I call out your name. Please redeem us. No evil can escape judgment, and no evil can harm the world." As Lin prayed over and over, Lin's belief became stronger, breaking through his usual limits. He instantly mastered a level 1 divine incantation, which he had failed to do before. Moreover, it was the strongest level 1 divine incantation. He then aimed his sword at the devil-kin and penetrated its body. Flames and a great light immediately rose up around it, then tore it apart. After seeing the death of the evil-kin, other faceless monsters started crazily attacking, but at the same time, the mist dispersed. Due to this stroke of luck, the stormy mercenary finally broke out of the siege, then immediately fled the town. All of them were wounded and exhausted. The next day, the priests of the Church of Light arrived with a large number of knights. They surrounded the whole town and eliminated the remaining monsters, but still were unable to find the one who had plotted this fatal attack. Lin, on the other hand, escorted the Red Caltrop Chamber of Commerce to their destination, where they received a generous commission. After spending a few days in Babus, which was the capital of the Kingdom of Mara, Lin was ready to return to Urabel, but before leaving, the team spent a night in the legendary Lake Tirnanog, which completely changed Lin's fate. Lin and the others stayed the night in a village that was not far from the city of Babus. This way, they would be ready to leave early the next morning and return to Kingdom of Urabel. This village was also near Nanog. Legend had it that this twin lake had originally been only one lake, but more than 100 years ago, the evil ghost wizard Adenos concocted a terrible plan to turn the whole city of Babus into a city of gods. At that time, a star fell from the sky, dispelling the evil and forming Lake Tirnanog, the holy lake of the Church of Light. Thus, the second lake was created. Lin. As Lin was sleeping in a cabin near the lake, heard someone calling his name. It was a soft but confident voice, one that might belong to a queen or a god. Lin was not completely awake yet, so he groggily walked out of the room barefoot, stumbling all the way toward Lake Tirnanog. When he arrived at shore of the lake, he was jolted awake by a cold gust of wind. How did I get outside? Lin was confused. Suddenly, in the middle of the lake, there was a flash of light. Lin, who was still in shock, watched a shadow slowly emerge from the water. He could only see that it was a beautiful woman with lovely blonde hair and a crown on her head. Hers was a kind of beauty that couldn't be described with words. If anyone saw her, they would feel immediately cleansed and purified. No matter how evil a person was, if he saw her, he would want to do good deeds in her name. The woman opened her beautiful eyes, which were lovely and glittering. As she looked in, he instantly felt an enormous power enter him. His whole body could not help but tremble. Lin was greatly astonished. No matter how groggy he was very aware that this was indeed a revelation. She is a goddess. Oh my God, what should I say to her? Hello? No, that's not right. What am I thinking? Was she the one calling my name? Lin's brain couldn't function well. He couldn't think of anything proper to say. Before he had time to find his words, the shadow of the goddess said to Lin, Anaton, you are the descendant of the oldest king, Anaton. You have a king's bloodline and are the heir to the Golden Family dynasty. She then added, the central province has been in chaos for more than 100 years. The conflicts between the faith of the sun and the Church of Light have lasted for too long, and you, who I have chosen, are the one to end this chaos. Lin, you will be the next king of the central province. The divine shadow then pointed at Lin, while a large number of golden fireflies flew to him and covered him. Then, he felt that something was activated within him, and his pupils changed from a dark green color to a golden yellow color. Go ahead and fulfill your mission. Let the sun shine over the land of the central province. After the divine shadow said this, all of the light slowly dissipated and the shadow disappeared. Lin stood by Lake Tirnanog for a long time before he slowly recovered. He then looked around excitedly. It seemed as if nothing around him was real, as if he had just had a very vivid dream. Was it a dream? If so, it was a beautiful dream. As Lin was pondering the situation, he saw something floating in the lake. It was shining even brighter than the silver moon in the sky. When Lin went into the lake to get a closer look, he saw a sword reflected in the middle of the lake. As Lin reached forward into the water to get it, he seemed to transport into another world. Startled, he quickly pulled his hand back. The sword was a silvery white color, and it had many strange symbols on it. It was also emitting a holy light. Lin held the sword tightly. As he grasped it, it emitted a buzzing sound. The light from the sword shone above the lake. Sword of the king! Lin said this without knowing why. He felt his throat tighten and his voice was trembling, as if the 4 words had some strange magic imbued within them. If anyone knew that this sword had appeared in the world again, the whole world would be crazy about it. This was because every time the sword appeared, the royal power shifted. Specifically, whoever owned the sword in every period that it emerged would be crowned the absolute and renowned king. This time, the sword had chosen Lin. Actually, it was really the gods that had chosen Lin as the next generation's king. That is strange. Who took the sword? Lu Jiyu found that the sword of the king, which usually hung on his wall as an ornament, was missing. It was impossible for others who lived outside the floating castle to enter it, and as for Eva, Verthandi, and Delmidi, the sword had little significance to them. Lu Jiyu closed eyes. then immediately knew where the sword was, as well as who had taken it. Lu Ziyu squinted his eyes and put his hands behind his back. Verthande looked nervously at him, wondering what he would do next. Lu Ziyu leaned back on his chair and said, "Anyway, in the world of the mortals, gods can't interfere directly. Also, I have told Kelly to teach you a good lesson. Don't expect me to let you get away with anything. Remember what I said, you can't decide the future of the world of mortals at will, or I will remove you from your position. If you are bored, you can go with me to the astral. The world was dark and chaotic. 2,000 years passed since the emergence of the abyss world. The quiet and dull abyss was now much more active. Among the space bubbles in the dark abyss world, innumerable abyss demons moved from one to the other. Some were powerful enough to communicate their thoughts and manipulate an entire space bubble, while others were only capable of creating chaos, only knowing how to swallow each other up. Some of these demons fought against each other, swallowed each other up, and connected space bubbles to form an abyss mainland. If they wanted to break through level 4 and become demon lords, they had to first change the essential structures of their soul fires, which was not something that could easily be done. In fact, this could only be accomplished by devouring other demons. Some demons that had built connections with Maria's world, that human awarenesses, souls were the keys to their reaching level 4 or higher. Thus, they greedily Maria's world day and night. Every powerful demon coveted Maria's world. In fact, Stikwa, the king of the devil, had a large number of devil kin and followers in Maria's world already. Maria's world. There was a dark castle that was surrounded by weeds and dead trees. It was an abandoned castle. Near this castle, where there once were villages, there only existed desolate and uninhabited land. At the moment, inside the abandoned castle, dozens of people in dark red cloaks were sitting in a circle. They were watching a huge eye-shaped tactical deployment circle of witchcraft that lay before them on the ground. 10 people cut their arms, causing blood to drop into the tactical deployment circle. A special force in the blood was activated, which caused the tactical deployment circle to start to spin. At the same time, dark lights glowed from the ground, illuminating the whole castle hall. This was an evil sacrificial ceremony. As the blood dropped from their veins, all of the people present were transformed into monsters. A few of the people in the center even transformed into horrible evil kin. Hekphos, I need more sacrifices. If you want more power and if you want to live forever, you must sacrifice more. With more sacrifices comes more power. An evil voice emerged from the circle. Hekphos stood in front of the others. He had a slightly pale face. Due to the recent suppression by the alchemists of Teuton, as well as by the heavenly palace, the Church of the True God didn't have many believers left. As such, Hekphos wanted to go and look for sacrifices in the Western world and the Central Province. However, when they had just arrived, utter chaos had broken out. The great devil king, Stikwa, I will build your empire on this land, Hekphos said. In the name of God, let the light shine again on the land that belongs to God. The third-generation Pope of the Church of Light, Armenia, declared the will of God in the Temple of Light. The army of the Church of Light was immediately mobilized, and most of principalities and kingdoms who had been ready for this very day responded immediately. A large number of priests, nobles, and even kings led the army across the border, then poured into the central province. They mainly focused on the 3 principalities of Rose, Kivil, and Gragu, which bordered the central province. This was because they had perennial conflicts with the Sumerian kingdom of the central province, which had resulted from past territorial and religious disputes. After more than 100 years of peace, war had broken out again. a large number of nobles and knights took up their swords and lances and went to the battlefield. War not only was a chance for justice for the people, but it also represented opportunity. In times of war, the peasants could become aristocrats that owned land, while aristocrats could become kings. In order to cope with the invasion from the south, a large number of soldiers and mercenaries were hired. Mercenary corps soon joined the regular soldiers on the battlefield. Today, they fought for a kingdom. Tomorrow, they would guard the territory of a noble. As for the day after tomorrow, they would perhaps attack a duke. Many cities had already been annexed during this war. After the arrival of the Knights of the Church of Light, many kingdoms had surrendered rapidly. Only a very few had attempted to resist. In this war, apart from the priests and knights, there were also alchemists who used alchemy cannons and guns on the battlefield. The head of a mercenary crop, named Lin Anaton, had won a lot of battles. He had overthrown the kingdom of Urabel and established his own kingdom of mercenaries, which made him the first mercenary to ascend the throne and become a king. His kingdom soon rose up and flourished in the central province. Lin took out the sword of the king and claimed himself as the chosen one. Numerous mercenaries came to him, hoping to be in his service, while all of the temple knights admired him. In this manner, he quickly established a grand kingdom. However, a few years later, his kingdom lost the war with the expeditionary forces of the Southern Church of Light. Most of the kingdoms in the central province of China, who gradually surrendered to the Church of Light, were forced to accept the Church's garrisons and belief system. As such, the territory of the Church of Light rapidly expanded. After this initial setback, Lin's mercenary regiment kept losing. Even the newly infused support of several orc kingdoms in the north could not stop Lin's kingdom's decline. The flag of the Church of Light now flew everywhere in the central province. Kingdoms that had originally believed in the faith of the sun now embraced the Church of Light. As a result, a large number of knights and priests of the faith of the Sunday were killed or driven away. At this time, the kingdom of Sumeria, which was in danger of being conquered, braced itself for one last battle. It was able to defeat the coalition forces of Rose, Kevil, Gragu at the Sumerian plain, thus changing its situation instantly. The allied forces were beaten and immediately abandoned their armor. Sumerians expelled the priests and holy knights of the faith of the sun and the Church of Light on their home turf, then immediately banned anyone who believed in these two churches, forcing them over borderlines. As a result, the Church of Light and Anaton's kingdom ceased fighting and withdrew. The central province suddenly had achieved a strange and calm sense of stability. The mercenary kingdom of Anaton, the Sumerian kingdom, and the Church of Light, which had expanded to the central province, then found themselves in a difficult situation. It was a tripartite confrontation. That's it, Liu Jiu said. Does that Sumerian kingdom have anything to do with it? Kelly asked. The Church of the True God? It's interesting. It does not use even the slightest propaganda in order to seek attention. Instead, it hides in the depths, Liu Jiu said and smiled. Let them develop on their own. After all, they are just an ordinary devil species. At present, it seems their king is very clever, has no intention of confronting the wizards. He then added, indeed, if we interfere, the damage that we would cause would be even greater. Wars might even break out. After all, those coming from the outside will naturally be oppressed by the Bitwalls. Above the clouds in the kingdom of light, 3 gods were sitting on their thrones. They were Liu Jiu, Kelly, and Verthandi. They were discussing how it was a good thing for the Commonwealth that the war among the countries had ended and the situation had stabilized. However, the huge number of casualties that the war had brought about was shocking. The central province suddenly seemed empty compared to the hustle and bustle of the old days. The conversation of the three gods ended, and two of them, together with their thrones, disappeared. When Lu Ziyu and Verthandi returned to the floating castle, Verthandi sat down on Lu Ziyu's lap and hugged his neck. She seemed frustrated, so she asked, "Did I make a mistake? I did everything according to the book, but I'm afraid that so many people died because I was impulsive." Lu Ziyu put down a book that he had been reading and held Verthandi in his arms, gently caressing her soft hair. It seemed that Verthandi, who had just become a god, wanted to do something to show Lu Ziyu her capability, yet she had become panicked and confused. As a god, your every move will influence the development of the whole world, especially when you change rules, as that will have irreversible effects. It can even lead to the destruction of a large number of countries and the death of countless people. He instructed her. So every decision you make must be carefully considered. Let this be a lesson for you. You're responsible for maintaining the stability of the whole world. Lu Ziyu patted Verthandi on her back. Being a god is not a matter for a moment, it is endless. For gods, time is just like the spring breeze that brushes your cheeks, leaving no trace, so you don't have to be so anxious. You have time. He then added, "Also, Eva and Delmidi miss you. Delmidi has been grumbling about you lately. You should go and see her." Lu Ziyu then stood up and said, "Now I have to go to the Yala Elf continent." Corolla Tower was originally a college in a remote valley of the Forest of Life, but it had gradually become another political center of the Elf Kingdom, especially after Wendy and Wolf became members of the Council of Elders. During that time, wizards gradually assimilated into the elves' community, and a special elf-wizard civilization gradually arose on the mainland of Yala. Before that time, wizards had always been marginalized and isolated from the human world, so all of the generations of wizards had tried their best to integrate into other communities. However, this was only finally achieved with the help of Wendy and Wolf, who were previously not regarded as being gifted at all. In fact, it turns out that the elves were naturally suitable for the cultivation of the wizard civilization. Hence, a large number of wizards and a variety of scholars, artists, and writers emerged within Corolla Tower. Moreover, many elf blood wizards, thanks to their own constant research, grew into a different group from human wizards known as the Druids. Elf dream wizards also developed a new branch. Unlike most human dream wizards, who mastered projection, witchcraft, and illusions, the elf dream wizards paid more attention to witchcraft boundaries. Also, wizards of the same origins divided into different branches over the centuries. This was something that Lu Ziyu had never imagined. Lu Ziyu remembered when he was just starting to build the wizard tower, he only taught the first generation of wizards' body modification technique. Since then, from this simple body modification technique, a series of wizard types, such as blood wizards, dream wizards, alchemists, wizards, druids, boundary wizards, and so on had appeared. This success far surpassed Lu Ziyu's expectations, and Lu Ziyu benefited greatly from the evolution of the wizards from generation to generation. In the Forest of Life, elves had also built cities. But a city of the elves was very different from a human city. Every house was surrounded by a large number of trees, and gardens and fountains were everywhere. This was very unlike human cities, where the greenery was often replaced by industrial gray cement and metals. In fact, green had become the main color of the city. In the center of the city, there was a huge old tree. This was an ancient war tree, a supernatural plant that had been created by wizards via the method of crossbreeding it with the magical beasts to give the tree the characteristics of the tree of life. With the ancient war tree, level 3 boundary wizards could create a witchcraft circle, regulate the weather and temperature inside the city, and could even protect the city. Every ancient war tree had a strong fighting force. At this time, the boundary wizards had also become the most powerful among the elf wizards. The cultivation of each ancient war tree required a lot of philosopher's stones and various witchcraft materials. Boundary wizards also consumed philosopher's stones to a large degree. For this reason, each of the boundary wizards would need an immeasurable accumulation of resources. However, at present, there were not many boundary wizards. Lu Ziyu entered the Forest of Life. This was only the second time that Lu Ziyu had been here, and he could see that many great changes had taken place in the city of Sylve. Along the way, Lu Ziyu saw ancient war trees encircling the whole city. The trees connected together to form a cocoon that could not be seen by the naked eye, protecting the whole city. This cocoon could detect any extraordinary power changes that occurred anywhere within it, as well as regulate temperature and climate. All year, the city was like spring and the temperature was pleasant, which made the people comfortable and idle. There were also many magnificent buildings and white towers in the city, as well as rows of exquisite dome huts, interconnected forest paths, and bridges. Lu Ziyu felt like he visiting a future city park. At the center of these ancient war trees was a dead tree of life. This huge tree had been hollowed out and renovated by witchcraft, making it the political center of the elves and the hall of the council. This tree of life had many small windows within it. On the foot of the huge tree was the crystal-clear lake of life. Along its trunk, red, green, and brown vines and small flowers brought vigor and vitality to the tree. Presently, Lu Ziyu was inside the tree of life, looking out at the whole city of Sylve. Wendy, who stood beside him, was saying something to him. Lu Ziyu had apparently been surprised by her words. To build an elf empire, imitate the state system of human beings, he asked incredulously. Is the current system not good? Lu Ziyu left the window and returned to the table. The table was made with wood and had beautiful white patterns engraved upon it. On the table were some gold alchemy items from the human world, such as a steamed lamp and some gorgeous silverware. Abstract paintings lined the wall, filled with images of angels riding horses into the cloud, fairies in the woods, and goddesses jumping out of the lake. Wolf poured a glass of elf-made fruit wine for Lu Ziyu. It was refreshing and tasty. Wendy then said, "The number of elves in Sylve has reached more than 100,000, and there will be even more in the future. In the past, the number of elves was small, and there were only villages and towns. For every little thing, the council needed to call a meeting, which might take months, even a year or two. Some controversial issues, such as setting up a legal system, had still not even been addressed after hundreds of years." Lu Ziyu was shocked to hear this. Hundreds of years just for one thing? And it's still not sorted out yet? Wow! If you don't have official laws yet, how do you deal with the elves who commit crimes or have wrong behavior? Wendy looked at her teacher and smiled. Every wrongdoer is presented to the elder elves in the council for judgment. However, from the initial charge to the decree of a final punishment, it takes at least a decade or more. She paused to let that shocking time period sink in for Lu Ziyu, then added, "Now the old council where the elders rule is no longer suitable for this era, so we must make a change. Sylve should have a brand new future. The people of Alan are becoming stronger and have begun to conquer the sea, but we have not yet seen the whole continent of Yala." Lu Ziyu nodded. "So what kind of empire do you want to build?" Wendy thought for a moment and said, I'm going to combine witchcraft with the elf civilization and build an elf empire. There are not so many wizards here, but in the mainland, all kinds of extraordinary professions exist, like wizards, priests, and holy knights," she said excitedly. She then shared her vision with Lu Jiyu. "I want to build an elf empire in support of the witchcraft system. I need some advice from you first, mentor." Lu Jiyu looked out of the window. In the area that was protected by ancient war trees, there were many cultivated farmland parcels. Although the richness of the forest of life freed them from any worries about food, they still grew some crops from the outside worlds. As ancient war trees could regulate climate, the plants grew well. Also, if any magical beasts or wizards intruded into the area, they could be quickly detected. At the same time, ancient war trees could also set witchcraft boundaries to protect the inside area. Lu Ziyu even saw a boundary wizard leading an ancient war tree and a large number of wizard assistants, called PP elves, to build a wizard tower in the distance. Dreamcraft and other extraordinary witchcrafts were also used in all aspects of city life. Wizards who were proficient in earth-blood witchcraft built buildings, while others used superb witchcraft to refine gold and cultivate plants. Elves' workshops also produced a variety of refined alchemy products. In the distance, there were gardens that were used to breed plants and magic beasts. In fact, many of the druids that had evolved from the blood wizards ran around in these gardens. Corolla Tower became the center for the elf wizards, as well as the Sanctuary of Knowledge. It was also the location where each of them could learn more about the witchcraft system. "You did very well. The framework of the witchcraft system has been fully established. One day, when witchcraft has become an irreplaceable part of the lives of elves, the elf empire that you have dreamed of for so long will emerge," Lu Ziyu said to Wendy. Lu Ziyu, together with Wolf and Wendy, took a walk in the forest of life to see the changes of the elves. Lu Ziyu did not realize that Wendy and Wolf, who had built a wizard college for the elves in Yala, could bring about so many changes to the elves in such a relatively short time. The life of an elf is relatively simple, as each elf naturally adapts to the witchcraft system. However, human beings and orcs have internal problems and complicated community structures, which makes it harder for them to accept wizards. With a little luck and the continuous development of witchcraft, a world-shaking wizard empire soon appear here, Wendy said to Lu Ziyu. "These changes in the elves are truly shocking." Lu Ziyu was amazed at the tremendous changes that he saw had taken place here. Wendy, wearing a white elf robe, followed Lu Ziyu as he observed everything. She wore a corolla on her head and a council badge on her chest. She looked like a goddess. Wendy was the first level 4 elf wizard and the first boundary wizard. She had also been the one who cultivated the ancient war tree. This peculiar level 3 tree was a great masterpiece, even in the eyes of Lu Ziyu. "Unfortunately, Wolf, you have failed." Lu Ziyu looked at Wolf, who was standing next to him. Compared with the first generations of wizard, Bor, Li Wizi, and Ak-Ed, Wendy and Wolf were not very talented. Wolf in particular was not strong, as he wasn't even at level 4 yet. However, Wolf remained open-minded and optimistic. "It doesn't matter. Even if I fail, I have 1,000 years to live, which is the advantage of being an elf. Besides, I'm not as talented as Wendy. I'm just a fairly ordinary wizard." Although Lu Ziyu offered some suggestions, they were just icing on the cake. Wendy had wanted to see Lu Ziyu because she was panicked and confused about the future of the elves, and she needed a trustworthy person to give her confidence. Besides, Lu Ziyu was more important to her than anyone else. Lu Ziyu was attending a grand dinner that was being hosted by the elves in his honor. The night was clear and cloudless, and the silver moon was bright. The dinner was being held on the square under the tree of life. Stairs rose from the lake bottom, and an arch bridge was built across the lake. Clear water in the square pool gushed out from the fountain, while elf-style statues had been erected in the center of the pool. Several elves were playing harps. Fairy girls were dancing in their green skirts and corollas, and the poet was reciting love stories from distant elf towns and villages. The bonfire's flames danced and flickered, and adding to this, the towering tree of life made this dinner seem like a grand dream. Several of the witty fairy girls placed their corollas on Lu Ziyu, Wolf, and Wendy. Then, the members of the council raised their glasses to Lu Ziyu. "Thank you for your corolla. I like it very much," Wendy said to the young fairy elf girls. The girls nodded excitedly and blushed, as Wendy enjoyed a high status among the new generation of elves. The food was also very special. The elves loved greens, but they didn't mind meat either. Many unique dishes spanned the entire length of the banquet table. "So, do you want to be the empress of the elf empire?" Ziyu looked at Wendy with his wise and deep eyes. "Decades ago, I remember that a ship came from the other side of the sea. The ship was from the Alan continent, but not from the Wizard Tower. The crew was led by a young girl, the captain, who told me that her name was Marina Bosse, and she was a student of Akkad," Wendy told Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu immediately remembered this as well. So he said, "Yes, she was a very lively little girl." "Haha, in fact, at least in my eyes, Wendy, you are still a little girl too." Wendy grinned. "I'm over 300 years old, so I'm definitely not a little girl anymore." Wendy then continued recalling her memory. "She came here with a mechanical alchemical life form named Archimond, which you gave her as a gift. She took out Akkad's badge and asked to see me, after which she stayed in Corolla Tower for some time." Wendy took a breath, then kept talking. "At that time, she told me about the Shan City-State Alliance. Unlike the Council of Elders here, the leader of the Shan City-State Alliance was elected by the citizens. They call him the Prime Minister. I decided that the Emperor of the Elf Empire should be elected in this same way. But as we already had a lifelong emperor, only after his death would there be an opportunity for such an election." Lu Ziyu didn't seem to agree with her. "Can such a system be implemented? Is it even suitable for the elves? Give it a try. As long as I'm still here, there shouldn't be any problems," Wendy replied. Lu Ziyu nodded. "Akkad's students and Boar's students, how time flies. In the twinkling of the eye, hundreds of years have passed. The time has now come for a new generation of wizards." Lu Ziyu put down his knife and looked at the lake in the distance. The lake shone brightly. He then asked, "How many are left from the old generation?" Wendy's eyes sank after hearing his question. Her calm eyes were full of sadness as she replied, "Liwazi, Henry, Boruk, and Akkad are all dead. Many other wizards have also passed away in the past few decades, leaving Catherine and Wolf alone. Among the first generation of wizards from the Wizard Tower, all of whom were your students, only 3 of us are still here." As she gave him this report, elves were playing a somewhat melancholy, melodious song. It was almost as if the tune was directly reflecting memories and past events. Lu Ziyu closed his eyes and listened quietly to the music. After a long time, he opened his eyes, picked up the silver jug on the table, and poured himself and his other 2 colleagues some fruit wine. Wendy looked at Lu Ziyu and said, "Fate is really unfair. The most talented people are all dead. In the end, only average ones, like me, are left behind in the world." Wolf said, "Wizards don't believe in fate. Instead, wizards believe that all things are the results of our own choices. I think that Bor and Akkad also think this same way. Yes, after all, wizardry has been passed on from generation to generation, and time can't erase the traces of those who have gone before us. Lu Jiyu raised his glass and said, "To wizards! To wizards!" Wendy and Wolf also raised their glasses. Wendy was feeling quite emotional. After drinking a lot of wine, her face had turned rosy. She held her thin chin in one hand, while her other slender hand held her cup. "No matter how many years have passed, you haven't changed, mentor." Wendy looked at Lu Ziyu with confused eyes. Lu Ziyu wore a silver robe that was similar to the one he had worn back in the wizard tower. His appearance remained largely unchanged. His long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his eyes were always calm and deep. No matter what happened, he always remained cool and confident. Lu Ziyu shook his head. "Time changes everyone, and I am no exception. I have changed, but you do not see it." Wendy covered her mouth and laughed. "Of course, as you are the wisest wizard, Anthony the Great Wise. You are always so mysterious, just like the wind and the sun in the sky. No one can read your mind." Wendy babbled on as she seemed to be a bit drunk. Lu Jiyu listened to her quietly until the silver moon made it to the other side of the sky. Even after the crowd in the square gradually dispersed, Lu Jiyu kept company until dawn. Soon, a red sun gradually rose. Lu Ziyu looked at Wendy, who was lying on the table fast asleep, and he wrote a letter. After sealing the letter, he took off his silver robe and covered Wendy with it. After that, turned and left the city of Silv, which was founded more than 1,000 years ago, was the place where the oldest elves lived. The oldest tree of life, which gave birth to the elves and also grew here, was still the habitat of the elves. A long time ago, the elves had started an important reform. They abolished the old council system and built an elf empire, which they named the Silv Empire. They then began to manage all of the cities and towns by using a system that was quite similar to the human world. It was during that time that Wendy was crowned as the first elf queen. On Silva's sacred altar, under the witness of tens of thousands of elves, a series of alchemy fireworks were set off and instantly rushed up into the sky. A large number of elf wizards surrounded Wendy, while Wendy held a magic wand that was decorated with the philosopher's stones. This was the ceremony where she officially became the elf queen, accompanied by the cheers of numerous elves. The dissolution of the Council of Elders also meant that the elves needed to set up various state institutions, which had to be manned by a large number of talents. There was truly so much to do. Hence, and Wolf were quite busy. In addition to Silv, they had established 2 cities in the Forest of Life, Haig City, which was built around Corolla Tower near Hagrid Grand Canyon, and Seth City, which was near the sea. The towering Tree of Life was then transformed into a palace. Stairs were also built around it. At present, Wendy was in the lower hall, holding a conference on the compilation of the elf code. We need an elf code so that we can let all of the elves the standards of proper behavior. If anyone violates the laws of the code, there will be severe punishments. This is a necessary thing that must be done to maintain order. Wendy said, "I disagree with you, as such strict laws can only erase the true nature elves. We don't need this kind of thing. After all, we are elves. We don't need to learn from human beings." An elder old council member quickly objected to the idea. Another elder took this opportunity to chime in with their own opinion. But there will also be disputes among the elves, which will destroy and damage all of the elves. For example, there are disputes between the moonlight elves and the daytime elves currently, while there are numerous squabbles erupting constantly in many of the villages and towns. Yet another elder spoke up. Yes, and times are different, so we must learn to change too. The fleets of human beings have begun to land here, and they are becoming stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, they will fully conquer the sea. We must be prepared for that. Soon, a heated debate arose among the leaders. As everything was just beginning, the elves felt like they were wading across the river in the darkness. Everyone seemed very cautious and uncertain. Many of the Sylv Empire officials present here were also members of the Old Council. At this moment, although they all had different opinions, Wendy decided absolutely that there must be an elf code. Then, everyone began to discuss the provisions of the code. Most of the provisions had been settled through negotiations long ago, but in order to come a unanimous official agreement, Wendy had called this conference. Finally, except for some minor remaining details, the first edition of the Elf Code was finally approved, and the huge Elf Code stone tablet was placed on the main square in Sylvie. Wendy had never thought that it would be so much harder to run an empire than it was to be a wizard and build a wizard college. In fact, it was 10 times more complicated and difficult. As the queen, it was impossible for her to satisfy everyone. Every law would inevitably hurt the interests of some people. Yet Wendy had to make a confident choice in order to maintain stability within the empire. Even though it was well past midnight, Wendy was still in the palace. She was reading a lot of documents regarding the renovation of nearby villages and towns. She also had some reports to go over, as creating jobs and setting the salary system for elves' wages were also her responsibilities. Amid all of her duties, Wendy recalled what her mentor Anthony had told her. It's not enough just to have an elf code. It's necessary to have a system that covers all of the wizards in the empire. In order to build a successful wizard empire, you have to enable wizards to assimilate into the elf community. Wendy then began to think to herself about how to incorporate this wisdom into her own way of ruling. How about starting by building a wizard city, where wizards can benefit others with their skills? I could let all of the wizards find their perfect positions in this empire. That way, the wizards would no longer be so isolated from the others. In my wizard empire, could even have ordinary professions. Then they would become the cornerstone of the empire and support the operation of the empire. Wendy's eyes lit up. Although she had succeeded in enabling wizards and elves to live together in harmony, she hadn't known how to help wizards make the best of their powers in order to serve the empire. She had just never thought about how to plan such things systematically. Wendy was inspired and had an ambitious look in her eyes. Wendy had never seen this kind of city, nor had she imagined it before. Even in the wizard tower, all of the wizards were dedicated to developing more powerful witchcraft and increasing their lifespans. As such, none of them really thought about using witchcraft to help ordinary people. At this time, Wolf came in through the corridor outside. Apart from him, there was hardly anyone else left in the palace. Have you not slept yet? These things can't all be done, eh? Wolf, as if he had known that Wendy hadn't rested yet, he had come bearing yummy snacks and milk tea. No, I am too excited. I have this feeling that the whole system is slowly taking shape in my hands. The great goal of leading the elves forward is making me obsessed, Wendy said excitedly. Wendy talked to Wolf about her plans, explaining her vision of the future, including how she hoped to build Sylv into a city of wizards, so that the light of witchcraft would shine on the whole city. Wolf listened to her and nodded. But this is not a simple thing. It requires a lot of manpower and resources. It also requires a lot of wizards to join us. Wendy immediately responded, what we have the most of is time, right? So, We can spend decades building a beautiful house of our own, take hundreds of years to learn a new skill, and spend 1,000 years to change our futures. Olanka was a male moonlight elf who had a relatively high status. Hundreds of years ago, the moonlight elves had left the forest of life in Sylvie. After they left, they had developed their own belief system. Specifically, the moonlight elves believed in the goddess of harvest and earth. They lived in the Silver Moon Forest in the northern part of Yala, which explained their belief in the Lord of Natural Order. The main differences between the beliefs of the elves and those of human beings regarded resources, among other things. Specifically, the beliefs of the elves were more focused on inner resources, which were interpreted as the will of nature by the elf poets. Basically, this meant that all of the elves must protect the forest and coexist with nature. Even the elf wizards had to believe in the Lord of Natural Order and love the forest. The elves in the Forest of Life had been expanding to the east, gradually increasing their contact with the moonlight elves and the daytime elves. During this time, Olanka went to Sylve in order to seek help on behalf of the moonlight elves. A group of powerful magical beasts had intruded into their villages. Among them, a horrible spider had attacked them. This spider had a lot of eyes on its abdomen. Whenever its eyes saw any elves, the elves would instantly become mad. This large-scale destructive power became a nightmare for the moonlight elves. What was worse, this group of spiders was planning to overtake the Silver Moon Forest and cultivate their next generation. Although the moonlight elves had tried to suppress them, anyone brave enough to have made the attempt had been killed and dragged away as spiders' food. Hence, the moonlight elves had no other option but to send Olanka to Sylve to ask for help. I heard that the forest elves had built the Sylve Empire. In fact, it said that earth-shaking changes have taken place. Many elves have learned a power called witchcraft, which is apparently from the human world of another continent. Olanka said to his friend. Can they deal with the horrible monsters? The friend asked. There should be no problem. Olanka said the words, but didn't sound very certain. After all, the horrible monsters filled the moonlight elves with terror. This was understandable, as the large group of white ice spiders lived in groups in the underground caves of the moonlight forest. Not to mention their being huge and possessing extraordinary powers. The most terrifying thing was that they hunted the moonlight elves for food. In fact, a large number of moonlight elves had already become food on their tables. If this continued, the moonlight elves would surely have to flee their beloved homeland. With the continuous emergence of extraordinary forces, more and more magical beasts appeared. Many variants of magical beasts even came ashore from the sea. If the moonlight elves could not learn some extraordinary powers in order to protect themselves, they would eventually die out. Moreover, within the Silver Moon Forest there was the Tree of Life of the moonlight elves, which they couldn't give up. So, Olanka not only went to ask for help from the Sylve Empire, but he also sought to understand how the Sylve Empire had become so powerful, especially as that related to this new witchcraft he had been hearing so much about. After a long journey, Olanka arrived in the Sylve Empire. At present, he had only 12 elves with him. All of a sudden, loud sounds were heard from the distance. Magical beasts? Olanka shouted. Look, there are 2 magical beasts fighting up ahead. They looked and saw a huge ancient war tree rising up from the ground. Its roots were like giant steel thighs, and it was fighting a horrible lion-like flying magical beast. Looking at the scene more carefully, they saw that a wizard in a white robe was on the top of the ancient war tree, controlling it to attack the magic beast. As both sides fought fiercely, dust swirled in the air and the lights of various extraordinary forces flashed. The lights deeply scarred the beast. Finally, the beast could only turn around and flee. At this time, the wizard who were controlling the ancient war tree came to them and asked, "You are not from this village, so why are you here? Also, you must be careful of the magic beasts." Olanka looked at the tree and the elf wizard. He was in awe of the huge tree and its strong force. "We are moonlight elves from the Silver Moon Forest. I have brought letters from the elders for Her Majesty Wendy, the Queen of the Sylv Empire," Olanka said, while holding out the letters. The wizard reached out and saw the letters in Olanka's hand. He then nodded and said, "Come on, I will take you to the nearest town. Then someone will take you to the elf forest." Then, one by one, they stepped onto the tree, which then began walking, using its roots as feet. Just a single one of its step could cover a distance of 120 yards. Soon, they passed across a large area of forest, making the moonlight elves gasp in shock. "Is this the power of wizards?" one of the moonlight elves asked. The closer they got to the heart of the Sylv Empire, the more amazed Olanka and other moonlight elves became. Here, they could see all kinds of novel witchcraft props and alchemy products. Along the way, the roads were broad and paved, and there were posts and carriages, as well as letter crows that were sending letters for elves and wizards. Olanka also saw elves enslaving witchcraft slaves in their mines. Smooth tracks were laid on the ground, and exotic foods were ripe at least 3/4 of the year. Moreover, there were libraries in every elf town. In fact, there were so many books and advanced pamphlets of knowledge, it was beyond Olanka's imagination. After arriving in the Forest of Life, all of the moonlight elves stood with their jaws agape. The elf guards of the Sylv Empire had already gotten used to it long ago. "My God! Is this the city of the gods?" One of the elves couldn't help but wonder aloud. What they saw before them was a city that resembled a beautiful garden. Trees lined the roads, which were paved with marble slabs, and layers of beautiful buildings encircled the central tree of life. At the root of the tree was the lake of life, which reflected the blue sky and white clouds above it. There were many witchcraft slaves and PP elves in the city, as well as 10 huge ancient war trees, which surrounded the whole city and connected numerous boundaries. The traces of witchcraft application could be seen everywhere in the city, including such things as groundwater canals, waterways, and the continuous production of various alchemy products in alchemy workshops. That was just the beginning. Although it could not be called a city of witchcraft just yet, it was advancing constantly. All of these things greatly impressed Olanka, who asked in awe, "Is this really the Sylv Empire? What made them change it so dramatically?" As a representative of the Moonlight Elves, Olanka met Queen Wendy in the palace in the Tree of Life. The palace was very similar to a wizard tower. Within the palace, a large number of witchcraft slaves were going about their daily tasks, while the elves were communicating with one another via earth telephones. One amazing feature about this palace was that the elf wizards could mobilize all of the ancient war trees to defend Sylv with defensive boundaries in wartime. As such, when compared with the wizard tower, which was more of a symbolic monument and research institute, this palace could be regarded as a true wizard base. Olanka was nervous when he met the elf queen. Adding to his anxiety was the fact that Olanka now understood that the power of the Sylv Empire came from wizards. As the wild magic beasts in Yala were growing and becoming stronger, the Moonlight Elves needed this power to defend themselves. Hence, this meeting was of the utmost importance. For this reason, after giving the elders' letters to Queen Wendy, Olanka decided to go to Corolla Tower instead of returning with the other elves. The disaster with the spiders had made him realize that they needed a change. And while eliminating the spiders was important, Olanka saw a much brighter future here. You are quite welcome to stay, as our Corolla Tower is open to all. As long as you can pass the examination, you can even study there. Wendy looked at Olanka and accepted his request to stay. Thus, Olanka entered Corolla Tower. For the first time, he came into contact with the wizards. He met druids that could be transformed into magical beasts, giant ancient war trees, and much more. Although, his first major impression was taken from the sea of books that resided here. After all, grand libraries were the most precious wealth of all races. Standing in front of the vast library, Olanka's eyes glowed with longing. Fortunately, Olanka had the talent to become a wizard. Soon, he became an apprentice. As Olanka was more diligent than most of the other elves, he always kept pushing himself forward, striving to learn more and more. I have to work hard to change the future of the Moonlight Elves. Only when we are strong enough can we then protect ourselves and control our destinies. It took him more than 10 years to become a wizard. After that, it took him several more years to constantly enrich himself and make himself a powerful wizard with his own knowledge. At this time, the Moonlight Elves returned once again to the Sylve Empire, hoping that Olanka would return with them. This was because the magical beasts in the Silver Moon Forest were growing in number, and they needed his help. With a carriage full of books, Olanka went back to his homeland, bidding farewell to Corolla Tower, where he had been studying for nearly 20 years. Thus, the history of the Moonlight Elves began a new chapter. Olanka led the Moonlight Elves to expel or kill all of the magical beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. However, there were still some lurking existences that posed a threat. Druids, boundary wizards, human blood wizards, or dream wizards. Which one is most suitable to help us fend off such attacks? There is no way that we can protect ourselves forever. Although Olanka became a wizard and stayed in the Sylve Empire for a long time, he did not think highly of its system. This was because his ideals differed from Wendy and Wolf, who were more influenced by the human civilization. While Wendy was crazy about human development, Olanka enjoyed the freedom of being an elf. Olanka had become the elder of the Moonlight Elves, the believer of the goddess of harvest and earth. Standing under the tremendous tree of life, Olanka pondered the future of the Moonlight Elves. Unlike the withered tree of life in the Sylve Empire, the tree of life that belonged to the Moonlight Elves was still in its prime. There were a large number of elf eggs on it, which hatched new elves. These eggs were the future of the Moonlight Elves race. But at the top of the tree, wounds could clearly be seen where it was attacked by a dead wingbird a few years ago. The dead wingbird was half deer and half bird, with a deer's head and legs and a bird's back and wings. It often came and ate the eggs off of the Tree of Life at midnight. Olanka led the Moonlight Elves to fight with the dead wingbird. As the flying monster could stir up a fiery storm with just its wings, the Moonlight Elves lost horribly. Finally, Olanka set up a witchcraft trap to kill the terrible beast. By that time, the Tree of Life had already been devastated. During the next few years, it bore no elf eggs. In fact, it was only this year that the elf eggs began appearing again. The night breeze blew through the Tree of Life, causing its leaves to rustle. Olanka stood under the tree, his eyes closed, as if he was listening for something. Long ago, Olanka seemed to be able to feel that the Tree of Life had its own will. It seemed to have its own ideas. Whenever he came close to the Tree of Life, Olanka could feel that it had an immortal soul. At this moment, a sudden sound came from the tree, frightening Olanka. He looked up and saw a figure sitting on one of its huge branches. The figure was dressed in a white robe and wore a mask with a sun pattern on it. It was Lu Ziyu who bowed and asked Olanka, "Can you hear that?" As Lu Ziyu looked curiously at Olanka, who was below him on the ground, he thought that Olanka was a very interesting elf. He seemed to be able to communicate with the Tree of Life, which Lu Ziyu could not do, as the will of the Tree of Life resisted communicating with Lu Ziyu. It was almost as if it could perceive Lu Ziyu was a very terrible existence. Lu Ziyu had been choosing among the candidates that he would make gods. Only when 17 gods had gathered together, all of the thrones were filled, could Maria's world truly become a world of gods, thus making it a perfect world. Besides Kelly, Verthandi, and Delmilmidi, Lu Ziyu was now tasked with choosing the next one with potential. Olanka could clearly see the figure on the tree. He could find out nothing more with the mind power. This told him that the image in front of him was only a fantasy. But he could feel that the Tree of Life was scared of this existence. "Who are you?" Olanka asked. Instead of replying, Lu Ziyu turned into a beam of starlight, then landed right in front of Olanka, who looked nervously at him, unable to speak. Even in front of the powerful Queen Wendy, Olanka hadn't felt so awestruck. Even his witchcraft was rendered useless by this fierce figure. "I have many names. Some call me Feroz, while some call me Randall, but your elves are more accustomed to calling me the Lord of Natural Order," Lu Ziyu said. Olanka felt like he had been hit by a lightning bolt. The Lord of Natural Order was the creator and the first god in the elves' legends. Lu Ziyu stood under the Tree of Life and looked at the tree that had given birth to innumerable elves. This tree had changed a lot compared to when it had just created by Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu had originally thought that belief could bring power. Then, when Stikwa, with the help of the Church of True God, had gained extraordinary power and reached level 4, Lu Ziyu was finally able to confirm that belief could create power. He also discovered that the Tree of Life had its awareness because of the elves' worship and belief. Specifically, as the Tree of Life was the mother that bred the elves after it had absorbed the energy of their beliefs, a special life form was born. "You're a god? The Lord of Natural Order?" Olanka felt his muscles tense as he stammered out the words. Although he had heard countless legends that spoke of the gods, when such an existence really stood in front of him, the emotions of shock, fear, and awe suddenly rose up within him. Lu Ziyu nodded and pointed to the Tree of Life. "She also has the potential to become a god in the future." "She? Is she the goddess of earth and harvest?" Olanka stuttered again. "She has an independent personality?" The personality of this Tree of Life was stronger than that of the one that he had seen with Wendy. This one had reached level 5 and had an independent personality. So, no wonder that Lu Ziyu felt that she could communicate. Lu Ziyu shook his head. "She is yet a god, but she has all kinds of potential to become a god one day. She even has many natural advantages. Personality was born with your prayers. As you believe in the goddess of harvest and earth, then she will finally become a goddess of harvest and earth. When the time comes, she will become the goddess defending moonlight elves, and she will sit on the throne." Olanka looked at the Tree of Life. They regarded her as their mother. As such, no one could truly understand the elves' feelings towards the Tree of Life, let alone the grief that they all felt the moment the Tree of Life died in Sylvie. Can she really be a god? Olanka needed a little more reassurance. Lu Ziyu nodded. Every world needs a god to maintain order and ensure the stability and development of that world. After all, the god is the guardian of world. She has the qualification to become a god, but now it is only a qualification. Olanka felt that this was what he had been waiting for. The future of the Moonlight Elves. If the Moonlight Elves could have their own goddess, then the Moonlight Elves civilization would never die. Olanka gently touched the branches of the Tree of Life. then looked at Lu Ziyu with determination. Lord of Natural Order, what do we do now? Protect her. That's enough, Lu Ziyu said. Lu Ziyu turned around and looked at the Tree of Life. He then stretched out his hand, and the light that was coming from his hand kept glowing and illuminating the earth. The light appeared to be a golden, translucent crystal, with countless symbols and words flowing inside it. It was actually a seed that granted whoever possessed it the right to ascend the throne. Only with it could a candidate become a god after reaching level 7 and ascending the throne. At this time, the Tree of Life seemed to feel the great attraction of the crystal. As Lu Ziyu held it high, the crystal slowly entered the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life seemed to be rekindled by this merging. This integration of its independent personality and divine personality immediately caused a tremendous mind power to burst forth, while flashy lights shone in the sky. For the first time, Olanka heard her voice so clearly and felt her. It was a beautiful female voice that said, "My name is Bernice. When she comes to the throne, you will get everything you want," Lu Ziyu said to Olanka. When Olanka looked back, he saw the Lord of Natural Order disappearing. At this moment, the change of the Tree of Life woke up the elves. Many of the elves looked at the Tree of Life, and everyone felt that this tree now seemed to have its own thoughts. At that moment, the Tree of Life communicated with the elves for the first time, and the Moonlight Elves started to build their own beliefs around it. Olanka immediately became a servant to this god. Although Bernice, who had a divine personality, could not yet ascend the throne or amend any rules in Maria's world, she had the power to grant divine seeds and establish a divine system. So, Olanka helped Bernice establish her own sacrificial system, as well as her own divine system. Through sacrifice and worship, Bernice gained strength. In fact, she was expected to ascend to the throne soon. Gradually, under the guidance of Olanka, many moonlight elves with extraordinary power were born. They then were able to successfully expel the ferocious magical beasts in the Silver Moon Forest and establish their own elf kingdom. The moonlight elves gradually became different from the elves in the Sylve Empire. While the Sylve Empire honored wizards and knowledge above all, the moonlight elves cherished the customs and beliefs that belonged solely to the elves. As time went on, there were greater differences in their belief systems, customs, and habits, which resulted in friction. Due to this, many conflicts arose. Lu Ziyu stood in his huge study, facing 2 rows of bookshelves. The sunlight was streaming in from the outside, falling on a long table that was scattered with drawings. A sphinx beast was resting by the door. At present, Lu Ziyu's eyes were fixed on the wall. There were many items on the wall, the most prominent of which was a mural. It looked similar to a Kabbalah tree, but Lu Ziyu preferred to call it the model of the world tree. This model of the world tree presented the rules of the gods in Maria's world. Upon the model of the world tree, 17 round wheels symbolized different rules and powers of the 17 gods. Every had a groove. 4 of the grooves were empty, and the other 13 grooves were inlaid with divine personalities, indicating that there were 13 gods that were still waiting to ascend their thrones. Lu Ziyu stood under the huge mural and looked up at the model of the world tree. He had a feeling that once the 13 gods were selected, all of Maria's world would be under the full control of these gods. As all of these gods' powers came from Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom of Gaia, when that time came, the power of the divine kingdom of Gaia would, in essence, control all aspects of the world. Then, as the gods continued to learn the rules, Lu Ziyu would gradually become stronger until he was finally able to turn Maria's world into a divine world entirely. Lu Ziyu thought that at that time he would reach level 9. Then he would not need the power of the scroll to create things any longer. Instead, he would be able to change materials' forms and shapes. As he thought about these things, Lu Jiu felt excited. From the very beginning, he wanted to shake off his dependence upon the scroll. At present, it seemed that Lu Jiu would very likely achieve this goal. But it's not easy to gather 17 gods, Lu Jiu sighed. It was not a simple task at all, as all of the 17 gods must meet his standards. If an unqualified existence was chosen to become a god, it could prove disastrous. Lu Jiu kept rubbing his chin, wondering where he should go next to find a suitable candidate. While he was thinking, he sometimes frowned and sometimes smiled. At this time, Delmity, who was standing at the door, was holding some bread that Eva had just made for her. As she licked the butter on the bread, she stared at the changing expressions on Lu Jiu's face in amazement. She then yelled, "Eva, Dad's gone crazy." Lu Jiu picked up the screaming Delmity, who still looked like a child, causing her to giggle and scream out of both surprise and happiness. Lu Jiu hugged her and spun her around in circles as her giggles rang out through the study. "Why don't you ever seem to grow? Your sister has been an adult for so long," Lu Jiu said. "That's because I'm still young," Delmity said, looking both innocent and quite dissatisfied with this question. Lu Jiu pinched her cheeks and thought for a while before he shook his head and said, "I think it's because you are silly." Delmity immediately glared at Jiu and made threatening gestures towards him to show her anger. Eva, who had just come in with her plate, totally ignored the fighting between the father and daughter. Out at sea, on a huge wooden ship with visible wheels, a huge chimney emitted a thick cloud of smoke, while the continuous rotation of the wheels pushed the huge ship forward. The ship also had sails, and several identical boats, as well as normal sailboats, followed the ship on the sea. It was a huge fleet that had the mark of the Shan City-State Alliance upon it. It was actually a miracle to see human beings, ships, and boats in the deep sea area. For hundreds of years, human beings had only been able to trade and sail in the coastal waters. As such, this kind of adventure into the depths of the sea was rare. In fact, it had even been considered suicide before. However, during the recent decades in the Shan City-State Alliance, many adventurers had led their fleets into the sea. However, most of them had died, having been devoured and sucked into the bellies of the children of the sea, or they had been lost at sea and never returned. Since the invention of the steam engine wheel ship, people who had explored the whole Alan continent area were no longer satisfied with their past achievements. They didn't want to be confined to the mainland, and they yearned for the open sea, hoping to find a new route that would open the door to another continent. Marina Bosse's adventure opened their eyes to the fact that, at the other end of the ocean, there was a whole different world where magnificent mermaids and beautiful fairy-like elves lived. Thus, countless people attempted to follow in the footsteps of Marina Bosse by recreating her journey, but until now, no one had succeeded. This fleet had been sailing on the sea for an entire year. Along the way, it had encountered all kinds of terrible monsters and dangers. If it had not been for the alchemists on board, it would have been destroyed in the sea. However, they were still much luckier than Marina Bosse, as they had been gifted a precise map by Marina Bosse herself, which allowed them to travel directly from the Shan City-State Alliance to Yala. What's wrong? According to the map, we should have arrived in Yala 10 days ago. The captain looked at the map and frowned. This was not the first time that he had been troubled, feeling that something was amiss with this journey. Could it be that we have gotten lost? A sailor asked from behind him. Maybe the so-called elf kingdom is just a lie, another sailor said. No! The great Miss Marina said it was true, and she certainly wouldn't deceive us. So, it must be real. Another sailor adamantly supported Miss Marina's words. At this moment, the sailor standing near the mast suddenly cried out, "Captain Brown, look ahead. It's a continent." The sailor's cry immediately shocked all of the people on board. The people who had just been quarreling immediately scrambled over to the ship's side, while looking at the distant, hazy shadow, which was indeed a huge continent. Captain Brown shouted out in delight, "We found it." The elf continent, Yala. Captain Brown, whose full name was Jonathan Brown, was the owner of Brown Shipbuilding Workshop. He graduated from the School of Alchemy of the Akkad Alchemy College and was a well-known alchemist. People preferred to call him Little Brown because he was the grandson of the famous faker Lars Brown. Lars Brown carried out many research projects and made many inventions during his lifetime. Regarding the promotion and sharing of alchemy skills, he was in par with some of the most famous alchemists. His most memorable invention was the steam engine. With the wider use of steam engines becoming prevalent in the Shan City-State Alliance, the name of Lars Brown was mentioned on a daily basis. It was incredible for a person with a normal background like him to have become such a prestigious and well-known alchemist. Jonathan Brown was the first alchemist to build a steam wheel boat, and its popularity made him a well-known and wealthy man in the Shan City-State Alliance. After amassing a great deal of wealth and becoming a famous alchemist, Jonathan set his sights on the sea. He hoped to recreate Marina Bossi's miracle, thus paving the way to gain access to the Yala continent and a connection with the magical elf world. From the elves' various works of art to their peculiar medicines, as well as the gold and diamonds that were abundant in the Yala continent, all of these things attracted the people of the Shan City-State Alliance. Jonathan Brown was also eager to see elves with his own eyes, as they were legendary and were supposedly beautiful creatures. Jonathan first arrived at the southern part of the Yala continent, where they traveled for a long time before they found one of the elf tribes, which were called the Sun Elves. The Sun Elves lived on the edge of Sandro Highland, which was an endless highland. Sandro Highland was not a desert, but was covered by soft grass and dense moss. The mountains were surrounded with clouds and mists. When the sun shone down upon this place, it looked as beautiful as a fairyland. At this moment, the Sun Elves were in a very dangerous situation. The magical beasts in Sandro Highland were multiplying, while the living area of the Sun Elves was shrinking. As a result, all of their scattered elves' villages had been relocated to the surrounding areas of the Tree of Life. Even so, the decline of the Sun Elves seemed unstoppable. Once again, the Sun Elves appealed to the Sylve Empire for help, but as they lived far away from each other, the Sylve Empire could not always come in time, and they would not stay for long time even when they did make the journey to offer aid. Thus, there were only two choices left for the Sun Elves. They must either become stronger or become part of the Sylve Empire. At present, the Sun Elves were having difficulty making the final decision, and as the magical beasts in the depths of Sandro Highland were coming back again, ready to launch another disaster, time was of the essence. This was a battle for survival, as both the magical beasts and the Sun Elves were fighting for their habitats. It was at this exact time that Jonathan's fleet came to Sandro Highland and met the Sun Elves. For the first time, the people from the Shan City-State Alliance were able to cast their eyes upon the most beautiful creatures in the world. Moreover, Jonathan had not only gotten the map from Marina Bossi, but he had also learned some Sylar, which was the elf's language. Therefore, Jonathan could communicate with the elves. The knights and alchemists in Jonathan's fleet helped the Sun Elves fight off the magical beasts. Gunners jammed gunpowder into their barrels and shot magic beasts, while Blood Knights cooperated with the elves to fight on the ground. The alchemists even used their alchemy cannons to tear the magic beasts to pieces. The alchemists also used all kinds of witchcraft and alchemy props to aid the Sun Elves. Jonathan used alchemy props that were made with the magical beasts' deified cells, and many alchemists and knights were equipped with specially modified mechanical arms. Their strong fighting capacity impressed the Sun Elves immensely. Thus, Jonathan's crew quickly built friendships with the Sun Elves and became their honored guests. Jonathan had personally saved an elf shooter during the battle, and he had also won the admiration of an elf girl. During his stay with the Sun Elves tribe, the two fell in love. Jonathan's brave performance in the battle had also impressed the elf elders. So, when Jonathan requested to marry the elf girl, they readily agreed and gave their blessing. The pair were then married under the Tree of Life. This grand wedding was attended by tens of thousands of elves. They danced and sang, showing Jonathan the passion and merriment that the elves were so well known for. Jonathan's marriage with the beautiful elf girl instantly made all of his crew members envious. After exchanging alchemy cannons and various goods from the human world with the Sun Elves, Jonathan began to travel to the most powerful elf tribe in Marina Bosse's adventure records. This tribe was known as the Sylve Empire and was very different from the Sun Elves. In addition to Jonathan's wife, Rosia, several Sun Elves, who were going to study in the Corolla Tower in the Sylve Empire, accompanied Jonathan. Jonathan stood at the ship's head with his wife in his arms. Rosia looked at Jonathan and said, "I find that the power of the alchemists is very similar to that of the elf wizards." Jonathan looked at his wife with loving eyes as he told her a secret. "I heard from my grandfather that the origin of the alchemists were actually the wizards. This is a forbidden secret among the alchemists." Rosia then asked him, "Are wizards the most powerful existences in the world?" Jonathan immediately shook his head. "No, the most powerful are the gods. No one is more powerful than the gods. Also, besides wizards, there are priests of the faith of the sun, the priests of the Church of Light, and the holy knights of the faith of the sun on the Alan continent. They are all equally or more powerful than the wizards." Jonathan then said, "In addition, there are some evil powers such as demons and demon warlocks, which are said to belong to another evil and chaotic world. They do not belong to our world. There are also dragons. Also, wizards are divided into different groups and hold different powers. There are..." As Rosia was listening to Jonathan about the outside world, she realized that the world was so big, so vast, and so extensive. It was astounding to her to hear there were countless powerful races in the world, with all kinds of extraordinary powers. We Sun Elves only worship the Tree of Life, and now there are not many left who worship the Lord of Natural Order. Moreover, I heard that the Moonlight Elves have their own god, and they are helping that god to ascend the throne. No wonder the Moonlight Elves have become so powerful. I heard that even the Sylve Empire dared not offend them," Rosia told Jonathan. Jonathan suddenly turned around and looked at Rosia as he asked, "What did you just say?" After that, he shook his head, as if he had just heard the strangest thing. How could it be possible that gods exist? Nobody knows how they are born. The Moon Elves want to create their own god. How that possible? Rosia was confused by his words, so she asked, "I heard it from my father after he had gotten drunk. He was an elder of our tribe and had stayed with the Moonlight Elves. He wanted to learn the Moonlight Elves' magic in order to protect our tribe." She took a breath, then continued to explain. "He stayed there for a period of time and participated in their sacrificial rituals. The Moonlight Elves relied on the power of their god to protect the Silver Moon Forest. As such, they have become much stronger than us, but originally, we were pretty much the same in regards to power. I thought that, perhaps if we had our own god, then our tribe would not be afraid of those beasts. Jonathan believed Rosia would not lie to him, but he still felt what she said was impossible. Whether this is true or false, we should still not mention it to the others. Let's keep this our secret and tell no one for now, as it would only bring disaster to us. Jonathan said. Jonathan saw the city of the Elf Empire for the first time. He crossed Seth City, along the River of Life, then entered Sylve City in the Forest of Life. The elf wizards had become the most important part of the Elf Empire. Everything in the city surprised Jonathan, especially the applications of the alchemy in the elves' daily lives and their attempts to build a city of witchcraft with the help of alchemy, blood, witchcraft, and dreamcraft. He was shocked by the elves' industriousness, the rise of the druids, and the projection of boundary witchcraft that was used by the boundary wizards were also unexpected to Jonathan. Only then did he truly see the real elf kingdom, which was a world that was totally different from that of the Sun Elves. What shocked Jonathan the most were the ancient war trees. He wondered, how did the elves breed such powerful magical beasts, which are also extremely rare? This exceeded Jonathan's imagination. The super-large witchcraft boundary that the elves created while working with the ancient war trees also felt like a dream to Jonathan. He took his wife's hand and wandered around the city for 2 days. After that time, he knew that even the Shan City-State Alliance could not build such a dreamlike city, which had required the combination of all kinds of witchcraft and countless elites' efforts to create. Wizards and alchemists, compared to the elves, had a natural disadvantage. This was because they were mortal. Therefore, in order to make a breakthrough, they had to spend a lot of time learning. However, no wizard was willing to commit such a large amount of time to only education. At that moment, a group of elves were wearing moon-white cloaks, each of which had a green seed image on the back. They all wore a green pendant on their chests as well. They walked on the slate road, crossed the fountain square, then stepped up the stairs and headed for the central Sylve Palace. Who are they? Jonathan asked his wife, Rosia. Rosia remembered her husband's advice and carefully said, "They are the moonlight elves from the Silver Moon Forest. The marks on their clocks represent that they are the priests of the goddess of harvest." Jonathan nodded. He had never heard about this goddess before. He pondered about whether the goddess had always existed, or if, as Rosia had said, she was about to ascend the throne. Jonathan could sense these priests' power, and it was a power was familiar with. The Church of Light priests, who were always doing missionary work in the Shan City-State Alliance, and the Heavenly Palace priests, who were often in direct conflict with the Shan City-State Alliance, had taught the alchemists a good lesson about priests. At this moment, Jonathan had a feeling of intense fear and bewilderment. At the same time, he also felt that a force was constantly pushing him forward, coaxing him closer to the truth. Maybe it was just because of his curiosity, or maybe it was an attempt to trade with the Moonlight Elves in exchange for special products. But Jonathan once again his crew across the Hagrid Grand Canyon and Highlands to the northern Moonlight Elf tribe. But when he was about to enter the Moonlight Forest, Jonathan abruptly turned around and left. Jonathan could feel the mighty power of the other party, even when he didn't use his mind power. Even the wild magical beasts were afraid to approach this area. Jonathan, who was an alchemist, trembled as soon as he was at the border, and his mind power was constantly warning him of the nearby threat. "Let's hurry and retreat." Jonathan urged the others to leave. not daring to step into the Moonlight Elf tribe's territory. The group quickly gave up their intention of trading, as the Moonlight Forest completely suppressed their witchcraft power. This terrible existence made them feel intensely frightened. Even though Jonathan already knew what was in the forest, he didn't say a word. After trading in Sylve City and receiving an interview from Wendy, Queen of the Sylve Empire, Jonathan began his return journey. It'd been more than a year since he had left Ellen, and the whole crew was looking forward to returning. Although the Yala continent was beautiful, it was not their home. They belonged to the human world. During their return journey, their fleet was filled with cargo. Even Jonathan had brought a lot of witchcraft slaves and PP elves aboard. This was because witchcraft slaves were the most suitable creatures for hard labor, while PP elves had great wisdom, and their abilities to turn invisible and become temporarily deformed made them perfect for certain high-level tasks. On the ship, many sailors watched Yala disappear from sight bit by bit. They felt a little sad, but were still excited to return home. When they thought about the fact that they would stay on the ship, all kinds of dangers along the way, they began to feel a little desperate. Why is it getting so dark? What's that? Look at the sky, a sailor suddenly shouted. When they had not gone very far from Yala, the fleet encountered something amazing. They saw a huge city, which was emerging from the clouds. Many of the people present immediately recalled the old story about the famous painting of the great artist Lars, the capital of God. They all started shouting in amazement. The capital of God. My God, it really exists. This truly is the legendary city of gods. The legend is real. Everyone was shocked at the scene before them. Even the powerful alchemists could never have expected to see such a thing, as Lars had graduated from Akkad Alchemy College. Most people thought that his painting was just a work of art that was based on the legends and his imagination. No alchemist thought that the city was real. As everyone on board stared at the floating city in the sky, their mouths were wide open. The giant flying city hovered in the sky above the fleet, its huge shadow covering the whole sea. The sharp-eyed Jonathan saw the bottom of the floating city, which was a huge mysterious pattern that looked like a tree. The pattern was composed of mysterious images. There were 17 round wheels, each of which flashed a special symbol. 4 of them looked quite familiar to Jonathan: the Church of Light, the Faith of the Sun, the Heavenly Palace, and the Goddess of Harvest. Jonathan exclaimed. He immediately remembered the 4 religions that he knew had gods, each of whose symbols now appeared on a strange pattern, which was branded on the huge sky city. It was the legendary capital of God. At the moment, above the city, 2 figures leaned on its edge, looking down at the sea below. The huge fleet, when seen from the floating city, was only a few small, black spots. Eva looked at Lu Jiyu and asked, "Is that them? Have you decided yet, Master?" Lu Jiyu nodded. They will start a new era. Although they are not the heroes, they will play important roles. It's not that I chose them, but that they happened to come here at such a time. After he said this, the floating city immediately broke through the clouds, penetrated the space, and left. The mysterious pattern contained the secrets of the whole world. It was the realm of the gods and the forbidden place of mortals. Every symbol was full of mystery, and the huge tree structure was like a tree that held up the world. The 17 wheels above, just like the cornerstone of the world, firmly held the tree structure steady. Upon the wheels, there were symbols that represented the thrones of the gods. Why are there 17? What they represent? In the darkness, Jonathan felt that the pattern was constantly enlarging in front of his eyes. Every symbol was being constantly distorted, and it appeared as if they were going to devour him. He was constantly questioning everything and was exceedingly puzzled. He felt that he had just discovered the biggest secret in the world, a secret that could drive anyone crazy, no matter how powerful, no matter what race, and no matter whether he was a king or a civilian. But Jonathan still needed a key clue to find out the truth of the secret. So, 17. There's the Church of Light, the Faith of the Sun, the Heavenly Palace, and the Goddess of Harvest. What are the remaining 13? He wondered aloud. At this time, all of the symbols suddenly distorted into huge and terrible divine shadows. These 17 huge shadows covered the entire sky. They stood like mountains and looked down at him. Jonathan felt like the gods were about to destroy him because he had peeped at their secret. Ah! At that moment, Jonathan woke up from his nightmare with a scream. While sweating and gasping, Jonathan felt that he was possessed. He had been thinking about the unknown mysterious pattern constantly since the return of the fleet from the mainland of Yala. In fact, Jonathan found that the secret that was buried in his heart was eroding him from the inside out. He felt that he had discovered something, but he did not know what exactly it was. "Darling, did you have a nightmare again?" Jonathan's wife asked while she stroked his forehead gently. She was speaking Teuton, which was the language of the Shan City-State Alliance. 6 months ago, Jonathan had finally ended his long journey and had returned to Alan. His wife had followed him, abandoning her tribe in order to accompany him to the world of mankind. Jonathan nodded, then shook his head as he looked at his wife Rosia's worried face. "It wasn't a nightmare. I'm just a little confused." As a top alchemist, Jonathan did not dream often. All of this was because of the mysterious pattern. He felt that if he did not solve the mystery, he would never again be at ease. Even Jonathan knew that the answer could be a taboo that mortals could never touch, or it was very likely to bring disaster upon his family, including his beloved wife. Hence, Jonathan thought that he should let go of this altogether. After all, he already had everything that he needed, including money, status, and love. The more Jonathan thought about this, the more he simply knew that he couldn't suppress his doubts. After all, he was born a curious man. When they returned, Jonathan's crew members were welcomed by countless people. Jonathan, as he ushered his elf wife Rosia down to the dock, received a thundering round of applause. All of the people present looked at Rosia. They had never seen such a beautiful girl. Jonathan was a member of the Brown family, and was also a well-known and powerful alchemist. Although he was not a student of Marina Bosse's, he was thought of highly by her because of Lars Brown. As such, he was absolutely a powerful and wealthy figure in the Shan City-State Alliance. Jonathan, who had now opened up the sea route to another continent, won the praise of everyone, just as Marina had in the past. Jonathan's experience had proven to them that Marina's legendary journey could indeed be replicated. Moreover, the cargo that he had brought back in his fleet made the Shan City-State Alliance crazy with delight. There were gemstones that had been brought back from the elf world, all kinds of strange medicinal materials, spices, delicate silk clothes, and all kinds of alchemy tools, which were extremely popular among the nobles. He had even brought back all kinds of wizard slaves and PP elves, who were, of course, the alchemists' favorites. Through the selling and trade of this precious cargo, Jonathan made a fortune. Meanwhile, his Brown shipbuilding workshop received a lot of orders. The Browns soon became one of the richest families in Tethys, perhaps even in the whole Shan City-State Alliance. Jonathan also became as famous as his grandfather, and he was even called Little Brown. This was because Jonathan had inherited his grandfather's personality, which was marked by his absolute unwillingness to be mediocre. At the moment Jonathan got up and went to his study, where he lit a steam lamp that immediately illuminated the whole room. Like most alchemist studies, Jonathan's study was full of books. There was also a second-generation table, which was quite impressive, as even today. A second-generation alchemy table was only a privilege that the top alchemists could afford to have. The yellow light shone in the room, creating shadows on the walls. Jonathan carefully pulled down the rope on one side of the wall, while the cloth on the wall moved up, revealing a huge painting. There was a large and complex pattern on the painting. The pattern was the world tree model. Its complex structure, mysterious symbols, and wheels that symbolized the various gods fascinated Jonathan. Jonathan picked up the steam lamp and shined its light closer to the model. His eyes were filled with delight as his fingers touched every symbol on the world tree model, bit by bit. He then murmured, "I will unveil your mystery, making me the first to unveil the mystery of the gods." School of Scholars Library, Akkad Alchemy College. Various things, all been restored, and were being kept in the library. This included documents and records of historical changes within the kingdoms, principalities and dynasties, as well as legends and myths. There were also ancient family histories, ancient mythological poems, and numerous literary works among the shelves. By studying the history of each era and familiarizing themselves with the legends of each family, the scholars here could then become highly respected teachers of noble families after graduation, or they could attain some other good job in the Shan city-state alliance. Akkad Alchemy College had been established for nearly 100 years by now. Since its beginning, it had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. Starting out as only a castle, which now acted as its main body, the college had since added a large academic base. Now it was like a small city. The School of Scholars taught many different subjects, and daily, a large number of students, each wearing a scholar's robe, could be seen here. At the moment, Jonathan was leading a tutor to the library, where they would be searching for some information. "These words that you're asking about are too old," the old tutor named David said to Jonathan. Jonathan nodded, then replied, "That's why I had to come and ask you for help. You're the most knowledgeable scholar in this field. If you can't decipher them, surely no one could know what they mean." David shook his head. "These are probably not even actual words. I think they are more like symbols. They look very similar to the witchcraft tactical deployment circle." Jonathan thought for a moment, trying to process what David had just said. David looked at Jonathan, then said, "Maybe this is what an ancient civilization used in the past. I actually remember that I saw a rubbing copy that had a similar pattern on it. Where did I put it?" David then took a book from the bottom of a bookshelf. The book held within it various records of words. Then, he put on his glasses and compared the pattern that Jonathan had brought with a pattern in the book. "It's almost identical. Look at this," David said as he pointed to a pattern in the book. He then explained to Jonathan that what he was holding was a rubbing copy that depicted the historical changes in the orc species. As Jonathan looked at it, he saw that it was very similar to one of the symbols on the 17 wheels. Jonathan immediately became very excited and said, "That's it. What is this?" David frowned as he looked at Jonathan. "What you've shown me is obviously only a small portion of something. What does the whole thing look like?" "Whatever it is appears to be related to ancient times. This is a copy of an inscription from a stone tablet that was found at the Ratmen's ruins, but we have no idea what it means. This is because it is from almost 2,000 years ago, when human beings were probably monkeys in the jungle." David was very surprised by this new development. At first, he just thought that Jonathan had found some strange, old symbols. But now, It seemed that Jonathan's findings were related to some pre-civilization era. This was clearly a legacy of the barbaric era. David was so surprised by this because he used to believe that there were no words at that time. Jonathan, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. David's statement made him even more convinced. What was on the rubbing copy was the very clue that he had been wanting to find. I saw it from some other place, not from the rubbing copy. I just memorized it at that time, but as my memory is not good, I only remembered a part of it. But David, this is very important to me, so you must help me, Jonathan pleaded. David also felt excited, as he was very curious about all ancient secrets. After all, scholars, just like wizards, were keenly interested in exploring the unknown. Orcs were the first race to have a real civilization. The early saga city was first ruled by 12 generations of orc kings in a row. The first race that united all of the orcs were the rat men. It is said that the rat men, the oldest race in the world, although they are now the weakest race, and are currently even rare among the orcs, they were the very first to build a true civilization, invent words, and create city-states, David explained. After hearing David's words, Jonathan nodded. His eyes shone as he exclaimed, "So, it's very possible that they have records that can even be traced back to the barbaric era." Jonathan then grabbed David's shoulder and asked, "Where is the stone tablet?" David thought for a moment, then said, "You have to ask the team that went to the York Kingdom for a geography expedition." Jonathan immediately got out of his seat, rolled up the paper that had the symbols on it, then said to David, "I'll do one better. I'm going to the Orc Kingdom myself." "David, thank you." David's eyes lit up as he said, "Jonathan, I think I can help. Let me go with you." Jonathan hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "I'm sorry, David, but as this is probably a very dangerous thing, I don't want to involve you in it." Jonathan kissed his wife goodbye in the morning before he boarded the ship that was headed to the Orc Kingdom. At the same time, the second and third batches of fleets that had gone to Yala were returning. Although most of the fleets had been lost at sea due to the battle with the children of the sea and sea monsters, there were always people who could afford to hire new crews, mainly consisting a large number of priests and alchemists. They then equipped themselves with a large number of alchemy cannons and steamships, and had thus made their ways back safely. The connection between human beings and the elf world was thus built. The goods of the human beings had gradually flowed into the Yala continent, while various specialties of the elf world had also come into the human world. The existence of the Sylv Empire had also become a hot topic among human beings. Everyone knew that, in the far eastern world, there was a land that belonged to the elves, as well as a powerful empire and a civilized world that was beyond the human imagination. In addition, another piece of information was being spread throughout the human world. The tribe that was called the Moonlight Elves was gradually becoming known. Unlike the Sylv Empire, this elf tribe refused to connect with the outside world. Thus, the only reason why they were known to the outside world was because they had touched the realm of the gods. Outside Finlet, in the Shan City-State Alliance, a beautiful manor existed. Its interior was decorated with the most luxurious items. Statues, created by famous artists, had been placed in the courtyard. Ancient paintings hung on the walls. Carpets, made from magical beasts' fur, covered many of the room's floors, and delicate glass shutters let the moonlight in each night, causing the remaining bare floorboards to shine. At the moment, a grand banquet was being held in the manor. Not long ago, the master of the manor had returned from the other side of the sea, accompanied with numerous commodities and unbelievable wealth. Overnight, his status had skyrocketed. and he had instantly become a popular figure in the capital of Shan. During the banquet, meat from all kinds of exotic animals was brought to the table. Maids in beautiful clothes were kept very busy as men and women enjoyed copious amounts of delicious food and great wine. They were all celebrating the manor master's successful trip and safe return. The sky's stars were dim this night, and at the end of the banquet, all the nobles and rich people left, one after another. Once they were all gone, the manor master rushed upstairs, carrying a beautiful maid in his arms. Then the servants got to work, cleaning up the hall. At this time, a large number of figures, who were dressed in dark red cloaks, were gathered in the woods that were directly across the manor. Suddenly, the two knights who were guarding the manor entrance saw two of the cloaked men rush out amid the darkness. The two figures silently cut off the two knights' heads. Following that, dozens of figures in dark red cloaks rushed into the manor, pulled out their swords, and blocked the entrance. At that moment, they commenced a full-on massacre against all of the people inside the manor. "Ah! Close the door! Don't let 'em get in!" "Stop them!" someone from the manor screamed, as all of those inside the manor descended into a panic. The assassins who had just entered the manor killed whoever they saw. Blood was everywhere, seeping through the cracks of the slates. Amid the chaos, tables were kicked over, priceless porcelains from the kingdom of Puzut were broken, and everything in the assassins' paths was destroyed. "Please don't kill us!" As they tried to run away and begged for their lives, the maids were all killed in the corridor. Although the manor's guards rushed out and fought with the assassins, every assassin seemed to have an immortal body, so even if several swords penetrated their bodies, they did not die. It appeared as if they all had infinite strength and limitless life force. At this time, the master of the manor rushed out of his room, only to find himself surrounded by men in dark red cloaks. He then cried out in alarm, "Who are you? What do you want?" A man came out from behind him and lifted his red cloak, revealing a very handsome face. But within that handsome face shone a pair of monstrous pupils. "Mr. Alchemy, we are paying you this visit tonight because we have heard some interesting news. It is said that, when you went to Yala, you met the Moonlight Elves tribe and got some news that could shock the whole world," the man yelled. He then asked, "Wouldn't you like to share this news?" The master of the manor looked at the mark on the man's arm. Although he could only see a part of it, he recognized it immediately and exclaimed, "The Church of True God, your race has not died out yet?" As he was an alchemist, the master of the manor's face immediately became gloomy. He quickly looked around and used his flashy blinding. At that moment, a dazzling light quickly covered the entire manor. Then, he turned around and ran, while throwing out an alchemy bomb. The sound of its violent explosion was earth-shattering. Both the houses and walls were destroyed by it, collapsing instantly. The master of the manor then jumped down from a window, and when he was about to land on the ground, a huge pillar was thrown down from the sky. The huge pillar, which had been shot like a sharp arrow, directly hit the master of the manor. "Stone skin," the master yelled, using a blood witchcraft. This caused his skin to quickly turn hard and become a gray-white color. After he was hit, he was thrown directly into the fountain pool that was in the garden. His bones were broken, and his body was bent in a very strange position, but he was still alive. At that moment, a figure rushed down from the broken wall and stood in front of the manor master, grabbing his head and lifting him out of the fountain. The figure then said to the master, "You are so cruel. Now tell me, what did you see in Yala?" The master kept spitting out blood as he looked at him and begged. It was a demigod, one that was ready to ascend the throne and become a god of the divine kingdom. We helped the moonlight elves and established friendship with them. The demigod gave me an amulet. It's in. At this time, the master's face suddenly changed, growing quite fierce. No! The head of the Church of True God immediately roared, but it was too late. A green leaf glittered on the master's chest, melting the dark red cloaks of the men in its intense, glowing light. This is the power of a divine incantation. It's not the Church of Light, the priests of the underworld, nor the holy knights. What is it? Save us! The men in the cloaks screamed, while the light that was melting their cloaks gradually revealed their true appearances. Their skin was grainy and rough like soil, and their bodies swiftly sprouted a large number of tentacles and claws. But they couldn't move, and one by one, they gradually melted into a puddle of mud. However, their leader became a true monster. His hands morphed in innumerable tentacles, and although his body had melted a great deal, it still was able to support him. You asked for it, the monster shouted at the manor master as he set the master on fire. This devil's flame swallowed up the master little by little, and his consciousness was gradually burned into ashes. After that, the leader of the Church of True God regained his human form, bit by bit, then picked up the green leaf, which had now lost its power. As the ships that had gone to the mainland of Yala began to return, they encountered many incidents. As a result, a large number of people were kidnapped or killed. Some of these people panicked and sought protection, while others disclosed what they knew in order to save their lives. Jonathan and many of his crew members were also involved. But as Marina had received news of these incidences, she promptly helped to protect both Jonathan and his family by all means that she could. As Tethys was the base of the alchemists and the Akkad Alchemy College was located here, there were always many powerful alchemists gathered here. Therefore, those who were closely watching Jonathan in secret, who now knew that Marina was on his side, dared not make any moves. The central province, the Sumerian kingdom. An old man with scars on his face met several men from the Shan City-State Alliance in a secret room in the palace. The scarred-faced man was the founder of the Church of True God, Hekphos. At this time, he had secretly also become the real master of the Sumerian kingdom. This meant that he was now a powerful demon warlock. The rumor was true. Hekphos' face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Semigod, half divine." When he said these words, a crazed, greedy look appeared on his face. He then cackled before asking, "Is there really a way to become a god? Ha ha ha, if so, I also have the chance to become a god, thus becoming the master of all sentient beings." Besides Hekphos and the Church of True God, wizards, kings, and nobles, as well as all of the forces hiding in the dark, and even the Church of Light were all aware of this news. As such, they were making their moves from the dark shadows. Go to Yala, as there lay the secrets of becoming a god. At all costs, we must get there ahead of the others. The secret of becoming a god is finally before us. Everyone was in a mad rush, as they were all eager to touch the realm of the gods with their mortal bodies. After all, becoming an immortal god and controlling all of the world's living beings was enough to make any person risk everything. Thus, countless ships set sail towards Yala, all of which were filled with powerful people, the Tyratan Kingdom, in the Orc world. Since the collapse of the Holy Civil Empire, the Orc world had been divided yet again. Now, the lords or governors all occupied different parts of the land, and the Tyratan Kingdom had taken over Saga City and the Red River Plain. The founder of the Tyratan Kingdom was Tiridan. He was a minotaur who had participated in the early dragon-slaying war, the Northern Expedition, and the founding of the Holy Civil Empire. He had been defending the Lion King Will, and had died in the Ghost Breakout. As such, He was known to be Nightwill's heir. After the collapse of the Holy Civil Empire, he had occupied the most prosperous city, Saga City, along with the Red River Plain and the Salt Pool. It had been more than 100 years since the collapse of the Holy Civil Empire. Although the Holy Civil Empire had fallen, the integration of the orc races had essentially been completed. Also, the policies and systems of the Holy Civil Empire had been relatively maintained. However, the tribal system had disappeared, so most of the orcs now lived in the cities. Bulburg was a newly established orc city. Originally, it was a castle where only nobles lived. After the empire's expansion, a new orc city was built around the castle. Recently, a group of human scholars, after spending a lot of money, were allowed by the governor of Bulburg to explore the historic sites of the orcs in the area. At this time, Jonathan hired a bunch of orcs to help him discover the remains of the early rat men. Saga was not the first city where the rat men had lived, but it was the cradle of the rat men's civilization. In a hilly area that was next to a village, Jonathan found traces of the early rat men. Someone told him that the stone slate that he was looking for had been taken by a peasant who wanted to build his pigsty with it. After receiving this lead, the orcs in the village spent their leisure time helping Jonathan excavate the ruins. As compensation, Jonathan paid them generously for their labor. At this time, a large number of orcs could be seen, all of them exploring the ruins with great enthusiasm. As they dug deeper and deeper, an ancient city gradually emerged among the rubble. The city had tall walls and simple houses. During the excavation, Jonathan also found ancient pottery coins, pottery utensils, stone tablets, and various living necessities that had belonged to the rat men. Surprisingly, he even found a tomb. At one time, the rat men were the strongest race of the orcs, which explained why Jonathan found such a large number of orc slaves' corpses in the tomb. Jonathan thought that these slaves must have been offered as sacrifices. During his search, Jonathan found no gems or gold, which might explain why the governor of Bulburg was so generous to him. But these things that he had found, at least for scholars, were invaluable treasures, as they could help the scholars learn more about the early ages. Even after finding all of these things, Jonathan still frowned. After all, he still hadn't found what he was looking for. He had come here for a specific purpose, not to explore the history and changes of the early orc civilization. "Mr. Brown, there's something that you should see." One of the scholars, who had accompanied Jonathan from the Shan City-State Alliance, seemed very excited. Jonathan immediately got up and went over to him and the group of scholars that he was standing among. Along the way, he passed the ruins of the streets of the Ratmen's city. The moment he entered the center of the city, he noticed an ancient building that was sloping and had a collapsed spire. "What is this? Is it a palace? Call everyone over and start to dig here. Be careful not to destroy anything, especially any writings," Jonathan yelled. Compared with the buildings, this building was more magnificent. As they continued to excavate, they discovered steps, tall pillars, and ancient orc statues. "This looks like it is a temple." A young scholar on the other side was observing a pattern on the building, and he suddenly voiced his opinion in delight. "See this part below? That means sacrifice," a middle-aged man, who was holding a shovel, exclaimed. "What temple? For which god?" Jonathan asked anxiously. "It's not clear. We can't confirm until we get inside and have a closer look. But it seems like it's not any god that we know," the young scholar said. The anthropologists in the group became excited, and one of them exclaimed, "This is the lost civilization. The oldest civilization. Now, maybe we can finally find out what the world like more than 2,000 years ago. Entering from the window above the spire, they made their ways into the interior of the temple. Their torchlights illuminated a world that no one had entered for many years. Many portions of the temple had collapsed, which blocked their way in many directions. As such, Jonathan and the others had to spend a lot of time snaking their ways through the collapsed stairs and ramps before finally entering the center of the temple. A giant statue at the center of the temple had clearly collapsed, leaving only its base there. "Look here. What does that mean? On this wall, are those words?" Jonathan asked. Everyone held up their torches to get a better look at the murals on the surrounding walls. Jonathan stood near the first mural. It depicted a blurred figure who was sitting in the darkness and holding something in his hands. "Which god is this? Why is he different from the other gods? What is he holding in his hand?" As Jonathan stared at the man's image on the wall, he suddenly dropped his torch on the ground. "Mr. Jonathan?" A man, noticing something wrong, quickly ran to check on Jonathan. Jonathan raised his finger and pointed to the mural, then murmured, "He's holding our world." Jonathan felt his teeth chatter when he said this. Everyone turned back and looked at the man in the mural. Suddenly, they felt that the figure on the mural was enlarging. The blurry item in his hands gradually became a globe, in which innumerable living creatures could be seen, and the sun and stars were circulating around. The man literally looked like he was holding the world as he was sitting and watching the rising and setting of the sun. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and they could not wait to look at the second mural. The second mural showed the birth of the sun and moon, as well as the evolution of all things. Then, they saw the third and the fourth murals, which were abstract evolutionary histories of the world, which included orcs, elves, humans, mermaids, dragons, all kinds of other life forms. "This is impossible. This must be from the rat men's imaginations," a scholar exclaimed, wanting to deny what he was seeing. After all, that was a barbaric age, which existed more than 2,000 years ago. How could they know about dragons, elves, and mermaids back then? As they could not even cross the Alan continent, let alone explore the whole orc world? Everyone turned to look at the collapsed shoe, while they trembled in fear. Jonathan then said to the others, "This is the Creator." In the abandoned temple in the darkness, torches were flickering. All of the people felt panic filling their hearts, but didn't know why. All of the people present were either the Browns or loyalists to the Browns. All of them were Jonathan's most trusted people. That's why Jonathan had come here with them. Jonathan looked at every mural very carefully. He felt that what he was looking for must be here. Surely, the truth he and all of the alchemists had pursuing was only a step away. "Where is it?" Jonathan murmured. When he arrived at the collapsed statue, the mural on the wall ended abruptly, as if it had quickly been erased, leaving only a few lines of Sophoc. This was the oldest Sophoc language, which was very different from today's Sophoc. However, Jonathan could read this language. As he shone his torch on the wall, he read out the words, "Look for the eternal stars. Bad consequences come at last." Suddenly, he felt a blast of cold air invade the ruined temple in an instant. In that same moment, an intense despair surged up from the bottom of his heart. Bad consequences. As Jonathan repeated these two words behind him, the middle-aged scholar's face was cloudy. The scholar then said, "Rat men are the most mysterious people. The birth of their race seems to have a mysterious meaning. They are the earliest race and the first civilization, but they decline so soon. Nobody knows the reason for their sudden decline. This is a curse of God. What on earth did they do?" Jonathan looked at the opening line, then murmured, "Look for the eternal stars." Stars in Sophoc also refer to gods and the kingdom of God. What could be more terrifying to gods than exploring the realm of the gods and their authority? Suddenly, everyone felt an awareness explode in their minds. A young man who was behind Jonathan looked at him and asked, They? They want to become gods? Instead of responding, Jonathan knocked on the stone wall, trying to figure out how to take it away. He seemed to touch on something, when suddenly the stone wall moved abruptly. Jonathan stepped back and saw the back of the stone wall. It had turned via a secret button. What he saw before him now was a huge figure who was holding a huge world model in his arms. Within the model was a huge world tree. The world tree supported and maintained the stability of the whole world. Upon the great tree were a number of figures, each with a round wheel that represented their titles and responsibilities. Jonathan recognized at a glance this was the model of the world tree that he had been looking for. Its 17 round wheels were linked to each other and formed a stable world. There were also the 17 rules, which enabled the world's stable operation and structure. 17! Ha 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 ha! 17. That's what it means. Jonathan felt his whole body go cold. He had never been so clear yet so numb before. He instantly realized that his body could not move an inch. 17 thrones and 17 gods. This is a tree that holds up the rules of the world. Each round wheel represents the authority of a god. The creator of the world left 17 thrones. Jonathan was almost babbling like a madman now, as he was so excited. This is the greatest gift that the great creator left to the world. He used this to select the world's administrators. In this way, every god manages the operation of part of world and is able to maintain order. This is God's authority and the truth of the world. As Jonathan spoke, he waved his arms like a madman and shouted loudly, as if he had just uncovered the mystery of the world. Jonathan leaned on the stone wall, looked up at the world model, and burst into happy tears. He then shouted, "Look for the eternal stars. Ha ha ha, the rat men are the greatest and most amazing creatures in the world. They are the pioneers of the world. Even if they failed, even if they are dead, even if they annihilated themselves in the dust of history, they have still earned my respect today." He pumped his fist in the air and concluded his impassioned speech. Neither alchemists nor wizards are as great as rat men. They are the first to look for the truth. Besides Jonathan, all of the others began to look at the world model in excitement. Jonathan then squatted down to find that the recently turned wall slate had uncovered a hidden corpse behind it. As he took it out to examine it, he saw that it was a small body and had beautiful patterns on its bones. Its rotted skeletal hand bones were grabbing an ancient leather scroll tightly. The scroll was made of a rat man's skin. Jonathan stretched out his hand to touch the scroll. The moment he touched it, Jonathan felt that the whole world was gazing at him. He was so awestruck, he could hardly move. "Everyone, get out of here!" Jonathan shouted and rushed out, followed by all of the others. In the sky, a flash of light came from the bit wall, traveled thousands of miles in an instant, then fell down on the relics. As the fierce light covered everything on the ground, dust flew everywhere. Above the castle, dark clouds amassed. It almost felt as if the gods were angry with them. All of the people in the city looked up and felt that some drastic changes were taking place. What's wrong with the sky? How did it suddenly happen? Look at the sky. How could it be possible? What is that? No one knew what had happened. Suddenly 16 stars and a silver moon appeared in the sky at the same time, causing everyone to look up. The 16 stars and the silver moon seemed so close to the earth, as if they were directly above everyone's heads. All of the people were so close to the divine kingdom at this moment. Everyone was appreciating the beauty of the stars above them. However, there was still confusion lingering. After all, no one understood what was happening in the world. Astrologers were trying to find out what was going on via the changes in the stars, and the king and the nobles, as well as the wizards and religious believers, were all panicking as the floating castle was traveling among the stars. Without careful observation, no one could perceive the difference between it and the stars. Also, the floating castle was much larger than it had been before. It had really become a city in the sky. Its bottom base was made entirely of metal and was covered with forests and fertile soil. A transparent glass covered the upper part of the floating city, separating it from the outside. As such, it was like a totally independent world. At the moment, the city was covered in darkness, with only a few stars shining over the forests and buildings. Within the city, many small rivers flowed, and animals and insects could be seen in the city's nearby jungle. Bang! As Lu Jiyu snapped his fingers, the atmosphere changed immediately from darkness to light. A flaming red sun that was similar to the one in the outside world then gradually arose. Warm sunshine shone on all of the plants and the animals in the floating city, and there were white clouds in the sky. Inside the floating city, we already have everything we need. Even if we travel in the astral or across the bit walls, we will be fine. This floating city is really independent, Lu Jiyu said. He then added, as Maria's world has more contact with the sky, as time goes on, they will one day gradually explore the entire space, even the bit wall and the stars. Lu Jiyu stretched out, appreciating the beautiful scenery of the floating city. He then took a deep breath, sensing the freshness of the air. Eva then stretched out her finger, causing the season to change from spring to summer. In the floating city, the most noticeable features were 5 huge, ancient trees. Lu Jiyu had designed them after the ancient war tree. He named them fairy trees, and during his designing session, he had incorporated some ideas from the elves about the power of belief. Every fairy tree was a level 4 divine creature, which meant that each one was capable of creating witchcraft boundaries and also had part of the biological imitation ability of the ancient war tree. Most importantly, each fairy tree could produce fairies. These fairies were only a dozen centimeters in size, but they were human-like in shape. However, they were still somewhat similar to demons in appearance. They were a rare type of divine creature, half real and half virtual. The fairies and fairy trees were like believers and gods. The stronger the tree was, the more fairies would be born from it, and the more powerful the fairy family would become. The larger the fairy population became, the greater the faith power and the more powerful the fairy tree would be. But once fairies weakened and disappeared, the power of the fairy tree would also weaken. This was a perfect example of symbiosis and coexistence. Eva watched Lu Jiyu lying on the lawn, then went and sat down near him. They both looked at the forest land below the hillside. On top of the hill, they could see their residence where they lived, as well as the main access road to the buildings at the bottom of the floating city. At the moment, hundreds of fairies were shuttling among the flowers and grasses in the forest, helping Lu Jiyu to maintain the beauty of the floating city. All along the hillside, flowers were blooming and green trees were growing. Several fairies with transparent wings leaned forward and quietly looked at Lu Jiyu. They were shy and looked at him with awe. When Lu Jiyu saw them, they immediately dispersed. "Ah! God found us," one of the fairies exclaimed in surprise. Then all of the fairies, each wearing green leaves clothes, fluttered their wings and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As she could see some embarrassment on Lu Jiyu's face, Eva snickered at him. After all, only Eva was close to the fairies. As such, the fairies liked to play around with her. Eva really liked these little creatures very much, but every time Lu Jiu approached, the fairies would flee in a hurry, as if they had seen some horrible ghost. 5 fairy trees are still not enough. They can barely cover the floating city, Eva said. She was currently in charge of overseeing the structure, scenery, and management of the floating city. Lu Jiu wanted to let her run this city completely because Eva was unwilling to become a god. When the trees continues to grow and there are more fairies, these 5 trees will eventually be able to cover the whole floating city via projection witchcraft. Then, they will be an important guarding force for the floating city. Lu Jiu explained to Eva. Eva looked at Lu Jiu and asked doubtfully, "Master, what is written on that scroll?" He quickly replied, "It outlines the way to become a god. I simplified the way of becoming a god into a few steps. After all, it's not easy to become a god, and I can't explain all of the steps from the beginning to the end. As the thrones have all been arranged in the divine kingdom, the rest depends on their own initiatives now." As the stars appeared in the sky, people were able to see the divine kingdom. The Allen continent started to organize great ceremonies. In particular, several religious groups held grand celebrations in an attempt to communicate with the gods. At this moment, everyone felt a huge pressure in their hearts. Although it was not clear what had happened, everyone felt that the world had changed dramatically. This change might even be unprecedented, but what had caused such a change was not clear. "The Pope is still in the Temple of Light. Has the oracle been given yet?" a priest asked. The Church of Light, which had just nearly 1/3 of the central province, reached its peak with a surge in strength. The third-generation Pope, Armenia, had been described as having comparable merits to the first-generation Pope Hodap. His prestige in the Church of Light had soared to the degree that almost all of the followers were under his command. At this moment, the ambitious Pope was kneeling under the statue of the god, trembling and sweating. He was holding a grand ceremony to ask the gods to give him an oracle. God did not give the oracle himself, but an angel of the divine kingdom came to deliver the oracle. All of the people saw a shiny light falling from the sky, then covering the entire temple of light. After that, numerous white streams of light shot from a saintess' body, glowing throughout the temple. The saintess gave the oracle in the name of the angel. "Someone wants the power of God." Several simple words of the saintess revealed a lot of information. All of the priests present felt a sudden boom, like an explosion had just gone off in their heads. They thought of the rumors that had been circulated in the Allen mainland recently, which made them uneasy. "Evil. Find him. We must find the one who stained God's holy power and send him to hell. Unforgivable." The message from God immediately drove the priests of the Church of Light into a state of complete madness. Everyone wanted to find the guy. Nothing was more hateful to the Church of Light than this evil. This message spread from St. Sarl City, where the kingdom of the Church of Light was located, out into all of the other kingdoms. Although the Church of Light, the Faith of the Sun, and the Heavenly Palace were desperately trying to cover up the news, it still spread like wildfire. Now, kings and nobles and wizards from every kingdom, and even some evil creatures that were hidden in the dark, were all stirred up. This explosive message caused everyone to be on the lookout for this fellow who had made the gods so angry. Danello Harbor, which had been abandoned for decades since the ghost disaster, had been rebuilt after the recovery of the orcs. A new city was now built upon the ruins. The dock was busy, filled with stevedores and boat trackers. Large and small merchant ships sailed here often. Jonathan Brown, who had just arrived at the dock with 2 men, but had yet to approach the dock, turned around and headed back at once. "Bow your head. Don't let anyone see us." Jonathan warned. What's wrong? One of the other two asked with a low voice. It's a trap. 4 of the people squatting over there were from the Faith of the Sun, Jonathan explained hurriedly. The 3 men crossed an alley and went inside the city. On their way, they saw that several soldiers near the entrance were posting arrest warrants. Jonathan looked up and saw was portrait on one of them. He was shocked. He lowered his head and quickened his pace. They finally entered a rundown house, where Jonathan took off his hat and scarf, then hung them on the wall. The weather in the north had started to turn cold, so it was very cold, even inside the room. They all sat around a fire to warm up. After Jonathan and the others left the Rat Men relic site, a powerful force destroyed the entire site in an instant. Fortunately, they survived. Jonathan knew that the explosion, coupled with the previous daytime stars, was a warning. So he had returned to Bulberg overnight and headed for Danello Harbor. He had hoped to take a ferry from here and return to Sean City State Alliance. But Jonathan didn't know that Danello Harbor was now guarded by forces from the army. As Jonathan was only a level 1 alchemist, he was not strong enough to contend with them, nor did he plan to do so. Jonathan squatted in front of the fire, extremely depressed. He then said, "They know it's us. Sure enough, these guys have found me out. Now, the Faith of the Sun must be looking for us too. They are waiting for me to turn up." The middle-aged scholar on the other side said, "We have to leave immediately. I heard that they have begun to check everyone's identities. We humans are too conspicuous in the Orc Kingdom. If we stay any longer, we will surely be found out. We must leave here now. Jonathan, everybody's looking for us. Where are we going to go? What shall we do? Maybe we can go across the Andromeda Mountain to the Central Province." "No, the Church of Light in the Central Province must be looking for us too. We shouldn't have come here. We're done for, Jonathan. You shouldn't have touched the stuff of the gods. We've offended the gods." Everyone was complaining, but none of them could think of a good way out of their current mess. Jonathan was upset, and he looked at everyone and said, "But this is also our great chance, the opportunity of the Brown family to make its mark. We know the biggest secret in the world. As long as we can take the stone mural back to the Central Province, we will have everything." "But how do we get out of here?" asked a young man. All of the people present were part of the Brown family, who were supposed to be the most trustworthy of all people. At this moment, everyone became panicked. If Jonathan could not reassure them, there would surely be internal conflicts that would arise among them. "Don't worry, I've sent a message to Miss Marina. She will not give up on us. After all, we are alchemists and descendants of the great Lars Brown. Even the Church of Light and the Faith of the Sun could not compete with us. Standing behind us are all of the alchemists and the Sean City State Alliance." As soon as Jonathan uttered the name of Miss Marina, everyone became calm again, as if her name alone was a magic spell. "Really? Has Miss Marina gotten the message yet?" someone asked. "When I was in Bulberg, I sent a message to the Alchemy Association of Henitan Empire. When they received the message, they were to cross half of the continent and send it to Sean City State Alliance. According to their report, Miss Marina received our message a few days ago." Jonathan said, "Great! We're saved." Everyone was overjoyed. It turns out that Jonathan had thought of everything. "Yes, so the most important thing for us to do now is not to panic. We need to form a strong and united front." Jonathan raised his voice to rally their enthusiasm. At night, under the lamplight, Jonathan curled up on a bed in the corner, covering himself with a broken quilt. He was carefully reading the Rat Man skin scroll. The contents of the scroll were written in the oldest Sophoc language. Jonathan made notes with a charcoal pen as he read. The more he read, the more his fingers couldn't help but tremble. As a result, his handwriting was very messy. There were a large number of ancient words on the scroll, quite different from modern grammar. They were obscure, difficult to understand. Besides that, there were several taboo matrices that were complex to the extreme. Different patterns could be seen in the three-dimensional mazes, drawn out with special techniques from different angles. They were all showing how to transform one's human body into a divine body. The script above the matrices read, "God is in charge of the rules of the world and defends the truth. The mortal one can't make divine rules. To become a god, one must acquire a divine body, then ascend the divine throne. All insignificant except rules, and the gods create the rules." While he was reading, Jonathan felt that the scroll was revealing the world's greatest secrets. This scroll was filled with all kinds of mysteries and taboos. After Jonathan finished reading the scroll, he threw it and his notes into the fire. The scroll was instantly engulfed in flames. While the fire emitted a wisp of black smoke, Jonathan's eyes shone. At this moment, a ship from the faraway Shan City State Alliance was approaching the Orc Kingdom. It was about to arrive at Danello Harbor. An arbitral knight group from the Turritan Knight Kingdom had also come all the way to Danello. The arbitral knight group were the subordinates of the Faith of the Sun. They first arrived in the Tiridan Kingdom. Then, after checking the Ratman relics, they followed Jonathan and the others all the way to Danello City in the Engido Kingdom. The Engido Kingdom was restored more than 100 years ago by the family of the Queen of Holy Civil Empire. Now, the Holy Temple of the Faith of the Sun was located in Primonius, which was the capital of the Engido Kingdom. Investigations in Danello were intensifying and had impacted its commercial development. Knights of the Faith of the Sun, stopping all of the suspicious people in the city, especially humans. But in this city with a population of 100,000, because of trade, there were tens of thousands of resident human beings, many of whom weren't officially registered in the city's books. This was partly why Jonathan had chosen to hide here. For a while, there would be no danger of his being exposed. But over time, that risk would increase. Hundreds of knights arrived outside the city of Danello. After showing their documents to the guards, they entered the city. All of the passers-by, upon seeing the insignia on the knights' cloaks, immediately stepped back to give way. "Dear Barry, head of the arbitral knights, thank you for coming. Everything is ready." The Gov Danello rushed out of the governor's house to welcome the arbitral knights. Long before, he had received news that an evil blasphemer might be hiding in the Orc Kingdom with some world-shaking secret. The governor immediately set up a trap to catch the guy, but the blasphemer was very alert and saw through his plan. The governor had to block the harbor and the city, then check all of the human beings in the city. But, as the blasphemer was a cunning alchemist, he had thus far successfully evaded them. The position of head of the arbitral knights was similar to the Chief Justice of the Church of Light. He enjoyed a very high rank in the Faith of the Sun. Even in the Orc Kingdom, he was a frightening figure. Now, he had come to Danello personally, even leading hundreds of holy knights who joined him. Still yet, the governor had not completed the task. This made the governor nervous. "Have you caught anyone yet?" Barry asked. Barry was a mixed-race orc who had tiger's blood running through his veins. His armor and holy knight sword looked majestic. His red cloak fluttered in the wind. When he looked at the governor, though he showed no expression, the governor felt tremendous pressure. Not yet. The governor was even more nervous now. This fellow in front of him could identify anyone as a blasphemer, without even going through the legal procedures. The governor then continued. "Nevertheless, he is still in the city. I know this because I have blocked all the ways to go to sea. People have been allowed to enter, but not to leave. Thus, they could not have escaped. We are searching for them all over the city, and we will have results for you soon." The governor then sat down, hoping that Barry wouldn't be angry with him. Barry frowned, let the bloodhounds loose. Since the emergence of magical beasts, wizards had not only studied the power of these magical beasts, but had also constantly bred and domesticated them in various ways. There was even a large number of new variants of magical beasts, which were also bred by wizards. Of course, the church would not turn a blind eye to this situation. Within the churches, as well as resisting and eliminating these wild magical beasts, they began to use their powers. As such, the bloodhound was bred by the faith of the sun. It was the result of multiple hybridizations of 3 hellhounds. It did not inherit the superb power of hellhounds, but its character was not as evil as hellhounds. The bloodhound had a keen sense of smell, especially when they were tracking blood. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, it could track the source immediately. Also, the bloodhound's fur was resistant to extraordinary power forces. This species was a fierce hound like a leopard, with bright black fur and red eyes. Barry put a blood-soaked cloth under one of the bloodhound's noses. The bloodhound sniffed it carefully, then ran towards a corner of Danello City. This cloth was one that the arbitral knights as they had followed Jonathan. Although Jonathan escaped from the Ratmen ruins, many of his men were injured. The arbitral knights turned their residence upside down in order to find this cloth that had their blood on it. Follow the bloodhounds. They can't escape now. In a basement that was full of dust and spider webs, several people were crammed in together. Their eyes were somewhat blurry, as the dirty and messy environment, coupled with days of not eating much food, had made everyone tired and weak. All kinds of emotions surged in the hearts of Jonathan and the others. During this period, they changed their dwellings continuously. They dared not go out during the day, and food and water was scarce. The search in the city became more and more intense, and there were fewer and fewer places for them to hide. A few wizards and alchemists who had been hiding in the city were caught and killed on the spot by the faith of the sun. If it hadn't been for Jonathan's early preparations, he would most likely be dead by now, just like them. Jonathan stood up from time to time, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. As he was a born adventurer, he could naturally predict danger. It was this ability that enabled him to escape traps over and over again, instead of dying like most other adventurers. "We have to get out of here at once," Jonathan said to the others. "And go where?" "We have nowhere to hide," someone said. "I don't feel right about this place. Let's leave here first, then decide what to do next." Jonathan immediately rushed out. Everyone put on their cloaks and followed him. Not long after he left the old warehouse, he saw a group of people in the distance. Soon, a large group of soldiers had surrounded the warehouse where they had been hiding. Jonathan and the others hid among the crowd. If they had left even a second later, they would have been caught by the holy knights of the faith of the sun. They all knew what that would have meant. "Don't look. Leave now." "They arbitral knights. Let's leave separately." "Don't leave together. We will meet in the old place at midnight." Jonathan looked at the insignia on the knights' cloaks and recognized them immediately. "God, why haven't the people come to help yet? We're dead. We can't run away. We can't hide. It's all over," said another member of the group, clearly in despair. Barry rode on a horse and watched the soldiers searching inside, while the situation in the basement was plain. The bloodhound ran around and then looked outside. Barry took it and looked into the crowd. Jonathan crossed dark alleys and ran on a path. He still felt that someone was chasing after him as he was being targeted. No matter where he went, He could not get rid of that hunted feeling. The presence behind him was getting closer and closer, and Jonathan was so anxious he rushed towards the most crowded places. At this time, he found out that the presence he felt was a bloodhound. Jonathan was not afraid of the bloodhound, but he was nervous about the batch of holy knights following it. The man who was in front of the holy knights was looking at him. "It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. That man is at least a level 3. Jonathan was so panicked. He ran right into pedestrians and crashed into vendors along the road. Behind him, the holy knights blocked all of the roads, narrowing his escape routes. In their eyes, Jonathan was as good as dead. Finally, at the foot of the city wall, the bloodhound rushed out of the crowd and blocked Jonathan. As its blood-red eyes looked at Jonathan, madness and fear occupied his heart and mind completely. Mechanical mind. Jonathan used his magic, and a fireball formed in his hand. As he immediately sent it forward to hit the bloodhound, a huge explosion ripped through the bloodhound. Jonathan then took this chance to climb up the wall like a spider. "Run away from here. As long as I can climb over this wall, I will have another chance." Jonathan was sweating and kept talking to himself, as if it gave him great power somehow. At this time, a silver light crossed the distance and arrived directly in front of Jonathan. Before Jonathan had time to respond to it, a silver pike penetrated his shoulder and nailed him to the wall. A man quickly crossed the sky, came across the roof, then finally flew to Jonathan. It was Barry, the head of the Arbitral Knights. Barry was looking at Jonathan with a pair of cold eyes. "Evil man, I will end you now." Jonathan groaned painfully and looked at Barry sadly. At that moment, Jonathan was overwhelmed with despair. Barry stretched out his hand, readying to pull out his lance. At this moment, he suddenly saw something in the sky. It was a man, falling from the wall. Barry quickly pulled out the Holy Knight's sword at his waist and struck at the man with it. The man didn't try to evade it at all, but took the stroke directly with his strong hand, immediately rendering Barry's attack invalid. Barry had to give in and took back the sword, asking, "Who are you?" The man wore a linen cloak, and his hood had been blown down over his face by the strong wind. It could just barely be seen that the man had a bronze head. Several metal pipes were on top of his head, and they were piping out steam constantly. His one mental arm stuck into the wall, and the other was protecting Jonathan. He looked at Barry, who was now on the ground. Jonathan could even hear the sound of steam bursting from inside this man's body, as well as some gears creaking. This was the great work of the alchemists, a superb mechanical alchemy doll that was powered by steam. Happiness filled Jonathan's pale face, and even his bleeding injury could not keep him from being excited. "Archimond, why did you come here? Did the dean come too?" he asked. At this moment, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared on the wall. The Holy Knights and Barry turned to look solemnly at them. The crowded and busy Danello city now became completely quiet. People at the gate and the nearby bazaar all shrank into quiet corners. After so many years of observing the emergence of such extraordinary power, everyone knew clearly the capabilities of these people. In the eyes of ordinary people, all wizards, priests, holy knights, and demons were viewed as being as terrible as monsters. Just after the smoke of the exploratory blow in the battle between Archimond and Barry dispersed, people saw that a large area of the wall had been damaged. At the moment, more than a dozen alchemists, each wearing silver-white robes, were standing on the wall. They had come across the sea in a fleet of ships from half a continent away. Their leader was a tall woman with glasses. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her eyes were full of intellectual light. It was Marina Bossi, the dean of Akkad Alchemy College. As she put out her hand, a hand formed by mind power immediately seized Jonathan and lifted him up. Put him down. Barry, as head of the arbitral knights, could not let the blasphemer be rescued. In his anger, he climbed up the city wall. Archimonde immediately moved towards him. Barry then yelled, "You are clearly asking to die. I will help you with that." Barry used a level 3 divine incantation that was created by the faith of the sun. Suddenly, intense light heat flashed from the sky and was moving straight towards Archimonde. Archimonde's body was stiff, but his speed was fast. As steam rose above his head, Archimonde waved, and the temperature immediately dropped to -10 degrees in an instant. As the walls were all frosted, they collapsed in an instant. The ring of guardianship. As Barry used another divine incantation, the alchemy doll immediately set up the mind power force fields. They used all kinds of divine incantations back and forth. The light of extraordinary power was flashing in the sky and emitting smoke. Within the smoke, people stared at the dark outlines of two figures grappling with each other 10 kilometers away. All of them were shocked. Archimonde's arms constantly shot out bullets, while his mouth emitted a miniature alchemy cannon, which bombarded Barry mercilessly. Both sides used all kinds of means to their limits. Theirs was a close fight. Archimonde was better with close combat. His steel body could also withstand much more abuse than Barry's. At the foot of the wall, the remaining arbitral knights were ready to launch a high-level divine incantation combination. As they prepared, a huge sun rose and the light shone on them. This divine incantation combination had already surpassed level 4 to reach level 5. The blazing sun. The moment Marina looked grave. Although Marina was a level 4 wizard and Barry was a level 3, they knew that the church could borrow power from the gods, especially when dealing with this kind of large-scale combination of divine incantations. As such, even if one of them was several levels higher than their opponent, they could still be beaten with the added power borrowed from the gods. "We have Jonathan. Let's leave. This is the place of the faith of the sun." Archimonde quickly left the battle and followed Marina. At this moment, the combined incantation launch was completed. The huge sun rose high, and the burning light shone on the whole city. People could not even open their eyes under such a strong light. They sensed a burning smell and the ground was very hot. People close to it could even smell burnt hair. The huge sun was then thrown at the alchemists. Instantly, the wall was torn apart. Even the warbase was burnt. Also, the whole ground was melted into a pool of magma. Flames covered a large area, burning the vast sandy beaches outside the city and leaving a huge, barren pit. The power of the level 5 divine incantation combination was one of the strongest and most fierce divine incantations of the church. No one thought these alchemists could survive it. Barry also thought that these people would have died under the power of the blazing. After all, was even melted. Surely no one could survive under such a powerful attack. At this moment, a huge sea monster appeared above the sea. It was a huge giant squid, and riding on the head of it, more than a dozen people could be seen. This was the giant squid cuckoo, and the people on its head were the group of alchemists that were led by Marina, as well as Jonathan and Archimonde. A fleet of ships was approaching them, and when the ships reached them, they all jumped onto the deck of one of them. If used well, an illusionary technique can be more powerful than any extraordinary power. This is what I was taught by Catherine, who was a tutor at the Wizard Tower. She was a wizard who was proficient in illusionary techniques. I always kept her words in mind, whether it be strong or weak. When used properly, low-level magic can play a powerful role. Marina took Jonathan aboard and healed him, while she spoke to the students beside her. She had used an illusionary technique to successfully lead the group in escaping from the divine incantation combination, from the initial setup to the later illusion deployment, and all the way to the final projection. A series of delicate operations dazzled all of the students. Even if some of the students didn't see clearly how Marina did it, they were still shocked by the outcome. Jonathan's mouth was bleeding and he felt panicked, but after he saw Marina, he calmed down. However, he sadly said to Marina, "Unfortunately, they can't come back." Marina patted Jonathan on the shoulder. "I'm sorry, I got the news that some of the powerful figures of the faith of the sun are coming too. We can't wait too long as the arbitral nights are not easy to deal with. These church guys can communicate with the gods, after all. If they call the angels to come, we can't run away." Jonathan totally understood. "I didn't think you would come in person. I've caused you too much trouble. Jonathan wanted to go on, but Marina stopped him. "Don't worry. Wait till you're better. Archimond, take Jonathan to the lounge." Archimond was transformed by Marina according to the teachings of Lu Jiyu. With the continuous progress of alchemy, though Marina had not fully understood the essence of alchemy life, she had still been able to carry out such a transformation. For this to happen, Marina went to sea herself, killed the children of the sea, then integrated the deified cells of the spellcasting organ and heart into Archimond, thus transforming him. Archimond had also acquired the extraordinary power to control temperature during this process. Marina chose to use her mind power to deify Archimond after reaching level 4. In this case, Marina and Archimond became united as one. Marina gambled her entire future on Archimond. As such, Marina was forging a unique path for future alchemists. Based on the metal-activated steam engine, Marina had created the first alchemy doll with steam as its driving force. At the same time, she led the development of the steam engine in a special direction towards a future that was yet unknown. "Dean, where should we go next?" someone asked Marina. "Turn around and go to the Yala continent. We can't go to Shan City-State Alliance and the Academy at the moment. Besides, there are some very interesting changes happening on the Yala continent," Marina said. The fleet changed its course and headed for the deep sea, followed by the giant sea monster Cuckoo. In this way, Marina journeyed to the Yala continent once more. But they're not the only ones who were going there. The towering tree of life spread in the wind, nourishing the whole Silver Moon forest. Tens of thousands of moonlight elves lived around the tree of life, and elf villages were dispersed throughout the Silver Moon forest. The Moonlight Elves tribe lived in the center of the Silver Moon forest. Behind rolling mountains, the city of Taman could be seen. Rivers from the Sandro Highland formed waterfalls here, then passed around Taman, wound through the Moonlight Forest, then emptied into the sea. Taman was not as magnificent as Silv City, nor did it have vast rivers and lakes like the Forest of Life. Taman was hidden in the mountains, where waterfalls flew down the mountain ridge and went around them. Here, elves built white houses with triangular tops which surrounded the Tree of Life, thus guarding their god and mother. Olanka, dressed in a white robe, stood on the altar under the Tree of Life. The great Tree of Life hid the entire sky. As its trunk swayed, green leaves fell. This tree controlled and regulated the 4 seasons of the Silver Moon Forest. The plants and climate of the Silver Moon Forest also fell within the management of the Tree of Life. Olanka's robe had a green seed symbol on it, which symbolized life, harvest, earth, and the 4 seasons. It also represented Bernice, the goddess of the harvest. At this moment, Bernice had not yet been able to ascend the throne. As such, she was still only half divine, and was thus unable to make the rules. Since she didn't have her own divine kingdom yet, this was her most vulnerable and critical period. In addition to leading the Moonlight Elves in daily sacrifices and prayers, Olanka guarded the goddess. Someone evil has turned their eyes to the Silver Moon Forest. We must be careful. After a day spent in prayer, Olanka, who was also the high priest, stood at the foot of the Tree of Life and announced the news to the elves that gathered on the square. Some strange things had taken place recently in the Silver Moon Forest. Among the villages of the elves, many elves had gone missing. The Moonlight Elves tribe had entered a state of high alert. Who on earth has come here? Is it those greedy humans? The elves that were not on the stage were also talking about this. Some wondered if this was the doings of the Sylv Empire that had previously clashed with them. Is it the wizards of the Sylv Empire? They probably came for Bernice. We must be careful. Olanka lifted a cane that was made from the branches of the Tree of Life, which was also inlaid with a brilliant gem. This was the eye of a 100-eyed mother spider, which was born with extraordinary power. After the mother spider was killed, the eye had been affixed to this cane. As such, the cane had divine power. This is an extremely evil force. Now that Temin is on high alert, everyone must be prepared. I feel that this evil force is very powerful. As it is most likely coming for our goddess, we must not be careless, Olanka said. At the end of the meeting, a Moonlight Elf priest stayed behind. This was because Olanka was going to send him to Sylv City to visit His Majesty Wendy, the Elf Queen. This time, even our goddess has sensed the danger. It is probably coming from the human world. Recently, human beings have been coming from distant continents to our land. I suspect that they are not here just to trade. They may also be here looking for our goddess. I always feel that someone is peeping at our goddess. We need the help of the Sylv Empire. Our duty is to guard Bernice, the Moonlight Elf said. He then asked, "Are the elf wizards of the Sylv Empire trustworthy?" They are not in a good relationship with us lately though, right? Olanka walked down the steps. The fountain ran down from above them and passed through the waterway under the arch bridge. She then said, "The conflicts between us and the Sylv Empire were caused by the differences in our beliefs, habits, and perceptions. Regardless, we are of the same race, and we are all elves. I think Her Majesty Wendy knows this very well, so she will help us." Under the darkness of night, a blood-red crow crossed the jungle and was approaching Taman City. Suddenly, a strong light swept through, and the blood-red crow fell down. But before it hit the ground, it turned into ashes that scattered away in the wind. At the same time, several devilkin that had invaded the Silver Moon Forest were killed by the elf priests. Several elves that had been eroded by the abyss evil power were also captured by the Moonlight Elves of the Silver Moon Forest. These attacks had left the Silver Moon Forest was on high alert, and every elf was nervous because the evil forces from the abyss were very powerful. More importantly, they had never seen such an imposing force. 3 churches and wizards on the Alan continent had fought against these demons many times, had figured out the characteristics of the evil force, and thus knew how to kill them, but common elves couldn't even tell whether their fellow elves had been controlled by the abyss or not. And the evil side kept watching the elves in secret and harassing them. What was even more disturbing was the elves had never been able to see the evil's true face. Fortunately, Olanka, the high priest, took control of the situation and stabilized it. Hekfos was now standing on a cliff in the Silver Moon Forest. Behind him, the silver moon appeared incomparably dazzling and bright. It shone on the earth, and the whole Silver Moon Forest was covered in a dreamy silver shade. It's really shocking. At least level 5 or even 6. I heard that wizards called the level 7 a major threshold. It apparently is the difference between one's being mortal and immortal. Is this unknown goddess stuck at this key stage? Old Hekfos, who had scars all over his ferocious face, was in deep thought as he looked at the Silver Moon Forest. He had reached level 3 and become a powerful level 4 demon warlock. Now, he was out of the control of the Devil King in the Abyss world. As such, the current relationship between him and the Devil King was more like employer and employee versus slave and master. This was the result of his more than 100 years' efforts and the reward he had received after he occupied the Sumerian lands. However, he was still not satisfied. He longed for more. And in the Silver Moon Forest, there was something that he had particularly desired for a long time. Several visitors had recently come to Haig in the Sylv Empire. In the Corolla Tower, Wendy, as the dean of the Wizard College, had received many wizards from the human world. These visitors were Edward Killermo, the master of the Wizard Tower, Catherine, and several tower mentors. Marina Bossi and Jonathan Brown of Akkad Alchemy College, as well as orc wizards from Colossus College, had also come. For ordinary people, crossing the ocean might be a very difficult thing. Even though steamships had emerged, it still took nearly a year to make the voyage. Moreover, the monsters above the sea were like the children of the sea, and the dangerous tides and waves of the waters were also daunting. Even with the right navigation chart, it was easy to get lost at sea. At the top of the Corolla Tower, magnificent waterfalls fell down Hagrid Grand Canyon and the thick fog covered Corolla Tower. This especially made Corolla Tower look like a fairyland. Seems like the story is true. There really is a goddess-to-be in the Moonlight Elves tribe, and she is about to ascend the divine throne and manage her own divine kingdom. What kind of goddess is she? Everyone was talking about the goddess-to-be in the hall when Wendy suddenly stated, "Most of you here are my old friends, classmates, and even students, so I'm telling you that I will never allow anything bad to happen to the elves." There were different opinions among the wizards about the goddess-to-be of the Moonlight Elves. Wendy, although she was a wizard, had built a deep relationship with the elves. After all, the entire rise of the Sylv Empire was mostly due to the elves' efforts. This was also the home of the elves, so the wizards here tended to be friendly to the Moonlight Elves, and they hoped to be able to meet the goddess-to-be. In fact, everyone present was longing to meet her. The abyss of chaos and darkness. The place of evil and disorder. You are the master of desire, the eternal evil god from the outside world. We listen to your call, as we are your most humble and pious servants. We call your name and pray for your coming. Stikwa Filipuk Atraxi. Stikwa. Nearly 100 demon kin and demon warlocks knelt down and prayed to the stars from a beach near the coast, shouting the name of the Abyss King Stikwa. Many torches had been lit on the beach, and their flames flickered as the prayers of the Devilkin ascended to the skies. The Devilkin were carrying out an evil sacrifice. At the same time, demon warlocks were gradually engulfed by the fire, immediately turning into a blood mist. In the middle of the torch circle, dozens of Moonlight Elves were tied together. They were being sacrificed to the Demon King Stikwa. All of the Moonlight Elves struggled, trying to escape. With the continuous condensation of blood mist, the surrounding air had become a bloody red. A strange voice echoed in the red mist, like whispers from the abyss, while a vague and disgusting piece of flesh formed in the devil fire. It was constantly twisting and expanding. Finally, it became a huge ball of flesh and started floating in the air. At this time, the demon warlocks started praying faster, almost in a frantic manner. As they recited evil words, the flesh ball devoured the elves who were on the ground. The elves struggled and screamed, but eventually merged into the ball altogether. Heckfoss was very excited. He stood in front of a dozen demon warlocks, holding a blood-red heart tightly in his hand. When he crushed it, he saw a red light shoot into the flesh ball. The ball quickly rose into the sky, constantly changing and wriggling, as if some wonderful metamorphosis was taking place. It had made contact with the evil forces outside of the world. The power of evil immediately invaded the world from the abyss and affected everything in this world. Bitwalls responded by repelling this evil power and trying to squeeze this huge flesh ball out of this world. Abyss gate now. This world welcomes you, come. As Heckfoss shouted this, the ball floated up into the sky, like a blood moon. As it shone against the silver moon in the sky, Heckfoss spread his arms and roared wildly, "Abyss Gate." This was a level 4 witchcraft that he had learned on his own. It combined the power all of the demon warlocks. As such, only a demon warlock could use this witchcraft. It could build a door to the abyss, so that those in this world could borrow the power from the demons who were in the abyss world. This was the first time that Heckfoss had used it, as the cost of each use was the power from a large number of devilkin and the heart of a devil lord. This heart was a reward for Heckfoss' countless sacrifices to Stikua. It could make a demon warlock become a devil lord, but Heckfoss used it for this sacrifice, as he saw something even more important ahead, which was his becoming a god. The flesh ball was constantly rotating, causing airwaves to ripple out. Outlines of figures were struggling inside the flesh ball. Entrapped by the flesh ball, they roared desperately, while their fierce faces could still be seen by those on the outside. They yearned to escape their entrapment, which stimulated them to roar crazily and wriggle towards the outside frantically. Finally, they broke free of the flesh ball's bondage, and one by one, these transformed, fierce-looking devil monsters fell off the ball towards the ground. These devil monsters fell to the ground. They each had an ugly and nauseating huge head, a pair of wings, and withered claws. Upon the heads, a large number of tentacles were waving. Heckfoss stood in front of the torch altar, while all of the devil monsters danced around him. They stared at him with murderous eyes that were filled with a devouring desire. When the demon warlocks saw this scene, they trembled and lowered their heads in fear. Heckfoss, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, he waved his hands gleefully and called out to all of the devil monsters, "In the name of my King Stikwa, obey my call." The devil monsters screamed and surged in the sky, while more demons constantly rushed out of the flesh ball, which was the gate of the abyss. Then, they all flew towards Silver Moon Forest. Dozens of ancient war trees moved frantically across the Sandro Highland, shaking the earth as they went. Wherever they passed, large gaggles of birds were startled, and numerous wild animals fled in fear. At the same time, magical beasts that were hiding in the Sandro Highland were crouching in their hiding places, not daring to roar or even attempt to drive out the mysterious new invaders. The ancient war trees were so powerful and intimidating that even an adult dragon would be scared of them. At the moment, they were carrying a large number of elf wizards and human wizards with them as they headed for the Silver Moon Forest. When they were approaching the Silver Moon Forest, they stopped in a valley. The ancient war trees filled the narrow valley, while all of the wizards who stood on the trees' sturdy trunks looked up at the sky. Wendy had a look of horror on her face as she saw that dark clouds had just moved in, completely obscuring the sun and covering the entire sky. To make matters worse, a large number of demons hovered beneath the dark clouds. They attacked Taman City in the Silver Moon Forest, and the tremendous Tree of Life emitted a light to counteract their attacks. As Jonathan had followed Marina here, he also saw the flying demons in the sky. although he had never met a real demon in person. Since alchemists often dealt with devil-kin, he was very clear about what a devil looked like, especially the Stiqua devil species, which were the devils that were behind the Church of True God. Hence, Jonathan recognized them immediately. How can the Stiqua devil species be here? How did these demons leave the abyss and come to our world? Someone asked. Marina pointed to the sky, where there was a huge flesh ball that was floating among the dark clouds. At the moment, it was being guarded by numerous demons. As they continued watching it, they could see a large number of demons continuing to come out of it before laying siege upon the moonlight elves and the Tree of Life. That's the thing that opened the route to the abyss. Hekvos, the faceless man of the Church of True God, must be here, Marina said. At this very moment, in Taman, plants and vines started to grow rapidly. The huge green vines spread on the ground and climbed up buildings. They then intertwined with each other, forming a wall to resist the demon invasion. Elves shot arrows into the sky, while rows of archers shot special triangular arrows, which penetrated the demons' heads and wings. Above the ground, a large number of elves, wielding steel swords, charged at the demons. When the devil fire inside the demons was destroyed, these demons vanished into a cloud of black smoke. The harvest goddess used divine incantations to kill numerous demons, causing seeds to grow within demons, then devour their bodies. Then, under the goddess' control, all kinds of plants started to attack the demons. At the same time, priests on the scene used group healing methods, which constantly provided support and rejuvenation to the wounded elves. Help me, Bernice, the harvest goddess. Countless elves pleaded for help from the goddess of harvest. They fought against the demons at the spires and corridors, shouted the name of their goddess as they were dying. At the moment, besides forming a wall of plants to stop the demons from invading, Bernice was also trying to destroy the flesh ball, which was the demon's mode of entry into this world. By this time, Hekvos had transformed into a demon warlock, who had then turned into a huge flesh-winged monster that was hovering over the sky with a large number of fellow demons guarding the door. The abyss. Olanka, who was now under the Tree of Life, had almost gone mad by this point. His red eyes were bloodshot, and as he waved his wand, he guided the other priests to resist the demon invasion. The gem at the top of his wand emitted rays that froze the devils, stopping them from moving forward. Then, the priests behind him used witchcraft to kill the frozen demons. However, a large number of elves still died during the demons' attack. As a result, the Moonlight Elves' land was covered with blood. Even their previous battles with magical beasts had not reached such a tragic level, as now, the Moonlight Elves were close to becoming extinct. Divine thorns. In a fury, Olanka used a forbidden divine incantation. As he stabbed the wand directly into his chest and blood spurt everywhere. His eyes showed a fierce look of determination. Immediately, countless thorny vines spread out from under his robe, instantly covering the surrounding area. These vines seemed to grow right from his body, and as the vines rose as they spread, he also rose. Once he was high above the ground, the vines unfolded at his back, like a pair of angel wings. Demon cries were heard as the vines continued to attack the demons that were close to the Tree of Life, killing them and devouring them instantly. These vines then continued to spread and attack until they had killed all of the demons within a 1-mile radius. These vines had defied thorns, which radiated an extraordinary power that could devour the flesh and blood of all of the demons. At the moment, Olanka looked very tired. It seemed that, as well as borrowing power from the vines, he was also being swallowed up by that same power. The entire city was now surrounded by blood and fire. Elves were crying and screaming, and there were scenes of fighting and killing everywhere, for more than 1,000 years. The peaceful elves had never witnessed such a scene. Guard the tree. Guard Bernice, never give up, one of the determined elves roared. At this time Bernice, the harvest goddess, saw that the moonlight elves were on the verge of collapse. The number of demons here had far exceeded her expectation. She knew that she must quickly destroy the gate of the abyss, as there would be more and more demons coming from the abyss if she failed to do so. These evil and dirty things from the side of the door were just waiting to invade her world. Bernice left the Tree of Life, her huge demigod's body forming into a huge light shadow and heading toward the sky. Soon, her divine shadow occupied the whole sky. Even when standing outside of the Silver Moon Forest, one could still see her tall, divine shadow facing the center of the dark clouds in the sky, which housed the door of the abyss that was guarded by the demons. At this moment, all the elves and demons seemed to stop moving at the same time. They were shocked to see the huge shadow of the goddess penetrate the clouds, then bombarded the sky with flowing green light. In a single moment, the entire dark world was illuminated. Innumerable petals fell from the sky, while more and more demons began to grow petals on their bodies before they were gradually devoured by the power of the plants. A flower rain had fallen upon them. After the harvest goddess had penetrated the demon's defense, she went directly towards Hekphos, who was in the center. At this moment, flower petals started to grow on Hekphos as well, devouring all of his flesh and depleting all of his strength. He couldn't escape. How can this be possible? Even the power of the Abyss Gate cannot prevail against Demigod. Hekphos roared wildly while his arms and legs started to melt, little by little. "I won't die! I can't die!" Hekphos roared wildly upon seeing that the divine shadow had reached the Abyss Gate. Bernice, the harvest goddess, was raging at the moment. Her face was blurred and her eyes widely as she glared at the Abyss Gate and Hekphos. At this moment, the Abyss Gate wriggled. Suddenly, a crack appeared, and a huge arm that came out from the other end of the abyss seized Bernice. Then, an evil whisper came from the other end of the Abyss Gate. It was not a voice that could be heard, but was actually an eerie sound that could be sensed only by one's mental awareness. "Got you," the voice transmitted. At this moment, a huge divine shadow appeared in the sky above the Silver Moon Forest. It covered the whole sky, along with numerous dark clouds. Presently, the Abyss Gate looked like a bloody moon, as it had expanded to its limits. At this moment, a huge arm that was hundreds of meters in length caught the divine shadow. Devil flames suddenly raged all over this arm before igniting the sky. The flames then burned up everything in the air. Such a terrible scene made everyone present feel that the whole world was collapsing. It especially frightened the ordinary people and some of the low-level wizards. They had never thought that anyone would master such a strong power. While she was standing at the Abyss Gate, Bernice was completely being targeted. This made her extremely nervous. She could feel that, on the other side of the Abyss Gate, there was a demon lord that was close to her power, who had also reached level 6. At this moment, Bernice was outside of the protection of the Tree of Life, caught by this abyss demon lord, Stikwa. As for Stikwa, a semi-god was considered a rich meal, and Stikwa knew that, with more effort, it could drag Bernice into the abyss. A sticky black liquid kept falling from the Abyss Gate. As the liquid landed, it burned holes in the ground. Although Bernice's divine shadow struggled to return to the Tree of Life, the demon lord held her body tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Even Wendy, the elf queen, could feel Bernice's pain. "Projection, boundary, real illusion," Wendy shouted the commands. Among all of the ancient war trees, Hers was the largest and tallest. In fact, it was just like a mini tree of life. At that moment, Wendy used her mind power to connect all of the ancient war trees. All of the boundary wizards followed her instructions, immediately lighting the stone of dreams between their eyebrows and projecting a boundary that covered the whole city. This was their specialty, which was known as dream projection witchcraft. Suddenly, the whole city of Taman was changing. Everyone have been dragged into the dream world. Ancient war trees started running around crazily. Their trunks, like pillars, crossed a long distance with every step they took. In the process, many devil monsters were knocked down and torn apart by the ancient war trees and elf wizards who were riding on them. Dozens of ancient war trees rushed into Taman in an instant. As they did so, the original Taman started to blur. Then, a huge projected city appeared on the ground. At the same time, the ancient war trees transformed into tall wizard towers, while light lit up the entire projected city. The light then transformed into arrows, which swept down endlessly from the sky like a torrential rain. Although the elf wizards were not particularly known for their combat capabilities, now that they were on the battlefield, dozens of boundary wizards worked together with the ancient war trees to successfully launch the boundary witchcraft, which had a huge impact. Is this Dreamcraft? How can Dreamcraft have such a huge impact? Not just Dreamcraft. Jonathan shook head as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, he said, "This brings the power of the wizards to its apex. This is art." Although the human wizards and the alchemists were also helping to kill the demons, their powers seemed to be minimal in comparison with the projection's fierce power. Jonathan and Marina saw this, and both thought that it was unbelievable. After seeing this, even Edward Killermo, who had developed Dreamcraft, would have to admit that the Sylve Empire had developed a more advanced witchcraft than their own. At this moment, some devils were still trying desperately to squeeze themselves out of the Abyss Gate. The arm that was dragging Bernice was also approaching the Abyss Gate. Wendy looked up at the sky, then transferred the projection into the sky. A huge circle of light appeared in the sky. It looked like a huge witchcraft tactical deployment circle. Spiritual inner space. Wendy cried out. At her command, the giant light ring seemed to open up a door to another world, but this door didn't connect to the space. Instead, it connected to the spirit and soul. The ring immediately burst out a great force of attraction. A large number of devils couldn't resist its tremendous force, so they were constantly falling into the ring. Even the Abyss Gate was greatly affected by this huge force. The great devil king, Stiqua. No one can stop the king. A roar suddenly reverberated throughout the surroundings as the huge arm pierced the light ring. As Stiqua was at level 6, even the combined strengths of all of the ancient war trees and the boundary wizards couldn't match Stiqua's power. In fact, Stiqua's power was a dozen times than Wendy's. Once the light ring was destroyed, all of the boundary wizards, including Wendy, felt that their brains had been torn apart by a huge hammer. Dozens of boundary wizards fainted in an instant, while Wendy became pale and weak. Nobody could stop Stiqua from dragging Bernice into the abyss anymore. And they knew that, once Bernice entered the abyss, she could never come back. "Oh no! Who can stop the monster?" a moonlight elf cried out in pain and fear. At that moment, the high priest Olanka flew into the sky, but was immediately stopped by the demons and demon warlocks. Seeing this, Stiqua's loud laughter echoed throughout the sky, causing everyone to become fearful and depressed. The harvest goddess Bernice was still struggling to escape. Although the tree of life had bound her, it was also the main source of her power. So, at this moment, It was impossible for her to break free from the devil's power without her power from the tree of life. All of the moonlight elves were kneeling on the ground, praying as they watched their goddess being dragged into the abyss. Wendy struggled to stand up, but even she could not release her mind power, let alone use her witchcraft. Although wizards from the wizard tower and many alchemists were still attacking the demons nonstop, they knew it was over. It's over. What's in that horrible world? Bernice, the harvest goddess. As some of the wizards and elves gave up, they shouted out in terror. At this time, a huge fluctuation came from the other side of the abyss, while a light shot through out of the abyss gate. Wherever the light traveled in the sky, the demons were all burned into ashes. The tremendous arm was cut down, causing it to fall from the sky. As it landed, its evil power polluted a large area of ground. The harvest goddess was immediately able to break away from the bondage of the devil's power, so she quickly returned to the tree of life. When she got to it, the tree of life bloomed once again. The plants in the surroundings also began to be restored. Bernice, the harvest goddess, who lived within the tree of life, had once again regained all of her strength. At the other end of the abyss, the arrogant and cruel demon lord shivered and constantly screamed bitterly, as if he was encountering something that terrified him almost to death. At this moment, those who had lauded the incomparable force of the demon lord previously now looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, from the inside of the abyss gate, a huge palm suddenly extended itself outward. This palm clasped the abyss gate, then forcefully pinched it, totally destroying the abyss gate. At that moment, the scream that had been emitting from the other side of the abyss stopped. Then, all of the elves and wizards opened their eyes wide, as at this moment, the remaining demons in the sky began to shriek. They were being melted amid in the sunshine. Their screams echoed throughout the surroundings. Although the remaining demons wanted to run away, they were immediately surrounded by Edward, Catherine, and the others. The eternal themes of the abyss involved darkness, killings, and devouring. The powerful devil lords did as they pleased, while the inferior devil species were reduced to food others feeding upon. Here, countless devils and monsters roared. Every moment, a new devil was born, while a weaker devil species died off. Time moved 20 times faster here than in Maria's world. It had been more than 1,000 years since the abyss world had appeared, and if its age was traced back to when it was the painting space, the abyss world was even older than this Kryn space. While the devils were mostly unsystematic and relied more on their natural progression, this also meant that, regarding sheer numbers, they had far more high-end combat powers compared to Maria's. Following the appearance of the devil lords, the countless space bubbles in the world had started to divide their world into separate regions. Each devil lord needed to reach level 4 as they fused with the will of the abyss, mastered the rule power of their respective abyss layer, and received the support of the abyss power. As more devil lords appeared, every devil lord only needed to kill another devil lord in order to take everything from him, including his territory. For this reason, within each devil species, there were often wars and annexations among the different races. This led to the abyss splitting into many layers. At the same time, the abyss kept on expanding. After more than 1,000 years, the abyss bit wall was more than 10 times larger than its original size. Currently, there was an abyss layer was near the core of the abyss that belonged to the Sidikuya devils. This was the most ferocious race among all of the devil species, and as such, Sidikuya proclaimed itself to be the king of devils. This naturally meant that the Sidikuya race possessed the largest abyss layer, which was the first abyss layer, Within the first abyss layer, there lived numerous legions of devils. Apart from the Sidikuya species, there were other species that were living under the rule of Sidikuya. Within the layers of the dark mountain ranges, there were countless devil lairs. Inside these lairs, there was a large amount of architecture, mimicked human beings' architecture. The king of devils lived in a big palace that was guarded by countless strong devils. At this very moment, hordes of devil armies had been summoned to the palace of the king of devils. In the darkness, countless devils were entering this city of monsters. They were just about to pass through the abyss gate in the sky to reach another world and wage a raging war. No, who earth are you? How can this be? I am the king of devils. I am the most powerful of all. All of the monsters were exclaiming as they looked into the sky, while fear welled up within them. Brilliant rays of light continuously shone through the dimensional folds to permeate the first abyss layer. And as it shattered the unending darkness, the land lit up, instantly becoming bright. Then, a giant palm descended from the skies to press the powerful devil lord firmly to the ground. A halo, resembling the clouds from faraway skies, then emerged from the palm. It radiated waves that overturned miles of surrounding land. Devils that the waves touched were either blasted away or dissipated under its immense energy. Then, one by one, the wise and powerful devil species looked at the sky. They were about to attack another world with great gusto. But, at the moment, they simply laid on the ground, paralyzed with fear. They had never seen anything more frightening. The will of the abyss. An abyss devil said as it bent down low and trembled. Soon, all of the other devils began whispering among themselves, "It is the will of the abyss. Apart from the will of the abyss, there cannot be another presence this powerful." Most of the devils did not even have the courage to raise their eyes to look at it. They seemed to be pinned on the ground, paralyzed by this great force. Then, a massive divine shadow appeared in the skies. As it existed beyond this space, as it looked down at the entire abyss layer, no one could see its appearance very clearly. They could only see a light that seemed to cover the entire horizon, as well as a pair of eyes that were so large that they resembled cracks in the horizon. The light that radiated from the eyes seemed to shine from a place that was above the skies, shooting downward, somewhere beneath the clouds. The scene resembled how a giant that was outside a box might observe ants that were inside the box. The godlike gaze continued to radiate light downward as it scanned the first abyss layer. These lower-class devil species, who once indulged in killings and were constantly devouring each other, fell to the ground, trembling. They were all frightened beyond words. "Let me go. Wretched thing, let me go." Sidikuya, the king of devils, struggled and twisted as it cried out. Its numerous tentacles danced wildly, piercing through the space and overturning the ground. As it struggled, its blood dyed the sky red. However, even though it struggled violently, it just couldn't break free or escape. Hence, an anxiety started to well up within Sidikuya. It felt like it had reverted what it was more than 1,000 years ago, when it was at its weakest. In this moment, it was helpless, afraid, cautious and wary, because everything around it was so fearsome. It realized that a random force from those powerful devil species could actually kill it. "No, you cannot do this. I will not die here. Please, have mercy on me." Sidikuya shouted as the divine shadow crushed the abyss gate with one hand, then grabbed Sidikuya with the other. Then, like it was grabbing a baby chick, the divine shadow plucked Sidikuya out of the first abyss layer. "King of devils, my majesty, has Sidikuya been taken?" All the devils could only look on and exclaim in shock as Sidikuya was taken away by an entity that existed beyond the abyss layer. They couldn't believe their eyes, as this was Sidikuya, the great devil lord that had ruled the entire abyss layer for more than 1,000 years, the most powerful devil in the abyss. The light pierced through the dimensional folds and cracks that were everywhere in the abyss. Then, it left quickly and sped toward the core of the abyss. With Sidikuya in his hand, Lu Jiyu raced towards the core of the abyss. The core was considered forbidden land, and all of the devils that neared it would be dragged into it by the will of the abyss, becoming immediately assimilated into it. This was the core of the abyss power, the source of all of the devils. "It has almost taken form," Lu Jiyu exclaimed. In the darkness, a giant divine shadow appeared in the core belt of the abyss. It was an existence that was as big as the black hole. It spinned endlessly, releasing the strong powers of the abyss that radiated throughout the entire abyss bitwall. All of the devils were birthed from the power it radiated, and when they died, their wills would eventually return to it. The divine shadow was so big that it seemed like it could fill up the entire horizon. But as it stood before this gigantic black hole, it seemed minuscule, like a large spaceship that hovered before a planet in a dark and quiet universe. This was the core of the bottomless abyss, the center and the deepest part of the abyss world. This was the source energy that Lu Jiyu had used to create the devils. When the devils were created more than 1,000 years ago in abyss time, this was but a minuscule entity, and the whole world had not yet been turned into the abyss. After more than 1,000 years of evolution, the abyss had completely taken shape. This present abyss world was the world that Lu Jiyu had created as an experiment in order to step out of level 9. It would now take its first step toward becoming a real world. Lu Jiyu looked towards Sidikuya as it struggled persistently in Lu Jiyu's palm. Sidikuya's body, which was the size of a skyscraper, was evolved continuously as it underwent rounds of destruction and regeneration. Although Sidikuya's numerous tentacles tore through the sky like chains, releasing great energy, Sidikuya still could not escape. "Didn't you want to become stronger and become a divinity? Let me fulfill your wish," Lu Jiyu yelled as he clenched Sidikuya in his palm and reached his hand into the will of the abyss. At that moment, the giant black hole released an immense energy that crept onto Sidikuya by bit. In an instant, Sidikuya's body grew exponentially and the flame of the devil burnt endlessly, with him at its core. "No! I don't want it. I don't want anything. Have mercy on me," Sidikuya yelled while struggling persistently. It was so afraid that it no longer resembled a powerful devil lord, but resembled a feeble lamb instead. But the will of the abyss invaded it endlessly, assimilating it into itself. Its power kept growing and expanding, progressing from level 6 until it gradually crossed the barrier of matter and headed straight toward level 7. Sidikuya could feel the will of the abyss empowering it as large amounts of rule power and rule will flowed into its brain. What would have typically made Sidikuya ecstatic was now making it roar hysterically. This was because it could feel itself losing control of its body, bit by bit. "You scoundrel! Let me go. Please, I beg you. Have mercy on me." As Sidikuya continued to struggle, it became a giant ball of flesh. Then, Flame of the Devil kept expanding and leaping, slowly losing its original form. As the Flame of the Devil grew, it finally transformed into a massive ball of fire, which obscured the entire sky and became even larger than the divine shadow. It continued to strengthen as the energy from the will of the abyss kept flowing in and empowering it until it was completely assimilated. Finally, it had evolved into a gargantuan monster star that was shooting forth big flames and light. As it revolved around the will of the abyss, it morphed into a huge sun. The sun was blood red, and it emitted rays that were the color of blood and possessed a special force that belonged to the abyss. From the center of the abyss world, a light pierced through the dimensional folds, shooting outward relentlessly. Then, the seemingly endless darkness dissipated within and between the layers of the abyss. At that moment, every devil and monster crept out of its lair. A weak ray of light slowly appeared in the layers of the abyss. The light intensified as warmth and brilliance were cast on every devil. Then, a blood-red sun appeared above the skies and shone on the lands of the abyss. All of the devils were at a loss and could not fathom what it was. They all wondered, "What is this red disk in the sky?" As the sunlight blanketed the land slowly, its rays of light exposed a world that used to be pitch black. The contours of the land gradually became visible to the eye. As the devils were terrified by the existence of light, they shrank back into their lairs. The rate of time loss has decreased. The rules are being perfected. Liu Jiyu could sense the change in the abyss world immediately. Sidikuya had morphed into the blood Sunday of the abyss, thus introducing a critical rule to the abyss world. Sidikuya was the first to become the great king of devils in the abyss world. But, at the moment, Sidikuya was sealed in the sun by Liu Jiyu, condemned to the core of the abyss. Sidikuya could no longer move, much less leave. It could only revolve around the will of the abyss forever. A ray of light descended to the Bitwall, then entered the levitation city. Soon after, another ray of light also descended in the same spot. Liu Ziyu sat in the grand hall, which resembled the shrine of the gods. The grand hall was surrounded by glass windows, which offered a lovely view of the beautiful scenery outside. There was a towering fairy tree outside, and busy fairies were flitting throughout the forest. Some of the fairies brought Eva fruit from the forest. As she enjoyed the fruit, the adorable fairies sat on Eva's shoulder and sang to her. These fairies played an important role in helping Eva manage the levitation city. The high-domed ceiling of the great hall had murals painted on it, and the floor was covered with red carpet. Kelly, the goddess of light, and Verthandi had just descended in the form of two rays of light. At present, they were sitting across from Liu Jiyu. "This cannot go on," Verthandi said to Liu Jiyu, clearly worried. "This is only a level 6 existence, and it is already capable of wreaking such havoc upon the world. If we do not rein things in now and a level 7 existence or a god strikes, it could be absolutely catastrophic." "Lord, I agree. We should really address this now," Kelly said while nodding. "Exactly. This is a big problem." Delmidi, who was barely a young adult, also nodded, a look of feigned seriousness on her face. The truth was that she paid no attention to the things that happened down below. And, if she ever did, she wasn't bothered by the chaos, as she was more than happy to witness more chaos. At the moment, Delmidi was wearing her hair down. Her features were exquisite and pronounced, while her eyes were doll-like. These features made her look charming and extremely enchanting. Her mouth curled up slightly at the ends, revealing a clever and prideful smile. Her glance was piercing and confident, even somewhat intimidating. She was wearing a black cloak and had a huge scythe attached to her back. Her hood, which was upturned, rested behind her hair. "For now, there should be no problem," Liu Ziyu said as he also nodded. "It will indeed become a big problem in the future. Since you are the gods that manage the rules of the world, you can discuss this matter amongst yourselves, enter into a god's covenant. You can then let Gaia, host of the divine kingdom, amend the rules of the world." He paused for a moment, then continued, "You can reject all level 7 existences at the main Bitwall. You have absolute authority to forbid them from entering and descending into the Bitwall. These level 7 existences will then have to either enter the divine kingdom or the underworld, enter the half-bit wall, or leave Maria's world altogether. This will solve our problem. Lu Ziyu then stood up, waved his hand to summon Gaia, and turned to project something on the screen. The God's Covenant had been drafted rapidly and had appeared before Lu Ziyu, as if by magic. As it was projected on the screen, everyone's attention was focused upon it. Kelly was the first to sign her divine name on this God's Covenant. With a tap of her finger, divine power rolled forth and left her mark upon it. She was followed by Verthandi and Delmidi, who also signed their divine names to the covenant. Finally, Lu Ziyu sealed the covenant. As he did so, he declared, "In the name of the Creator, I declare this covenant valid." In an instant, the covenant twisted and spun. Then, the endless string of words gradually evaporated into the air, like water vapor, and blended into the depths of the world. There was an indescribable change in the depths of the world. While this change was indiscernible to the common man, the gods could sense it. There was a new rule that had been added to the original set of rules. With Lu Ziyu as the witness, the inaugural God's Covenant had been officially signed. It was now recorded in the archives of the Divine Kingdom and would become a standard of rules in the depths of Maria's world. After they each spoke to Lu Ziyu, Verthandi and Kelly left the Levitation City to return to their own kingdoms. Delmidi, on the other hand, stayed and lingered around Lu Ziyu. "Why are you still lingering here? How long has it been since you last took a look at the underworld?" Lu Ziyu asked her. Lu Ziyu picked his gods like how one would decide who would inherit their home. First and foremost, they had to be his heir. Their abilities were secondary. This was why the three most authoritative divine roles had been given to Kelly, Verthandi, and Delmidi. This was also why Lu Ziyu had assigned the role of God of Death to Delmidi, even though she was rather unreliable. For the less important divine roles, he only needed someone with average abilities and sufficient heart to undertake the responsibilities. But Delmidi was clearly over it, and her initial enthusiasm had waned. Just after spending a few days in her role as the God of Death, here she was, merely lingering around Lu Ziyu. She no longer went to the underworld to complete her rounds. Hence, she was clearly not reliable, much less suitable to be a god. But, as the underworld had been running perfectly well for years without a God of Death, even if Delmidi washed her hands of her responsibilities in the underworld entirely, it would be perfectly capable of running itself, as the countless death messengers would maintain order. At present, Delmidi was sprawled on a sofa. She was barefoot and had her small, fair legs straightened out in front of her. She was reading a novel about knight literature from the Orc Kingdom. The underworld is too mundane. It is utterly meaningless and does not challenge me at all. Everything has already been arranged, and I have nothing to do. All I do is sit there like a statue. So, I figured that I might as well come home. At least I have you to chat with when I'm here," Delmidi said as she pouted and looked at Lu Ziyu impatiently. "Then, you will have pick a follower god to act as the second king to the underworld. You will then need to ensure that he or she will run the underworld in your place." Lu Ziyu replied. "Okay, but who should I pick?" Delmidi asked. Lu Ziyu was at a loss of words for a moment before he replied, "The choice is obvious. Have you not observed your believers and their religions?" Delmidi pondered his words, then replied, "No. I have not been observing much since I set up the divine system." "Do you mean Ctesias, that rather formidable king of the humans?" "Well, Ctesias is an interesting person. He is very devout. But his faith does not lie in the gods. Instead, he places his faith in religion itself. In fact, his entire life has been devoted to fulfilling his annual promise to me and accomplishing his goals. Moreover, he is an idealist. Lu Jiu answered instantly. He then looked at Delmidi and continued, "So, you shall guide him and ignite his divine flame, as well as receive him as your follower god and make him the second king to the underworld." Delmidi's eyes lit up instantly as she said, "This plan sounds mighty interesting." Ctesias was haggard and looked like an elderly person. This wasn't surprising as he was already 200 years old. While he still had a long way to go before his life would end, Ctesias felt that he was indeed an old man. This was not so much a matter of his physical age, but his spiritual age. He had fought his entire life, so he was extremely weary. He had united the entire Batco area, built up the strong Puzuota dynasty, moved eastwards to annihilate the Teuton dynasty, and vastly expanded his territory toward the west. The lands he had conquered could be said to be the vastest lands that any empire had occupied thus far. The great dynasties that he had established were also the most powerful ever to be documented. They were even superior to the Crete Empire that occupied the entire central province. But the eastern world and the Batco area had a very small population, most of which was extremely poor. It was Ctesias who had brought the Batco population out of their squalor, while guiding them to pursue a brighter future. At present, they occupied the vast and fertile lands to the north of the Teuton dynasty. The crops they produced were vital, as they protected the entire population of the Puzuota Empire from famine. After Ctesias had accomplished this great feat, he had slowly lost his ambition. This was especially the case after he had been repeatedly defeated by the city alliance of Shihan. Thus, he currently had no interest in territorial expansion. He had already realized his initial dream and no longer wished to wage war endlessly. At the moment, Ctesias looked down from the top balcony of his palace, which was the highest point in the entire capital. From here, he could see everything within his territory. "This is indeed a glorious world that I have created." This thought made Ctesias both proud and a bit sad at the same time. He was proud because he had influenced an entire era and generation, yet he was somewhat sad because he could no longer keep up with the changing times. Times are changing so quickly. This world has already changed so much. I am old now, and no longer can I keep up, he exclaimed to no one but himself. The sky in the underworld was gray, and it looked as if there were layers of dust and fog covering the world above it. Hence, no matter how hard one tries to see it, the main world above was as if it were invisible. This underworld was the very bottom of the world, and it was a land of death and finality, the end of everything. This was where all of the ghosts belonged as well. At the moment, all of the ghosts were standing in the underworld, looking up at the sky, yet none of them could see through the layers of fog. It was as if they were looking up at the heavens from hell. The enormous gate to the underworld was towering of the sticks, and there was a constant stream of ghosts lining up there, all of them waiting to enter the kingdom of death. The only ones who were qualified to line up there were extraordinary in some way, or were sorcerer disciples, magical beasts, titan dragons, or other races, like fairies and Sahagin. Only those from exceptional bloodlines or ones were deemed suitable to be among these ranks. As for the ordinary human beings, they would simply return to the origin point of the world when they died. Woo-woo. See. The messengers of death, wearing black capes, were wandering around the kingdom of death, their blurry shadows following behind them. They were responsible for keeping order in the kingdom of death. As such, whenever a powerful ghost tried to resist going to the underworld by using its special powers, they would rush at it and harvest its soul. As more and more deceased beings showed up, it all became more real. The ground of the underworld was expanding, and now, outside the kingdom of death, a vast land existed. There were some strange phenomena occurring on that land because of the power of the dead. Some parts of the land were extremely bizarre, and some were even filled with horrendous monsters. At the center of Kingdom of Death was an enormous city of the death. It was filled with ghosts who had lost their living memories. The city was akin to the cities of humans. After undergoing the judgments, ghosts that passed could restart their lives in the city. As for those who couldn't pass the judgments, they were nailed to the wall outside the city. The gate to the underworld looked ordinary, but it was anything but that. This was because it was the sole entrance and the exit to the underworld. Thus, those who wanted to enter or leave all had to pass through that gate. Speaking of going through the gate, when Ctesias was going through the gate to the underworld and going to Kingdom of Death on the boats to the Kingdom of Death, he, unlike most, was quite calm. After all, he was a priest from the Temple of Sky, so many messengers of death had greeted him on his way. As such, he knew that he was different from the regular dead beings, as he was summoned by the goddess of death and was meeting the god as a human being instead of a ghost. As he traveled across the Styx on the boat of the underworld, he could see ghosts floating on the river. Only the most special ghosts were entitled to ride on the boat of the underworld when traveling to the underworld. Some ghosts wanted to get away from the Styx, yet they were all pushed back, gradually getting sucked back on by the giant waves. No matter how hard they struggled, they could never escape. Other ghosts tried to get on the boat of the underworld, but they were driven away by the dimming fire that was on the boat. Many ghosts were yelling as they floundered in the waters of the Styx and watched the boat of the underworld pass them by. Then, as a few of them tried to get on the boat and rushed toward the ghosts relentlessly, a sailor glared at them and yelled, "Shut up, all of you!" His eyes were gleaming ferociously with flames, and his voice was hoarse yet filled with hostility and evil. That voice alone was the epitome of hell. Even Ctesias was shocked by such a scene, and as he looked at that uncouth sailor, he wondered, "Who is he?" As the sailor shook his black rope, the tremendous force of the action thrilled Ctesias. Ripples ravaged the entire Styx, and all of the ghosts bounced away like trash after being pounded by the waves. Then, the waters in the Styx started to tumble, and everyone was shocked, so they all started to exclaim at once, "The gate to the underworld is the first round of screening. The Styx is the second round. What's in the front?" There were trees of death that were blossoming with black flowers all around the city of death. There were some special breeds that belonged only to the underworld. The Styx surrounded Kiromu, and a giant bridge passed right through the abyss. There were countless bizarre snakes struggling in the abyss, as if they were trying to surge forward and swallow the ghosts on the bridge. The sentencing of the entire area took place at the end of the giant bridge. Here some were thrown off the bridge as food. Some were nailed on the wall of the city of death in order to force them to repent, and the others would be allowed to enter the city of death. On the giant wall that towered above the city of death, the heads of those killed had been collected and were now strung up for all to see. The horrendous and ferocious faces were shouting at the outside from the wall. But as for the bodies that the heads had originally belonged to, they had already been integrated with the wall itself. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I'm so hungry. Come here now. I'll eat you. I want everything. Money, women, power, and glory. They're all mine. They're all mine. Kill him. Kill him. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die." As the unsettling yells came from the wall, this wall made up of ghosts instilled a deep sense of foreboding in all who saw it. Countless heads of ghosts were bundled together, representing myriad ghosts, male, female, old and young. Some heads even belonged to human beings and a few other races. They were all shouting out and airing their grievances with the strongest emotions they had left within them. Resentment, greed, and anger. All of these extreme emotions were twisted together amid the savage voices. Is this sentencing really fair? What is the criteria for sentencing? Are the rules for the dead even fair at all? As he traveled across the underworld and went to see the goddess of death, Ctesias observed the underworld closely. He was thinking about what the underworld meant to the entire world and questioning whether or not the rules in the underworld were fair, especially in regards to the sentencing of the dead. Each building had many levels and none of the buildings looked ordinary. In fact, all of them looked like temples, churches, or palaces. They were all supported by giant pillars, and the higher the floor was, the more pillars it had. There were many dead ghosts praying in these buildings. There were also stone arch bridges that connected the buildings so that the ghosts could easily walk between the buildings. The buildings were so grandiose that one felt quite tiny walking among them. The floors of the buildings were covered with enormous slates, and each building had round domes and huge doors. Above these buildings, a staircase hovered above the clouds, leading toward the palace at the top. At any given moment, messengers of death were constantly walking up and down the stairs. As soon as Ctesias entered the palace of death, he finally met the legendary goddess of death. She was standing in the center of the cold palace on a throne that was placed at the very top of the stairs. She had on a hat and a white cape that completely covered her body. Even her face was obscured from view. Delmede found this amusing, and she asked, "Ctesias, aren't you afraid of goddesses?" Ctesias responded carefully, "I am a representative of the gods, and I was chosen by gods. Why would I fear the gods or goddesses?" He then asked, "Why did you summon me here, my lord?" Delmede stood up and responded to him with a few questions of her own. "What would you do if I asked you to rule the underworld with me? How would you keep order in the underworld? What kind of underworld would you create?" After asking these somewhat shocking questions, she walked down all of the stairs quickly, soon reaching the bottom and stopping right in front of Ctesias. She then added, "That is to say, I want you to be my sidekick, a side god of sorts. So, risks are you willing to take, and what are you willing to give up?" As Ctesias raised his head and looked at Delmede, there was an intense vigor in his eyes. He looked as if he had just found a reason to live again. "Everything, my lord. I am willing to give up everything," he exclaimed. The sorcerers and the alchemy warlocks who came back from Yala had traveled a long way. They had all returned from a distant continent, and everyone was awaiting their news. Many people wondered what had happened to them in that mysterious kingdom, and they especially wanted to know how many of the shocking rumors that they had heard were true. However, all of the sorcerers and alchemy warlocks were silent upon their returns. In fact, they acted as if nothing had happened. This kind of unusual behavior made everyone feel that something was amiss. "It's unbelievably peaceful here, yet I feel like a storm is coming. Did you smell that?" Jonathan asked. He was hugging his wife Rosia, and they were watching the civilians who were walking around Tethys, as well as the conductors who were ringing bells in their carriages. There were many visitors in the city, as well as many workers. There were also children selling newspapers, running up and down the streets, while the farmers in the city were carrying their fruits and vegetables that they had grown in the countryside. They had brought into the city to sell them. These ordinary people were the epitome of this city, as well as of the system of this entire human world. It was a peaceful and tranquil world, and everyone could find their place here. Jonathan looked at everything happening, and it was just as it usually was. His heart couldn't help pounding intensely. He was unsettled, and he kind of had a hunch that a radical change was about to happen for this new coming era. As Rosia looked at her husband, she was confused. She looked up and saw the clear sky with no clouds in it and said, "We are having such good weather today. Surely there won't be a storm day." Before this, Marina had accepted Jonathan as her student at Akkad Alchemy College in front of all of the teachers and alchemy warlocks. It was the first time in decades that Marina had accepted a student mentee, and it represented the inheritance of the alchemy technique of Marina Bosa. It also meant that Jonathan had stepped into the core circle of the alchemy in this world. This was what Jonathan had always wanted. However, after everything that had happened, Jonathan truly saw how this world really was, especially how powerful the gods were, which had greatly broadened his horizons. At that moment, as Jonathan held his wife in his arms, his eyes were filled with various emotions. This is an era of great changes, yet this is also an era full of opportunities. I, Jonathan Brown, am destined to have a leading role in this era. Just after he finished talking, one of the kids selling newspapers waved a newspaper that seemed to have some urgent news printed as he yelled, "Extra. Today's news. Read all about it." The boy then began shouting a synopsis of the article on the front page. The king of Puzuot announced that every April 20th is Death Day. This is the most important worship day for the Temple of Sky. On this day, all of the disciples must. Jonathan stopped the sales kid mid-sentence and said, "Give me one of those." Jonathan knew that there were 3 levels in the Temple of Sky, which were the godly sky sector, the death underworld sector, and the human sector. Since the goddess of death was the most important goddess in the Temple of Sky, Jonathan knew that the king Ctesias of Puzuot wouldn't just announce a piece of news like this for no reason. Besides, the gods were all acting weirdly at this time, so many people were wondering what exactly they were up to. Jonathan read the newspaper carefully, discovering that there was going to be a grand ceremony on April 20th, which would last for a month. As it was on the front page, which was such a prominent position in the newspaper, one could infer that it would be very special. When Jonathan went back to Akkad Alchemy College to attend classes the second day, he was called to the principal's office by Marina. "Have you heard of Death Day of the Temple of Sky, Jonathan?" Marina asked, while she took off her glasses and put them on the table, a solemn look on her face. Jonathan nodded and answered, "Yes, I did. I reckon that something unusual is about to happen." Marina smiled. "Of course it's unusual. I heard that Ctesias received the oracle. I don't know what the oracle is about, but it definitely has to do with the gods. His actions must mean something significant. Besides, since he summoned so many disciples at the same time, he must be up to something." She then added, "So you'd better prepare yourself for it. We'll join that ceremony as members of the Parliament of the City Alliance of Shihan." "Sure thing, teacher." Jonathan didn't expect that his teacher Marina was going to bring him along. Besides, Jonathan had a hunch that this ceremony wouldn't be as simple as described by Marina. Teacher must have known something about it already, otherwise she wouldn't be that cautious. After Jonathan left, Marina stood up, took a look at the shelf behind her, and took out a book from it. It was a biography about Ctesias. Meanwhile, all of the post offices sent the orders to everyone in Puzuoti. Since everyone in the Temple of Sky regarded Death Day as an important holy day, all of the disciples were mobilized. Countless disciples marched toward the capital of Puzuoti, the city of Babur, faithfully. The kingdom also sent invitations to the other nearby kingdoms. As for the countries, they also sent representatives. Hence, regardless of their beliefs, everyone sent groups of representatives to the capital of Puzuot. Meanwhile, more saints received inside news about Death Day, and they all sensed the uniqueness of the coming ceremony. As they all took off for the city of Babur, there were even some members from other churches among them. At this moment, human sorcerers, orc sorcerers, alchemy warlocks, priests, and holy knights all gathered in the city of Babur, and there were even some wicked demon warlocks and ghost wizards among the gathered group as well. Not only were there demon warlocks from the Church of True God, but there were also demon warlocks and their relatives that belonged to other powerful demon overlords. As for those religions and cults that had been repressed by the three major churches for a long time, they all started to show up again, almost as if they had received some inside news about the gathering. They all sensed that there was something in the city of Babur that they were keen to find. Lu Ziyu got in the horse carriage to make his way to the city alliance of Xian after paying a few coins for passage. He was sitting in the back of the carriage, holding hands with Delmidi. Quite a few people into the carriage after them. Delmidi sat beside Lu Ziyu, pouting. "Don't treat me like a child and stop holding my hands. I'm a grown-up now." Lu Ziyu looked at the changes going on outside the city alliance of Shihan. He could see all of these changes had been brought about by the alchemy warlocks. The workshops had greatly improved the city alliance's productivity, and the establishment of alchemy academies had improved the literacy rate of the people exponentially. Most of the people on the street were well-dressed, many of them wearing coats and hats. Everyone looked very nice, which would have been a rare occurrence on the Alan continent a century ago. The foundation has already been built. It's almost ready. Now all he needs is an opportunity. Lu Ziyu nodded while saying this. Yet Delmidi couldn't quite understand what he was talking about. Delmidi was wearing a black tux, which made her look exceptionally nice. Her golden eyes were glinting with confidence and pride. She definitely stood out among all of the others. "I've been doing good, haven't I?" she asked Lu Ziyu. "Pretty good. It just doesn't look right. Ctesias still needs to pass a couple of crucial steps if he wants to become a real god. Also, his showing such ostentatious behavior at the first step will bring him huge trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "These are all necessary things. Besides, everyone knows about the goddess of death now," she said. Lu Ziyu didn't respond to that, as it perfectly fit in with Lu Ziyu's plan, because it accelerated the fight for the thrones of the gods. Then, taking a glimpse at Delmidi, who was leaning against Lu Ziyu, while appreciating the scenes outside of the carriage, Lu Ziyu looked upset. He then said, "You said that you've already grown up, but your sister isn't half as clingy as you are." "What?" "Sister is not much better," Delmidi exclaimed, her feelings somewhat hurt by her father's statement. It was a busy time in the city of Babur. It wasn't even summer yet, but it already felt like the city had ushered into a completely new season. Everyone within the city seemed to be caught in the middle of the rapture. The controller of the underworld, the supreme leader of the kingdom of deaths, the manager of deaths and souls, we wish you to bestow upon us eternal life. Dozens of people were chanting as they were dragging the huge sculpture of the goddess of death to the square. They were transporting it with trailers and horse carriages. The sculpture was supposed to look horrifying and gloomy, but today it looked cheerful, as it was surrounded by many people, all of whom were singing and dancing. There were several priests and disciples from the underworld who were splashing water and flower petals along the way. Many citizens were groveling along the roadside, while some even swooned as the sculpture passed by them. The disciples of Puzuod weren't afraid of death at all. To them, death was simply a natural extension of life. In fact, to some extent, they thought life and death were the same. They looked forward to the afterlife more than other, and they wished that they could be selected by the gods to enter the kingdom of death. They also fancied an eternal life, or an afterlife, although most of them weren't qualified to attain that. There were also disciples from the Temple of Sky everywhere in the square. All of these disciples were wearing loose-fitting clothes from Batco. Most of their clothes looked plain, and they showed their arms and calves. People of all ages and genders gathered in the square, all of them sitting with their legs crossed and listening to the priests from the temple as they read from the Book of the Living, while receiving doctrines of the underworld of the Temple of Sky. As for the priests wearing long gowns, they were singing worship songs about gods as they danced to pray to their gods. Flower petals were all over the ground, and melodious tunes echoed throughout the entire city. There were ceremonial activities taking place everywhere in the city, and the gate was wide open, welcoming all of the disciples as they arrived here. Soldiers and priests were responsible for maintaining the order, and there were several large groups of disciples praying together. In fact, there were disciples praying everywhere, from the square to the temples, and even around the godly remains and in front of the sacred sculptures. It had been nearly 200 years since Pujout was founded, and the Temple of Sky was the foundation of the kingdom. Now, Ctesias was not only a king, but he had even taken on the persona of a belief and a god of sorts. The city was packed with people, as nearly 100,000 foreigners had recently arrived. There were also food distribution centers and residences everywhere in the city. Clearly, the kingdom of Pujout was fully prepared for the upcoming Death Day festivities. What a thriving kingdom, Jonathan observed in amazement. He was wearing an overcoat and a hat, and he was holding a stick in his hand. He was following a team of envoys from the City Alliance of Shihan. Aside from the politicians from the Parliament of the City Alliance of Shihan, Marina and several other alchemy warlocks were walking with him. The moment they entered the city of Baber, they attracted a lot of attention. Some priests from the temples went to greet them, and there were many people staring at them because Lady Marina was standing among them. However, they were just staring, and nobody pointed out who Marina was. In fact, they treated her as if she was only an ordinary person following the team of envoys. Marina kept looking around when she was walking toward. Aside from those people from Batco, there were also representatives from many from other ethnicities and districts. This could be inferred upon observing their customs and distinct facial features. Pusuedo was a gigantic kingdom, and it had conquered half of the Teuton district and the kingdoms in the south. However, those people were not Marina's focus at this time. This was because at that moment it seemed that she saw some familiar people, who were the top blasphemers from the three churches. She knew that these people had only gotten into the city of Baber by chance. Are they all here? Marina felt that the previous ambiguous information was all confirmed now. After all, nothing could be kept a secret forever, especially when there was such a huge event happening in the Puzuoti dynasty. As such, it was quite easy for people to figure out what exactly they were up to. On the second day, they saw the king of Puzuoti, Ctesias, who was a legendary being. All of the envoys were watching the king from every corner of the palace, and there were priests sitting everywhere in the palace as well. These priests looked upon the city that was full of disciples from the Temple of Sky. There were over 1,000 priests of the underworld in the palace at that time, and all of them were surrounding Ctesias, like stars that were surrounding the moon. Many saints were also sitting around the king. That elder looked so horrendous and powerful, he intimidated everyone that was conspiring, without even having to say a word. As the king looked around at everyone here, they all lowered their heads. He could tell that, among these alchemy warlocks, sorcerers, and saints that had come to this ceremony. Many of them didn't actually treat the ceremony itself seriously, because of Babur. This is the capital of the Puzu dynasty. This is the place that the light of the gods shone upon. As Jonathan recalled what the priests told them when they were first greeting them, he saw all of the priests from the underground gathering here, which amazed him. He knew that the Puzuoti dynasty wouldn't do anything harmful to the foreign envoys, but their power still intimidated them. Jonathan couldn't help but look at Lady Marina, who was beside him. After he saw her face, he felt relieved. At this moment, Marina was gazing at Ctesias, and she looked solemn as she said, "Pinnacle level 4. No wonder it's an ancient being. Her measure of mind power is far superior to most." The bell was rung, and the chiming sound was heard everywhere. As the ringing sound echoed throughout the entire city, people were singing worship songs about gods and drumming. At the same time, groups of disciples that were gathered outside the city all looked toward the palace, their praying voices filling the sky above the city. At that moment, a powerful force of faith suddenly enveloped the entire city of Babur, washing over everyone. Meanwhile, Ctesias was sitting beside the godly sculpture. The faces of two gods were combined in that one sculpture, and they both appeared to be looking at Ctesias. 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 All of the priests from the underworld were shouting Ctesias' name. At the same time, inspiring music was playing in the palace, and everyone was shouting themselves hoarse. They were standing below Ctesias and singing worship songs about him. Everyone in the city was shouting his name, and the sound waves spread everywhere. All of the disciples seemed to have gone mad, as all of those hundreds of thousands of people were shouting the same name, as if the name itself had some kind of exceptional power. Ding dong. All of a sudden, Jonathan felt that the air in the city of Babur became super thick, as if those strong traces of power were getting denser, somehow infusing the name with a different meaning at the same time. Countless engravings were seen in the palace, and the entire palace was a picture of a priest of death. Yet it was somewhat different from the priest of death that was on the stone of the world tree. Mull. A tremendous amount of forces of belief filled that picture, and they formed one special symbol after another, which was the godly name of Ctesias. In that instance, Ctesias felt that his soul had been ignited, and the black symbol flooded his soul with the special force of belief, igniting his soul and transforming it from its former mediocre state to one that was truly exceptional. The black power circulated inside Ctesias' body with the light and shadow for a time, then flowed out of his body, permeating the entire palace. All of the priests from the underworld were still singing his name in worship songs that were written all about him. At this moment, Ctesias was standing at the top of the palace, while the black power of death kept spilling out of his body. He looked down at the countless disciples as they sung out his name and groveled before him as if he was the only god in existence. All of the guests that came to this ceremony were looking at Ctesias as he was standing beside the godly sculpture. They could see his power emanating from his body, and there seemed to be a fierce fire burning inside his soul. At the same time, a black godly power kept seeping out of his body, and under the force of belief, it kept expanding. Jonathan was thrilled by this. He stared at Ctesias with his eyes wide and said, "Cohered godly name, ignited godly fire, and a transformed godly body. Is that the whole process? Is he really becoming a god?" At this moment, everyone stared at Ctesias, whose power was surging. A fire quickly surrounded his body, then a giant black shadow immediately flew out of his body. "The body of a god!" Marina exclaimed as she stood up and looked at the changes on Ctesias' body. This was the first time that someone had seen a human being becoming a god. It was also the first that a mortal being had stepped into the domain of the eternal gods, touching the eternal stars as a mortal being. Out of nowhere, that line came into Jonathan's mind, as he saw the black power of light and shadow coming out of Satyjia's body. The enormous palace seemed to have been dyed black. At that moment, his eyes were glinting with fear, craving, and expectations. Other than him, many of the beings who came to the ceremony of Death Day and had been hiding in the city of Babur all looked at the palace, clearly thrilled. This was because the enormous palace was enveloped by a giant black light dome. Those people outside the palace couldn't see anything going on inside of it. Everyone could still sense that a vibrant ripple was surging through it, a ripple that was about to burst out at any second. At that moment, a black shadow flew out of Satyjia's body. It was the shadow of an enormous god who was holding the book of the deceased. As it struggled its way out of Satyjia's body, the shadow kept getting more dense and large as it was imbued with the power of prayer and belief. It then stood up and flooded out of the palace, stopping at the center of the city of Babur. As that shadow of the black-caped god occupied the entire center of city, it looked as if it was a giant that was overlooking the city. Then, a giant black cape wafted in the air like a rainbow, high above the city. This signified that the true God had arrived, and all of the disciples were shouting at the God in exultation. "He has actually taken that most important step," an onlooker exclaimed. Those people who were watching this scene were exhilarated. Satyjia's success showed them that it was possible for them to copy his success, which gave them great hope. The ceremony of Death Day lasted for a whole month. During this time, Satyjia successfully ignited the godly fire. The news that Satyjia had condensed the body of a god soon spread throughout the entire world. More than a dozen horses were pulling a carriage behind them. Inside, people, each in a different mood, were discussing the recent news. Satyjia has no way out. He must become a god in a few years, Jonathan said with some excitement. Marina leaned against the window and appeared calm. Yes, in order to light the divine fire with a mortal body, then transform into a divine body, he is constantly consuming his soul energy. If he wants to reach level 7 in a short period of time and ascend the throne of God, he'll need the power of belief, otherwise he will die. Hence, he can't wait. But only hundreds of thousands of people's beliefs can ignite the divine fire. That's almost impossible to gather, Jonathan said. Satyjia has puissance, as well as the support of the gods, so there seems to be no problem, at least theoretically, Marina said. The delegation from the Shan City-State Alliance was on the way home in a horse-drawn carriage. Just like the other delegations from other places who had come to attend the Festival of the Dead, they were always in a state of constant worry. Nowadays, this kind of public carriage running on its own track had been widely popular in the Shan City-State Alliance in Pujuote, including the northern part of Tuten that was occupied by Pujuote. In the carriage, Jonathan was sitting and talking to Marina about what he had seen in Babur. Jonathan suddenly looked at Marina and changed the topic, asking, "When can we alchemists have a god of our own?" Marina laughed. "That's not an easy thing. We don't have the same divine guardianship as Satyjia. Whether we are trying to acquire belief, to light the divine fire, or searching for a divine personality, which is a must for ascending the divine throne, we are bound to face huge risks and fierce competition." She then added, "After all, this is a war over divinity. They will not give up this opportunity. Everyone who is qualified for this competition will become our enemy. Also, there's something else that requires careful consideration." Jonathan was puzzled. "Mentor, What else is there to consider? Marina immediately responded, whether or not it is necessary. For instance, does an alchemist really need a god? What price will we pay if so? And is it worth that price? Jonathan, we are not going to be strong just for the sake of being strong, nor should we be gods for the sake of being gods. Believers believe in gods, but we alchemists have our own beliefs. Jonathan was shocked by her somewhat blasphemous words. He now suddenly realized the difference between the older alchemists and their descendants. After returning from the city of Barber in Pugioti, some alchemists who knew what happened were talking about it. Most people only knew that, during the Festival of the Dead, a miracle had happened in the heavenly palace. As for the deeper meaning behind it, only a few understood that. These were the people who knew the true meaning of this Festival of the Dead. Nia City, Sumerian Kingdom. The Sumerian Kingdom was founded more than 100 years ago. It was located in the Sumerian plain, and its current capital was the old capital of the Crete Empire. Since the Church of Light built the kingdom of the Church of Light, the king of the mercenaries had established the Anitan Empire. Then, after the rise of the Sumerian kingdom, the three of these empires jointly occupied the whole central province. The Sumerian kingdom had become a powerful empire on the mainland end of Alan and had a strong national strength. At the moment, the king was Lani, who was a young man in his early 20s. A crow that was carrying an important letter had traveled from a distance, crossing mountains and rivers to arrive in the city of Nia. It did not go to the kingdom's postal department, but directly into the royal, and was immediately received by a palace guard. The guard took the letter from its claw and delivered it to King Lani immediately. Dead? Really dead? After reading the letter, Lani jumped up in excitement and grabbed the guard's neck, causing his smooth facial skin to instantly wither. The guard's pupils then bulged as he gasped for air. Lani looked like a monster. As he could not conceal his ecstasy, he was shouting out loud and behaving in a frenzied manner. In all of the commotion, he had strangled the guard. No one would have thought that the king of the Sumerian kingdom was a monster, and that the whole royal family was all devil kin with devil's blood. It turns out that the Sumerian kingdom was as a devil's kingdom. The old thing is dead at last. Without him, I am the master of the Church of True God. I am the supreme king of the Sumerian kingdom. Lani was still reveling in the ecstasy of it all, when the guard who had been strangled suddenly grabbed him by the ankle and looked up at him. The guard's expression became extremely weird, and his skin started to change little by little. His pupils reflected the devil fire, mucus seeped out of his skin, and a large number of tentacles extended out of his head. The guard looked at Lani with a look that Lani knew quite well. It was filled with cruelty and greed. Lani, are you so happy that I'm dead? A voice arose from the dead, strangled guard. Lani was so frightened, he tripped over the throne and wanted to run outside, but the monster that the dead guard had transformed into was preventing him. A large number of tentacles kept twisting and pulling, covering the dead guard monster completely. How could this be? But I just killed you. You should be dead. The master did not respond to us, so why are you not dead yet? Let me go, let me go. Lani roared and struggled, but still could not get rid of this monster. The monster swallowed Lani up, bit by bit, while it continued to expand and wriggle. It was horrible and disgusting. It's your honor to be my descendant and to become one with me. The monster laughed. After the monster swallowed Lani, his face changed constantly. Finally, the monster became an old man with terrible scars on his face. It was Hekphos, but Hekphos was so weak. After swallowing up Lani, It seemed that he was gradually recovering some previously lost strength. As the Sumerian royals were all Hekhphos' kin, he had studied the immortality of demons and the essence of the devil power. Now, he knew that the drawback of the devil's power was that they couldn't really be reborn like other mythical creatures. Instead, they underwent a process that was more like soul-splitting, whereof their memories could be stored and activated after their deaths. This method was crazy, but Hekhphos had actually applied it to himself. This was why he could only keep the memories from the time before his soul split. Any memory after that could not be stored. Moreover, soul splitting was so dangerous, only Hekhphos had ever tried to do it. Did I die? How on earth did I die? Hekhphos couldn't remember a thing. As the wind, rain and thunder howled, thick clouds blocked out the sky. The Sumerian city, as well as its stone palace, looked particularly gloomy in the darkness. People were in a hurry as they bustled along the spacious streets of Nia city. They were all running down the streets to avoid getting wet. The shops on both sides of the streets were closed, and every family shut the windows to their homes so as not to let the rain come in. At this time, a few figures wearing black raincoats slowly crossed the street and headed for the palace. Their shadowy figures created a stark contrast among the rush of the other pedestrians. Their raincoats were blown to and fro by the strong wind as they walked straight towards the palace. At this moment, the entire Sumerian royal family and their guards disappeared throughout the palace. Groups of disciples of the Church of True God entered the palace. The blood, mixed together with the rainwater, flowed in torrents into the sewer. As Hekhphos sat on the throne, he looked at the bodies of all of the members of the royal family, which were lying under the throne. Their blood had been drawn out, and their bodies, turning them into horribly embalmed corpses. Their eyes turned gray-white, staring desperately and blankly ahead. The corpses were scattered like garbage on the ground. Boom! A flicker of lightning passed through the window, shining on the scarred face of Hekhphos and illuminating the corpses on the ground. This scene was like a portrait straight from hell. The whole royal family had disappeared overnight. After that, the devil's disciple traveled freely throughout the palace, and Nia maintained its peaceful and harmonious state. Here, every family lived a happy life, and the devil coexisted with human beings. Thus, hell was next to heaven. Who? Hekhphos suddenly raised his head and looked at the center of the palace. With a flash of lightning, a few figures appeared in the palace, then passed through the palace without any sound. During the recent massacre in the palace, they had snuck in quietly. Hekhphos knew that they were not common people. At the moment, the disciples of the Church of True God were everywhere. As such, they could appear before him without being noticed by anyone. These people were definitely extraordinary. Their leader took off his raincoat and looked at Hekhphos with a warm smile. His was a face that looked like a teenager, pale but handsome, as if he had been born with a noble temperament. "We were surprised that you were still alive. Congratulations to your majesty on your new life," he said. "First of all, let me introduce myself. We are from the Gathering of Darkness. My name is Luis Baiketo." Hekhphos stood up and interrupted him. Hekhphos was tall and muscly, though he looked a little old. For a moment, his pupils rolled out of his eyes. "Gathering of Darkness? That's really an old name. You guys haven't died yet?" When Hekhphos heard the name, he suddenly felt unusually familiar with it. Then he remembered the origin of the name, the Gathering of Darkness, which branched off from the Gathering of Nobles, had been established by the early aristocrats to resist the Church of Light, which was later occupied by wizards. From the first year to the 100th year of the San calendar, it had been active in the central province. But, without any apparent reason, it had gradually declined. There is light and there is darkness. When the sun rises in the sky, darkness hides in the depths. But when night falls, darkness will cover the whole earth again. Louis grinned, his raincoat dripping water on the floor. He then walked forward through the hall, approaching Hekfos. Hekfos's face looked grave. Although he had swallowed up all of his royal family members and restored some of his strength, he was still weak at this moment. Louis was at least at level 3, and also had a bunch of people following him. Louis stepped on the corpses as he made his way to the throne. The dry bones beneath each of his footsteps made horrid cracking sounds. Louis looked at Hekfos, then suddenly knelt on one knee and swore his allegiance to him. "We, the Gathering of Darkness, are loyal to the great King Hekfos." This caught Hekfos by surprise. He sat down on the throne and looked at Louis' bowed head. "Why do you want to be loyal to me, and what do you want?" Louis said, "We want to sell our service for a good price. This is because the wizards, the Faith the Sun, the Church of Light, and the alchemists, even the whole Ellen continent won't welcome us among them. They are all oppressing us and trying to eliminate us. Only with the help of your majesty, who has control of the whole Sumerian kingdom, will we have a future." Hekfos' eyes twinkled. "So, what can you offer me?" Louis stood up and extended his right hand forward. "Church of True God will have a true God, and this God will be the great King Hekfos." Hekfos laughed. "That's funny, why do you come to me if you can such a thing?" Louis stretched out his hands and said with a touching voice, "Although we have mastered the method of divinity, we do not have enough followers. Looking at the whole continent of Alan, only your majesty has a real chance of becoming a true god. After all, you have the Sumerian kingdom. So, maybe it won't be too long before we all call you a god." Hekfos laughed scornfully. "You actually think I'll believe you if you say that?" Hekfos stood up, as if he were about to call out all of the demon warlocks of Church of True God in the palace to deal with these bozos. Seeing his change in demeanor, Louis immediately said, "The benefits we bring to your majesty are real. Don't you want to hear about them? You will not only be able to learn about how to become a god, but you will also get the support of our Gathering of Darkness, which will be a great help to your majesty, especially at this time." Hekfos was still unconvinced. "Maybe it's not help that you signify for my kingdom, but a group of hungry wolves coming to prey upon us." Louis saw the change in his eyes and got nervous. They had come all the way to look for an opportunity in the Sumerian kingdom, but none of them thought that Hekfos would still be alive. This old monster, who had lived for 200 years, made Louis extremely afraid. As long as he did not die, the enormous power of the Church of True God would be impossible to resist. This definitely disrupted Louis' original plan. But, at this moment, they had found another opportunity, as Hekfos seemed to come around after thinking on it a bit more. "I can give you a chance, of course, to show me what you call loyalty and sincerity," Hekfos said to Louis. Louis smiled slightly, but Hekfos suddenly remembered something, so he asked Louis, "Your last name is Baiketo. Why does that sound familiar?" "My ancestor was Li Wisi Baiketo," Louis smiled and said. As the thunder and lightning raged outside the window, Hekfos looked up at Louis, seeing him in a brand new light. As long as the meat is tempting enough, hunger and greed will drive him to swallow it up without hesitation. Louis thought, Hekfos surely won't live long. Although I don't know how he survived until now, and he certainly has a big problem. Those who are below level 4 can, at most, live for 200 years. This is because their mind power will become weak and continue to lose its vitality. That is unless he finds some special areas that are suitable for the growth of mind power. As Hekfos is a level 4, he must have a stable mind structure. But he seems to have some problems. His strength and soul have weakened a lot. Moreover, a level 4 should have a lifespan of 1,000 years. but his has been reduced significantly. Lewis seemed to be very happy now. As a ghost wizard and the current spokesman of the Gathering of Darkness, Lewis' study of the soul was absolutely incomparable to anyone in the whole continent of Alan. He's very anxious, and at this time, we are the ones who have brought him hope. Lewis had a confident expression on his face. The three men who were following him all took down their hoods at the moment. It turns out that they were actually all women. The one woman with brown hair broke into his reverie and said in a cold voice, "You are being too impulsive, as this has not been put to a vote. He is an old monster who has lived for 200 years. Even among the level 4s, he is among the top. Although he is not as capable as those in the wizard tower, he is absolutely not someone you can underestimate. Do you think he doesn't know what you are up to?" Louis looked up, fully alert now. He wasted no time to scoff. "I'm Luis Baiketo. I've never lost. I'll win this time too. And if he wants to be a god, others will disagree with that. No matter who they are, they won't watch him get what he wants so easily." "Hekfos wants to be a god. Ha 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 ha. That's almost impossible." As the rest of the people within the Gathering of Darkness stood on the city wall of Nia, following the high-spirited Lewis, there were no soldiers on the wall, only some patrols to keep order. There were many civilians coming and going, as well as some mercenaries and merchants. Many idle people in the city had also gathered here. As such, this particularly street nearby the wall seemed to be a busy street, especially in wartime. The Gathering of Darkness and a large number of wizards immediately converged upon the central province. Some of them were suppressed by the churches and had hidden hiding for a long time, while others had been expelled from the wizard tower due to their evil experiments. Still others were wanted for killing and violating the rules of the tower. All of them now journeyed towards the Sumerian kingdom. Among them were also many devilkin, some demon warlocks who were following the demons in the abyss, and some ghost wizards, like Lewis. They all wanted to take this opportunity to enter the Sumerian kingdom. Currently, the Sumerian kingdom was undergoing drastic changes. As such, Hekfos needed a lot of extraordinary forces and the support of Gathering of Darkness to help him realize his ambitions. Although the life of ordinary people had not changed much, the Church of True God, which was using another name, the Church of the Dark Knight, began to go to the front of the stage instead of hiding. Like before, the first thing that they did when they emerged was publicize their doctrine. A large number of believers of the Church of the Dark Knight poured into the streets. They held religious flags, preached their beliefs in the kingdom's various squares and streets. The Master of the Night, the Ruler of Stars, and the King of Dreams. We offer you the highest faith. We call your name and pray to enter your kingdom. Those who believe in the Master of the Night will be protected by gods and will enter the kingdom of gods after death, without being nailed to the wall of the dead. Believe in the Master of the Night, and you will be redeemed. The priests in dark red cloaks excitedly promoted the doctrine of the Church of the Dark Knight. In their words, the Master of the Night was the supreme ruler of the night, who guarded the stars and dreams. The great Master of the Night. You are the ruler of darkness, the supreme God. God, please save me from this endless misery. I am your most devout believer, so please forgive me for my sins. A large number of believers cried at the altar, and many people shed tears as they were listening to priests preaching. The so-called Master of the Night immediately showed his extraordinary power. Priests distributed food to the poor and underprivileged families. Immediately, tens of thousands of people believed in the Master of the Night. With more and more people believing in the Church of the Dark Knight, it quickly dominated the entire Sumerian kingdom, resulting in its doctrine and beliefs to spread to various cities and countless families. Subsequently, the Sumerian kingdom introduced a law which designated the Church of the Dark Night as the official state religion. In the name of the Church of the Dark Night, the Church of True God, which was regarded as an evil religion before, now turned into a new dominating religion in the Alan continent. The wizards, ghost wizards, and demon warlocks within the Gathering of Darkness, now dressed in the religious attire of the Church of the Dark Night, then stood in front of the people and showed them kind and sincere smiles. They had become priests of the Master of the Night. Louis became the high priest of the Church of the Dark Night, which gave him a high status in the Sumerian kingdom. The abandoned temple of the Church of Light in Nia was soon renovated, and the statue of the Master of the Night was placed upon the highest platform. Louis stood on the stage of the temple, guarded by the priests of the Master of the Night. While pious followers knelt down on the square, Louis also showed a pious expression, as if he was the most pious believer here. His face looked peaceful and sincere. When he looked down at the followers, he seemed to love the whole world. He then said, "Now, let us pray for the Supreme Master of the Night, the guardian of stars and dreams, the supreme ruler of the night and stars." "What a great ambition!" Liu Ziyu laughed. As he snapped his fingers, a black chess piece that was emitting a fluorescent glow rotated and then fell down, landing on the Sumerian kingdom on the map of Maria's world. On the chess piece, there was an image of someone dressed in a black robe, like a wizard's. He was holding a candle, and the faint candlelight seemed to illuminate the whole night. It seems that he wants to be the god of night, and its corresponding authority is controlling the length of the night, temperature changes, human sleep time, and even human dreams. This god can make a series of corresponding rules, and there is great potential for authority expansion, Liu Ziyu observed. As he put hands together under his chin, his two forefingers moved constantly. He was clearly in deep thought. At last, he raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Well, I'll let him see if he can handle it." As the chess piece fell, the whole Alan continent on the map changed instantly. The mountain ranges and the shadows of small cities could now be seen clearly on the map. Even the clouds on the map kept changing their forms. The whole world map was like a giant chessboard, and 11 chess pieces that were shining like stars above the board had not fallen down yet. But the news about the Church of the Dark Night immediately spread from the central province across the whole Alan continent. This religion emerged overnight, which instantly stirred up the Church of Light, as well as the wizards and the orcs. All of them immediately devoted all of their attentions to the Sumerian kingdom. The Church of Light, the Faith of the Sun, the Wizard Tower, Colossus College, the Mercenary Union, and various organizations of extraordinary power entered the Sumerian kingdom to investigate this religion. They were particularly fascinated by it, as it had emerged suddenly and developed so fast. The dense black forest, stretching from the coastline to the skyline, was blocked by towering mountains. Within the forest, a large number of magical beasts and powerful monsters existed, making this area a forbidden place for human beings. However, the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro had built some cities and great fortresses in some important import and export harbors nearby. On the one hand, they did this to protect humans from magical beasts and monsters that escaped the Black Forest. On the other hand, they did this because of the abundant resources were available in the forest. Specifically, rare medicinal materials and minerals had attracted a large number of mercenaries and merchants to come here. Countless people here had even built special adventurer towns on the edge of the Black Forest, which naturally promoted trade. People here saw a huge increase in their wealth and interests. But sadly, the killing never stopped. Also, there was always a mist in the Black Forest, making it dark and humid all the time. In the depth of the forest, on a black mountain that was surrounded by a large number of devil camphor trees, stood a tall tower, which was the holy place of all of the wizards, the Wizard Tower. The devil camphor trees emitted a strong miasma and formed illusionary magic boundaries, blocking all of the unwanted visitors. These devil camphor trees, after more than 200 years of growth, had gradually evolved into a special type of magic plant. Even the breeding of the ancient war trees had incorporated this unique cultivation method of the devil camphor trees. After wizards returned from the Yala continent, they had immediately upgraded the original magic boundaries. As such, even the extraordinary wizards could not break through the magic boundaries that had been formed by these devil camphor trees. This was because any movement outside would be noticed by the wizards inside. Then, groups of tower wizards would immediately come to kill the intruders. Dozens of towers been built as a safeguard, protecting the wizard tower. Many wizards and wizard servants were shuttling along the roads. There were also all kinds of magical beasts that were tied in chains or being ridden by wizards. Letter ravens were also busy going about their work in the sky. There were even shops that were selling all kinds of magic materials, magic potions, alchemy products, magic books, and so on. Some roads were even built with railway tracks, where alchemy railway cars ran up and down daily. Each wizard tower was a large research institute. Different wizard towers were led by different mentors, and each focused on different aims. Some of these niches included alchemy, bloodlines, dreams, magic potions, and even magical beast breeding. Each wizard tower also had its own characteristics in terms of magic application. This was indeed a proper wizard city, and the Wizard Tower was the most striking and prominent institute, one which had already nurtured generations of wizards throughout hundreds of years. Countless wizards had graduated from here, then gone on to create their own legends, bringing changes to the whole continent. All of the wizards regarded the Wizard Tower as a holy place. Its style was like the architecture of the mythological era, solemn and grand. Any wizard who looked at it couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Generations of wizards came here at all costs in order to study. In fact, every single wizard dreamed of getting in, and those who graduated from here were still proud of it, even years after the fact. What is the Church of the Dark Knight? It's just another Church of True God. In the top floor of the Wizard Tower, some wizards were discussing the Church of the Dark Knight in a huge conference room. There were a large number of seats on both sides of the room. When major events took place, wizards gathered here to express their thoughts, and a main speaker would stand in the center to give speeches and offer opinions. The Sumerian kingdom was under the control of the Church of True God, yet we didn't know that until just now. The tower has been too isolated from the outside world. Moreover, the Church of True God is hiding, and even the Church of Light has not found out about this. All of the wizards were offering different opinions. The Church of True God, which had been in hiding, had suddenly appeared. Although they had re-emerged under the new name of the Church of the Dark Knight, the wizards had still found out this secret. One of the wizards looked serious and asked the speaker, "How could Hekfos not have died?" "Well, it's apparently true. According to the information we've got, he's still alive," the speaker replied, still not really answering the question. "The abilities of these demon warlocks are so weird. I can't understand them," another wizard exclaimed. Everyone looked towards Edward as he stood up and said, "I think that what we should be concerned about is what they want to do, and whether it will be harmful or beneficial to us. Moreover, whether it has anything to do with us at all." What should we do if it is both harmful and beneficial? Someone in the back asked. Edward had been the master of the tower for more than 100 years. He was more mature than he used to be. His prestige among wizards was even greater than his foster father and mentor, Bor Killermo's, had ever been. There were a lot of debates going on at the conference. Some high-level wizards, who had experienced in the mainland of the Yala continent, analyzed what this so-called Church of the Dark Knight was going to do. They then voted to take action against the Sumerian kingdom. In addition to the Wizard Tower, various extraordinary forces also decided to take action quickly. But before they could actually take any measures against the Church of True God and the Sumerian kingdom, news came from the Sumerian kingdom that Hekphos had held a ceremony to ignite the divine. A huge black light ring spread out in the sky above Nia. The sky flowed like a river under the power of this ring, and all of the stars were hidden in the cloudless night. It was completely dark. In the darkness, more than 200,000 citizens held up candles and gathered in the streets and lanes. The light from the candles converged like a starry river, illuminating all of Nia. These candles symbolized the faith of the people. Lately, more and more people had become pious believers, and the city was undergoing dramatic changes. Louis Baiketo looked at all of the people of the city. Men and women, young and old, everyone was holding candles and devoutly worshipping to the master of the night. This is true belief. Is this how it feels when everyone holds an absolute belief in you? Louis was in a state of euphoria. If I can become a god, I can decide the fate of the world. Only God, the true God, is in control of his own destiny. The candle light spread all the way to the ends of the world. This scene looked like the Milky Way, and made it appear as if the whole world was covered by the light of the candle fire. This whole scene had tremendously shocked Louis. He stretched out his hands, shouting to everyone, "Let us all call upon the holy name of our Lord, the Master of the Night, the supreme ruler of the starry kingdom, the guard of the dreams, Hekphos." In an instant, all of the people on the ground roared together. In the temple of the Church of the Dark Night, candles were also lit, their light reaching from the highest stages to the lowest steps. Along with this roar, candle flames throughout the whole city flickered violently, and a great power converged, then headed towards the center of the temple. A black shadow spread out from the temple, soon covering it entirely. The black shadow looked like the robe of God. It moved with the bouncing rhythm of the candle flames. This magical scene ignited the people's passions. God is coming. We'll be redeemed. God, show me the way. The sun will eventually set, as only the night is eternal. The eternal darkness, I adore you. May I always be with you. All of the people looked at the sky and roared enthusiastically. They were constantly streaming into the temple, as if this would bring them closer to their God and the divine world. This tremendous power of belief was growing throughout Nia, even igniting the central part of the city. Taking strength from this power of belief, a massive shadow rose up from the ground. The shadow held a huge candlestick, and the candle's flame lit up the night. The flame emitted a bright light and a wave of heat, as if it was showing the way to the divine world. The shadow looked at Nia, as if it was looking at its own kingdom. Its cold eyes looked at countless believers as they were kneeling on the ground to pray. He couldn't help but secretly laugh at their stupidity. Foolish, ignorant humans. The candlestick in its hand shook, while fire fell down from the sky like a starry rain, scattering throughout the earth. All of the people who were touched by the fire immediately felt refreshed. Those who were seriously ill recovered on immediately. And some of the most pious believers even turned into priest apprentices. This fire rain ignited the beliefs of the whole city. All of the people were crying out the name of Hekphos. Gradually, the shadow disappeared, yet the people's enthusiasm didn't decrease. The city then hosted a celebration ceremony, which lasted for a whole month. All of the people in Nia were going crazy over the arrival of the Master of the Night. Every night, a large number of followers gathered in the streets and held a grand parade. Cheering resounded throughout the city. After completing his preaching, Louis returned to the temple. A large group of people who were wearing priests' robes followed him through long corridors, then knelt down at the door of the temple. When the temple door opened, an infinite darkness seemed to come from the inside, immediately permeating the outside. The people then stepped into the temple as if they stepping into an unknown and mysterious world. When Louis walked in, all he could see was an endless dark world. Although his feet stepped on the ground, it felt like he was stepping on a river. Rippleness spread across through the ground. In the middle of the dark temple, an old man in a black robe floated in the air. The old man opened his eyes, which were like candles, lighting the entire world. The light was being projected onto Louis from above in the sky. "My Lord Hekphos, I call out your holy name and listen to your will." Louis laid on the ground like a devout believer. He saluted Hekphos and kissed the ground. He appeared to believe what he was saying. "How long will it be?" asked Hekphos. He then opened his eyes and looked at Louis. His eyes were filled with indifference. He looked upon Louis, who was on the ground. He was a speck of dust or a tiny ant. 3 more days, Louis said excitedly, as if he was cheering for Hekphos. He raised his voice and added, 3 days from now, you could have the divine personality of the god of night. My lord, as long as you integrate the divinity, you will become a god who truly has the control of the world. He continued excitedly. As long as you reach level 7 and ascend the divine throne, you will be the master of the night. Then, all of the living things in the world will witness this, the birth of a true god. As Louis raised his hands high in the air, his intense level of excitement made it seem as though it was not Hekphos, but himself, who would ascend the throne. As Hekphos closed his eyes, the temple slightly returned to darkness, its former state of darkness. He then decreed, 3 days from now, the divine personality of the Master of the Night must be summoned. The prayers lasted till dawn, when the sun rose from the horizon and the stars still shone in the sky. A large number of priests of the Church of the Dark Night guarded every corner of the entire city of Nia. With the power of the Master of the Night increasing, a huge star was gradually approaching through the bitwall. As the star got closer, everyone felt it was constantly getting larger. This was the main body of the divine kingdom of the god of night. At this moment, it came through the bitwall and was thoroughly exposed in front of everyone. The of the world, divine personality. Please listen to our prayers and come down to this world. All of the priests of the Church the Dark Night knelt on the ground, in their dark red robes, and murmured. It was almost as if they were reading incantations. At the same time, intense airwaves appeared in the sky. Instantly, a strong light, which came from the temple in Nia, burst out violently, then shot directly into the sky. It immediately connected the star in the sky. The whole world seemed to be buzzing, as if the gears of the world were turning, causing the door of truth to open to all. At this moment, the sky above Nia was a fantastic color. As everyone looked up at it, they appeared to be a bit dizzy. They felt that the gods were so close to them. Louis Baiketo's fake smile faded away as he focused his gaze on the huge star. He knew that this star would bring tremendous changes in the world. As he held out his hand, a fascinating smile appeared on his face. "That's the truth. That's fate," he exclaimed. At dawn, a dazzling meteor fell from the huge star, emitting an intense light and causing dramatic waves. In order to get here, this meteor had broken through the bit wall and the atmosphere. The divine personality of the Master of the Night is coming. I will become a god of the night. At this moment, Hekphos, who was in the great temple, couldn't hide his excitement. He had a greedy expression on his face as he stared at the falling divine personality. As long as he could integrate with it, he would become half divine in this world, which was equal to a demigod in the human world, as long as there were no level 7 opponents or true god coming. Even the Devil King in the Abyss couldn't match his level then. The speed of the divine personality's descent was very slow, which made Hekphos particularly anxious. Besides Hekphos, no one dared to look up at it. It was as if they felt that staring at it was some kind of blasphemy. Boom. While everyone was focused on the divine personality, an intense light came from the distant city wall, instantly traveled a distance of a few thousand meters, then bombarded the temple. The temple melted, revealing an appallingly broad passageway. The sound of the attack had woken the whole city. The attack had also caused a cloud of thick smoke to cover a large area. As a result, all of the buildings nearby were destroyed. The whole temple was reduced to ruins amid the flames. Stones and gravel were melted into magma-like molten liquid flowing on the ground. A large number of demon warlocks and priests were killed within this sea of fire. The citizens who were praying instantly panicked. All of them screamed and were looking for ways to escape. Faced with this disaster, a deep fear surged up from the bottom of their hearts. The divine personality in the sky was shaking violently. It seemed almost though it did not know where to land. At this time, a black ray of light shot to the sky. The divine personality stopped shaking and continued to fall towards Nia. At this time, the flames vanished and an angry figure emerged in the darkness. The figure instantly transformed into an old man in a black robe. Edward Killermo. Hekphos' voice trembled violently. He was in a tizzy. However, he had expected things were not going to be so smooth. After all, he knew that countless people wanted the divine personality. So, understandably, everyone was gambling on this. No one could resist their desire for the divine personality, although Hekphos had made ample preparations in case any incidents occurred. This had still happened. It was enough to drive one mad. A translucent crystal giant was climbing over the distant city wall. He stood up to reveal that he was as tall as the wall itself. On his shoulder stood Edward Killermo. It was Edward Killermo who had struck that horrific blow. He wore a silver-rimmed wizard robe and was looking directly at Hekphos. Hekphos floated above the ruins while laughing furiously. As he laughed, a strong force blew out, like a roaring wind. Good. The master of the tower is here. Ha 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 ha, Hekphos laughed. His gray hair shook while his cold eyes swept around him, looking at every corner of Nia. He then asked, "Who else is there? Come out. Don't hide." At this time, several figures appeared on the city wall. They were all big names within the mainland. Then, all of them formed a circle and surrounded Hekphos, leaving no chance for him to escape. Hekphos looked at every one of them, gritted his teeth, then pronounced their names one by one. Marina Bossi, Dean of Akkad Alchemy College, he said to a gorgeous lady who was standing next to a mechanical alchemy doll. Then, he turned to a fox wizard with shifty eyes and said, Felix Bliss, Dean of Colossus College. Bill McDowell, Chief Justice of the Church of Light, he said to a middle-aged and indifferent-looking man. First-generation Holy Knight Tyriden, the founder of the Tyriden Knight Kingdom. You old thing. I can't believe you're still alive. He pointed to a surprisingly robust old man. Heckfoss then looked to another direction and revealed a grim expression. At then the man who he was currently facing was a disgrace to him. He then said, "And you, Lin Ahiniton, king of mercenaries, do you think that, with the sword of the king, you have automatically become the Lion King? You are nothing. Do you even have divine power? Or only a mere level 3? Then Heckfoss laughed and shouted to all of his enemies, "The divine personality has come, and none of you can stop me. I am the master of the night. All of you will die." The crystal giant jumped and punched at the divine shadow that was emerging behind Heckfoss. As the shadow waved a huge candlestick, its flames burned the sky bloody red. The crystal giant's fists bombarded the candlestick, trying to put out the flames. The giant was being projected by Edward Killermo with magic. As such, he was no different from a real one. The giant even possessed extraordinary power, which was beyond imagination. However, as Heckfoss' divine shadow was so powerful, the 6 who had surrounded Heckfoss were like mere dwarves. Marina Bossi, in cooperation with Archimonde, produced much fierce power. So, Marina used all of her extraordinary illusion techniques to attack the divine shadow. The others also used every means available to them to aid in the endeavor. The sound of bombing was louder than thunder, which made all of the citizens run and hide in their houses. The huge divine shadow waved its candlestick again. Besides Edward, all of the others couldn't resist its force. Before, Heckfoss was never capable of fighting with the majority of them. However, after igniting the divinity of his resources, his strength had increased several times and reached level 5. If he integrated the divine personality, no one present could leave here alive. Thinking of such a victory lying ahead, Heckfoss was anxious to fly up into the sky. His divine shadow was also ready. In a fury, Heckfoss gave an intense blow to the cloud mass that was hiding the divine personality. The clouds instantly dispersed, revealing a clear sky and the divine personality. At this moment, as the other 6 people had been suppressed by Heckfoss, they steadily weakened and consumed Heckfoss's strength and energy. As a result, this divine shadow, which was created by the power of belief, was now lacking an adequate energy source. As such, the 6 people were waiting for Heckfoss to reveal his weakness. The priests on the ground looked at the flashing light in the sky, which seemed to tear the whole sky apart. They couldn't help but tremble and comment amongst themselves. Edward, the master of the wizard tower, the legendary alchemist Marina, first-generation holy knight Tyriden, king of mercenaries Lin Ahiniton. They all came here. This is a war that will be recorded in history. Just hearing the names of these people is enough to make one tremble. They're gods to us. As the priests shouted, they ran away, not even having the courage to watch this legendary battle unfold. For them, this level of battle was a battle of the gods. So, if they were unlucky, they knew that they would die here. "Stop him! Don't let him go," Tyriden shouted. He waved his sword at the black light ribbons that had grown from the divine shadow. Then, one of his men used Gate of Heaven to suppress Heckfoss. However, this level 4 illusionary divine incantation couldn't threaten level 5 Heckfoss. So Heckfoss used the candlestick to smash the Gate of Heaven that was projected by this incantation. Heckfoss held out his other hand and pointed at Edward, while he shouted out, "Night Dreamland." Immediately, a ball of darkness wrapped around both Edward and the crystal giant, then dragged them into the dark world of illusion. Heckfoss then used a series of incantations, which consumed a great amount of energy, causing his divine shadow to shrink a good amount. However, he couldn't care about this at the moment, as he desperately rushed toward the divine personality. At this moment, the divine personality had completely come out of the bit wall and moved towards the ground. The others knew that this was their last chance, so they determined that they must stop Hekphos at all costs. As Hekphos had gotten the divine name, the divine title, and the divine body, if he integrated the divine personality, he would become half divine, then none of them would leave here alive. You can't stop me. The divine personality is mine. You're all dead. Hekphos looked as ferocious as a ghost from hell as he stretched out to grab the divine personality, even though the others kept attacking him and the divine shadow's black ribbon were decreasing in number. At this crucial moment, a ray of light from the horizon shot to the divine personality, causing the divine personality to immediately change its route and fly in another direction. This light dazzled everyone present. They watched in amazement as the divine personality rotated a bit in the sky, then landed in the distance. Hekphos, whose hand was still stretching to get the divine personality, hadn't expected this at all. No! How could this be possible? Hekphos cried out in desperation. As Hekphos turned his head, he saw the divine personality disappearing in the distance and was determined to still catch it. At that moment, the crystal giant transformed into countless shadows, all of which surrounded Hekphos. Kalermo Crystal Seal. It broke through Hekphos' control and used another magical technique. One by one, the shadows turned into pillars of light, trapping Hekphos within them, like a dazzling prison. However, all Hekphos could see was the falling divine personality. You are mine! You are mine! Where are you going? I am your master! Hekphos's cry was mad and desperate. Under the constant siege of the others, his divine shadow had consumed too much of his energy and had finally disappeared. Lin Anaton, who held the sword of the king, then penetrated Hekphos' chest with it. This is a lethal blow for Hekphos. Hekphos' chest was glowing. Soon, the glow spread throughout his whole body. Then the light tore his body apart. He was dead. At that moment, all of the madness, the unwillingness, and the incredulousness slowly disappeared from his face, leaving only a slight sneer. Ha ha! How could I die? All this is wrong. God is immortal. For this moment, Hek felt that everything was just a dream, and he was still a fisherman back in a remote village in Tethys. Although he couldn't read, he was still happy every day. He liked to lie on his boat and bask in the sun, falling asleep to the sound of sea waves. In this dream, he did not find the book about demons on his way home. He did not become an apostle of any demon, nor did he master any extraordinary power. He was neither the so-called king nor the founder of the Church of True God. Most importantly, he was not a notorious man within the mainland. He still napped on his boat and basked in the sun. The villagers greeted him when he returned from a day on the water. When he came home, he would secretly send a fish to the girl he liked, even if he knew she didn't fancy him back. So, I just had a dream. That dream was terribly. Ha 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 ha. Hekphos cried out. With a smile on his face, Hekphos was swallowed up by the light and vanished into the air. He, the actual ruler of Sumerian kingdom, had now died in the Sumerian sky, the kingdom of Gracchus. One of the three kingdoms which had started the Central Province War, was located next to the Central Province. However, ever since the war, the allied forces of the three kingdoms had fallen on the Sumerian plain, and the kingdom of Gracchus wasted away with each passing day. The Sumerian kingdom declared war on the neighboring Rosetta kingdom and Gracchus kingdom from time to time in reprisal, taking cities and invading lands. Internal contradictions arose. Even the royal family had changed a few times. The Tory city in the Menlo Hills was a city on the eastern border of Gracchus. One could say it was more an abandoned mine than a city. It used to be a mineral vein, but was built into a city by slaves sent by the king to reclaim the wasteland. They lived there for generations. Many slaves and exiled criminals were sent to this place. Thieves, murderers, slaves, dark wizards, and wandering knights formed this special world. In early days, Tory City had been a haven of money and darkness, with well-developed trade. Those seeking fame, power, and nobility flocked to the city like hyenas following the smell of carrion. One could achieve greatness here with very few morals. However, after more than a century's worth of overmining, the veins were exhausted. It became a dismal, abandoned city full of criminals, refugees, and orphans, castaway mercenaries, and desperate saints hunted by the Church of Light. Evil lurked there as well. Tory City had gone from a corrupt but prosperous mining city to a hideaway for things too dark for even the power-hungry to accept. Clank! Clank! An old, dilapidated elevator descended into the abyss. The piercing sound of the iron chains echoed up from below. It was like a giant black hole leading to the center of the planet, or a gaping mouth capable of devouring the entire world. Spiraling down the mine shaft were endless buildings. Layer after layer of shabby houses were built on the edges of cliffs, surrounding the abyss-like mine, going deep underground. Some of the buildings were no more than metal or wooden frames, broken down after years of neglect. Shadows moved in between the structures. Lights flickered ominously. More than 100,000 of the poor lived in this dark land of sin. They made a living by digging out the last remaining mine, descending deeper and deeper into the darkness. This was left of Tory City. It was almost like the sun had disappeared. Suddenly, a crowd of people began to appear. Stepped outside their homes, holding candles and walking on the edges of the cliffs. It seemed like everyone was praying. As the outside world was focusing on the city of Nia in the Sumerian kingdom, a god fire ignition ceremony was taking quietly in this unnoticed outlaw city. Source of the world, divine personality of truth, please answer our prayers and come to this world. Men and women, young and old, criminals, demon warlocks, and dark wizards all gathered, shouting to the heavens. Circles of light rose up high. A dazzling light beam shot up into the sky. The entire cave was illuminated with a brilliant light that covered the entire city and even descended into the cave. At the same time, there came the great roar of a beast from the bottom of the abyss. A giant monster broke free from below and flew up to the sky. It was a huge dragon made entirely of bones. Dark power emerged from the bone dragon, covering its body like a cocoon. It flew into the sky, and then a giant divine shadow emerged from its body. Lights shimmered over the blurry figure of the divine shadow. It looked like Louis Baiketo. Indeed, it was Louis Baiketo's bone dragon. He'd ignited soul flames and blended into this level 4 dragon. A meteor with a long, brilliant tail streaked across the dawn sky and fell to the ground. He's coming. We succeeded. Louis Baiketo succeeded. The entire population of Tory City burst into cheers as if they had waited for this moment for a long time. They had been waiting for a chance to change their fate, and now it was finally happening. The giant divine shadow opened his palms, which emitted colorful lights that then engulfed his body like flames. He shivered and his body strengthened. At this moment, god kingdoms in the sky connected with him as if they were looking down on him. The bone dragon at the core of the divine shadow roared agitatedly, beating its wings. The sound was not just a roar, but a language created by mind power. He was shouting his god's name, Louis Baiketo. Thousands in Tory City shouted out his god's name at the same time, Louis Baiketo. After the War of the Sumerian Kingdom, the king of Hekphos had failed when igniting divine flames and embracing divine personality, and been killed by Lin Ahneton with the sword of king in the city of Nia. However, The divine personality of the Dark Knight had been lost in the human world. Everyone had started the crazy search for the divine personality of the Dark Knight. The entire Central Province and the Church of Light was desperately trying to find it. The news about the gathering of darkness and Louis B. Kito immediately spread to the Church of Light, the faith of the Sunne, wizards, alchemy warlocks, and top leaders of all kingdoms. Of darkness? When did this happen? When will these damn rats die out? They just make a fuss every few decades. This time is different. They now have a half-god. What do they want to do? Declare war on us. In St. Sarles City, the kingdom of the Church of the Light, everyone was astonished and agitated by the emergence of the gathering of darkness. Many leading priests and bishops expressed strong opposition to the existence of this cult. Did the Lord get any oracles? No. While the rest of the world scrambled to figure out what was going on, the gathering of darkness brought all of its members and left the area of the Church of Light. They went to the foreign land in the southeast of the Alan continent, the foreign world that was surrounded by the area of the Church of Light, the Bacto area, and the Desert of Death, Haraf, Swirl continent, the Mermaid Kingdom. Plunberg was a crucial port for the Mermaid Kingdom. When the channel connecting to the human world opened up, this port had brought in massive fortunes and imported resources for the Mermaid Kingdom. Sailing boats and steam paddle wheeler ships densely covered the coastal waters. The thriving marine trade and growing number of merchant ships announced the beginning of the Great Navigation Era. Humans, fairies, orcs, and mermaids had only discovered less than half of the world and had only opened the channel to Yalan continent and Swirl continent. More than half of the world remained uncharted. Nevertheless, fleets continued to travel across oceans. Unknown, remote islands were discovered, channel after channel was created, vast oceans and worlds outside the continent were explored and marked on the map. The vast sea bordered by Alan continent, Swirl continent, and Yalan continent was called the Sea of Storms because of frequent maelstroms, dangerous waters, and countless monsters. Islands were discovered in the Sea of Storms, and one by one, safe channels were opened. Humans were now all over the oceans. Adventurers chased fortune, faith, and fame by rushing to the oceans. And with the growing number of merchant ships, pirates emerged as well. Some merchant ships, and even a few kingdoms' navies, took up piracy as it turned out to be a lucrative business. Chaos prevailed on waters. There were no laws. Like a watery jungle, killing and plundering ruled the sea. The kingdom of Rosadoro and Shan City-State Alliance were the two strongest human powers across the sea, since they had a huge number of ships. The queen of the Mermaid Kingdom, Gina, had worn the crown for more than a century. With great knowledge of the human world and alchemy warlocks, she started a revolution after she returned to the Mermaid Kingdom. It began with merging the Kutao Sahagins into the Mermaid Kingdom. Numerous Kutao Sahagins began to take on crucial positions within the empire. The Mermaid Kingdom was divided into several classes and groups. Mermaids were the highest class, controlling sacrificial rites and kingship. Kutao Sahagins controlled the army and politics. The lower class were civilians and slaves. Not hesitating to transform the ruling class of Mermaid Kingdom, Queen Gina also developed the culture, commerce, religion, and education greatly. She created a system similar to the Alchemy College, where a huge amount of mermaid scholars, alchemy warlocks, artists, architects, craftsmen, and metallurgists were nurtured and trained. Moreover, numerous fleets were created as soon as the nautical age arrived. Trade with the human kingdom was initiated and channels leading to Alan continent and Yalan continent were successfully opened. Even though mermaids had a natural advantage in the water, only with ships and fleets could they travel to the deep sea. Ships provided shields and protection for them during sea battles. It was similar to how humans used horses and chariots, despite being able to walk. Without a large number of fleets, the power of the Mermaid Kingdom would be limited to the coastal waters and the inland of the Swirl continent. With years of training and development, the Mermaid Kingdom fleets now cruised freely on the Sea of Storms, capable of fighting against both the Kingdom of Rosadoro and Shan City-State Alliance. The Mermaid Kingdom had changed completely in the last 100 years, developing population, culture, economy, and military. How things have changed. It feels like I only dozed off for a moment, and the Mermaid Kingdom is now completely different, Lu Ziyu said, lying down on the bow of a steam paddle-wheeler ship. The sea breeze brushed his face, ruffling his black hair. The wheels on both sides of the ship roared as smoke rose from the chimney at the back, disappearing slowly into the sky. "Oh, the wind is rising," said a girl with blonde hair and a white lace hat. She was wearing a light-colored dress and red shoes, holding on to her pretty hat so that it would not be taken by the blowing wind. Verthandi raised her head and gazed at the distant horizon. "More and more new things," she said. "This world just keeps getting interesting. The unchanging world only become beautiful because of the development of these colorful lives." Verthandi to Lu Ziyu and smiled brightly like the sun on the deck. "This is why I am helping you, Dad, to develop this world further. All the lives here can move forward together." Lu Ziyu laughed. "Is this such a noble act?" he asked. "I feel more like a supervillain behind all these things. One day the hero of justice will come and take me down." Verthandi threw her arms around Lu Ziyu's neck. Her eyes glimmered. "You are the almighty creator," she said earnestly. "Everything started with you and will end with you. Your existence is the reason why we, and everything in this world, exist." The ship reached shore and moored at the port of Plumberg Harbor. The fleet did not raise any attention. It was just one of the many fleets that arrived at Plumberg. Ships and sailboats came and went, forming a unique view on the horizon. Many Kudao Sahagins were on the dock, wearing simple shirts and leather pants. The mermaid priests looked over the port from afar. For this visit, Lu Ziyu wished to see if there were any potential candidates for a god's name from the mermaid race. There were quite a few capable human candidates, however. Lu Ziyu did not wish to have all human gods. He wanted to see a balance between other races as well. Verthandi had tagged along when she heard his intention. The fleet Lu Ziyu was with belonged to the Mara Kingdom. The Queen of Mara Kingdom had just named a maritime official and built their own fleet. As the merchants arrived at the Mermaid Kingdom, they immediately went to the city of Adara to meet with Queen Gina. They wished to sign a trade deal with the Queen so that they could acquire a huge amount of merchandise. Both the Kingdom of Rosa d'Oro and Shan City-State Alliance rose extremely quickly with the help of the oceans. As a coastal kingdom, the Kingdom of Mara wanted to be a part of the Great Navigation Era and take an important position. At the same time, in the city of the god of the sea, Adara, a heated discussion was taking place. Many Kuto Sahagin officials and mermaids were arguing in front of Queen Gina. "This is the 10th time that our town was robbed. We must not tolerate these human criminals. The elderly and children were all killed. They also are young adults. I have heard that there are many slaves from our kingdom in the human world. The humans even auctioned them in public. My siblings were locked up in cages, treated like animals. All thanks to these human robbers. We must take revenge, even if we have to declare war." Exactly. We should limit human access into the Swirl continent, and they should not get close to the coastal waters. The patrol fleets should expel them the moment they see human fleets. Many Kutao Sahagan soldiers and officials shouted inside the palace, kneeling on the ground, crying out loud, complaining to the queen. Finally, a mermaid stepped forward. "Your Highness, it was pirates who robbed the towns," he said. "We need to combat piracy more, but not to stop trading with humans. Trade with them has brought us great development and fortune. As we can all see, we have developed very in recent years." "That's right. What we need to combat is piracy. We must not close the trading ports." Those who'd been enslaved and robbed were low-class Kutao Sahagins. It was nothing for the mermaid race. They were more interested in the profit they could gain from trades. The Kutao jumped in. "Pirates? What kind of pirate could have such powerful fleets? Powerful enough to cross the sea of storms and plunder our towns? We already know that it was a fleet from the kingdom of Rosadoro that robbed our villages and enslaved our siblings. Combat piracy. They pretend to be pirates, then become official fleets that have trade deals with us and are safe in our waters. Revenge. We need to show the humans our rage." Many Kutao Sahagins howled and shouted in anger. All looked to the beautiful blue-haired woman, sitting on the throne and wearing the crown. They all looked to Queen Gina. Gina raised her head in displeasure and made a decision. "If the story checks out, send out emissaries immediately," she said. "Tell the king of Rosadoro he must give us an explanation." "Abolish the trade deal with the kingdom of Rosadoro," cried the Kutao Sahagins. "Expel all fleets and merchants of the kingdom of Rosadoro. Search and investigate every individual related to enslaving mermaids. Search every merchant ship. Anyone disobeys the order, put to death. Halt. Fire." Orders were shouted down the deck as it fell into chaos. Wood barrels tipped over, rolling across the ship. Ropes swayed violently while some of the crew clung to them. Other crew members passed messages along. The sailors fired the alchemy cannons. With thunder-like blasts and black smoke, cannonballs lit up the sea. Dozens of battleships were at war. The now tattered flags showed the identities of the two parties. One had the rose symbol from the human kingdom of Rosadoro. The other had the trident waves of the mermaid kingdom. Both parties continued to fire. The blasts from the precisely placed cannons, the rising steam, and the smell of smoke all got the adrenaline pumping. A few battleships, both parties, sank into the sea. The Mermaid Kingdom fleet was nothing like that of the humans. At the bottom of the mermaid ships were doors. When at war, the doors would open and mermaid warriors would leave the ship to attack the enemy fleet from underwater. It did not take long for a few ships to be cut through. Sea water spurted into the battleships like a fountain. "Water in the ship? Water in the ship," called out an uneasy crew member. "Boatman. Where is the boatman? Block the hole immediately. Block them." Experienced sailors immediately began to patch up the holes. It was impossible to stay on top of the damage, however, and even as they blocked some of the holes, water poured in from the rest. They could see that the battleship was sinking. Some of the crew drowned, others were killed by the Kutao Sahagins lurking below. The sea was stained red with blood. In sea battles, the mermaids had a natural advantage. However, it seemed that the fleet from the kingdom of Rosadoro had come prepared. A huge number of priests stood on the bows, casting a group witchcraft. Divine incantation blast. All the priests chanted the spell together from the battleships. Balls of light sank into the water, hitting the Sahagins with strong vibrations and churning waves. They felt their insides begin to vibrate and churn as well. Many of them exploded, and their entrails colored the water. Some of the stronger Sahagins held out a little longer, but then blood began to ooze from their ears, eyes and mouths before they lost consciousness, floating to the surface of the water like dead fish. This divine incantation was specifically created for sea races and creatures. Only with seawater as medium could it have such power. The crew members and priests on the ships were not impacted by it. These priests of the kingdom of Rosadoro were from the Galton branch of the Church of Light. They'd killed all kinds of underwater mermaid warriors in the blink of an eye with the invincible power of divine incantation. These priests had now joined forces with the kingdom of Rosadoro. Technically, they were still managed by the Church of Light. But here on these battleships, management had given them the independence to do as they saw fit. Children of the sea in the bottom of the ocean, in the name of God's children, I summon you. Answer, call. Priests of the god of the sea from the mermaid kingdom had joined the battle. They were all from the mermaid race. The men were handsome and the women were charming. It seemed that they all carried the mind-bewitching power from their mythological ancestors. They immediately began to chant spells. Waves of mind power traveled far distances, reaching out to the creatures of the deep. The denizens of the sea answered their call. A few moments later, the waters started rolling. A mountain-sized ray fish against the main battleship of the Rosadoro fleet. The enormous body jumped out of water, flipping the giant battleship. It jumped over the ship, smashing masts. Sails fell all over the deck. Thunder exploded. Lightning spread out like a web, covering the ships. Crew members were captured by the electric web and burst into flames, then turned into a puddle of black fluid. More and more children of the sea answered the summons. Gigantic monsters with supernatural powers crossed the sea and gathered at the scene of the battle. Cannons fired, priests chanted, children of the sea fought, and the water was stirred into chaos. Battleships from the human fleet were destroyed and sank into the deep bottom of the sea. The fleet of the kingdom of Rosadoro was annihilated. The war. This is a declaration of war on our kingdom of Rosadoro, openly breaking the trade deal, firing at our fleet. They are challenging our kingdom. They are challenging the human race. We should sanction the mermaid kingdom. It's time to let those beasts know that we rule the world. When the news of the battle reached the Alan continent, the entire kingdom of Rosadoro was in an uproar. The entire fleet was destroyed. That was a tragic loss for the kingdom. The mermaid kingdom repealed the trade deal with the kingdom of Rosadoro and banished all of their fleets and merchants. They confiscated all houses, lands and merchandise owned by merchants from Rosadoro as well. The fortunes of merchants and nobles evaporated overnight. They were banished. The impact of these losses even surpassed the loss of an entire fleet. This was unacceptable for the kingdom of Rosadoro. Nobility from the snubbed kingdom contacted the kingdom of Mara and Shan City-State Alliance immediately. The three most powerful kingdoms at sea had a conversation in the capital city of the kingdom of Rosadoro. We could break into the door of the mermaid kingdom together. Gold, slaves, spices, all sorts of resources we need could be found on the Swirl continent. If we defeat the mermaid kingdom, we could have everything. This was all spoken by Hubert Evers, the king of the kingdom of Rosadoro. He was in his 30s, strong, energized, and high-spirited. However, the emissaries sent by the queen of the kingdom of Mara disagreed. The kingdom of Mara has signed a trade deal with the mermaid kingdom. We don't believe declaring war hastily is a good idea. We will not take the risk just for your kingdom. The ambassador of Shan City-State Alliance agreed with the emissary from Mara. Sorry, Your Majesty. The kingdom of Rosadoro was banished because you robbed the towns of the mermaid kingdom. We will not pay for your mistake. The mermaid kingdom is getting stronger, King Evers replied. They have taken half the waters, and will take more in the future. If we do not stop them now, the oceans will be controlled by the mermaids. Power is everything on the sea. Without power, there's nothing. When the mermaid kingdom controls all the oceans, will your so-called trades continue in peace? Will the tax-free term continue, and will they still open their doors unconditionally? Defeat the mermaid kingdom with me. We will share the oceans. It will be our time. We are growing faster and gold is running low. The orc kingdom in the north has started to limit gold exports as well. Apart from gold, we need a massive number of slaves. Not to mention, if we defeat them, the mermaids' power of controlling the sea and the children of the sea will be ours. This will be a significant step towards ruling the waters. Do we listen to others, or do we defeat them and take what we want? This bold statement of profit and fortune from the king of Rosadoro made quite a few the table frown and whisper. However, the representatives from the other two kingdoms were lost in thought. We need to discuss this. Certainly, but fast. Half a month later, the emissary sent by the Queen of the Kingdom of Mara and the ambassador of Shan City State Alliance signed the Sea Alliance Agreement with the Kingdom of Rosadoro in the royal city, declaring war on the Mermaid Kingdom. Teacher, why didn't you call on all alchemy warlocks to oppose this proposal? Jonathan asked. He was wearing his alchemy warlock attire. He raised the question to Marina Bossa as they walked out of the conference hall. Although Marina had expressed her strong opposition to the Sea Alliance Agreement and had protested declaring war on the Mermaid Kingdom, the proposal had been passed by a large vote in the meeting. Jonathan knew, however, that if his teacher did not agree, she could use her power and authority to reject the proposal. Marina sighed. It was a common wish of all, including most of the alchemy warlocks. It was in line with the interests of humans, the Alliance, and everyone. I have no reason to force everyone to change just because of my personal opinion. Marina looked thoughtfully at her pupil. Jonathan, I would like you to pay a visit to the Mermaid Kingdom as my student. Meet with Queen Gina yourself and pass a letter her. Tell her I am sorry. Jonathan nodded and took the job. Marina Bossa gave him her principal badge as well. With this badge, Jonathan could command all the power of the alchemy warlocks on the sea. It was a formidable tool. He could use this badge to utilize the power of the alchemy warlocks in case of danger and difficulty at sea. Jonathan Brown said goodbye to Marina, got on a ship owned by the Brown family and sailed off. Jonathan stood on the deck. He was bathed in sunlight, but his eyes were brooding as he watched the shore disappear. Here, come Sia. There are 4 candidates qualified by God's name. However, only 2 of them will have the honor of competing to earn it. The other 2 have the quality and power, but not the cohesion of beliefs. They are aberrations. The inland lake of the Swirl continent was salt water and connected to the sea. It was the most beautiful view in all the world. Islands were scattered across the vast lake like stars. Built on top of them were many cities of the mermaid race. Some of the closer cities were connected by channels that civilians used to transfer merchandise and resources, similar to human railways. Lu Ziyu and Verthandai walked on the sea as easily as they walked on land. The water rippled gently under their footsteps. Verthandai was in a great mood. She spread her arms and danced on the water, spinning around Lu Ziyu before she finally stopped in front of him. Who would you like to be the ruler of the sea? She asked. Lu Ziyu waved his hand, and a small version of the Swirl continent and its nearby seas was formed by the water. Lu Ziyu touched Adara City. Water splashed and a crystal-clear version of the Mermaid Queen, Gina, appeared on the diagram. Then he touched Plunberg, a coastal city, and Bobby, the Kutau Sahagan alchemy warlock, appeared as well. He was middle-aged and had a grim face, but his eyes were full of wisdom and determination. Lu Ziyu conjured water images of the other two candidates as well. He touched the sea, and Alicia, the storm siren and child of the sea god, appeared. She had a beautiful face and a bewitching body, but the evil, forbidden tail of a snake. Lu Ziyu touched the sea again, and this time a giant ship appeared with a black bone claw on its flag. A one-eyed old man stood on the bow, but behind the ship was Hiram, the alchemy sea monster. Hiram was a giant octopus with a steel skull. He was an unexpected result of an experiment conducted by a few crazy alchemy warlocks. He had Sekun's mythical blood and was a special child of the sea god. Hiram had become a level 4 monster, freely roaming the waves. The alchemy warlocks who'd created Hiram were also the founding members of the Pirate Alliance. With the power of Hiram, they controlled the Barast Isles, which were the door to the Sea of Storms. The isles had the area of a small kingdom. Pirates and criminals had gathered here and built a special sea city. The Pirate Alliance turned into the so-called Adventurers' Business Alliance. The piracy turned into taxing royal fleets on the Barast Isles. The principle was the same, but there was a lot more money to be made by taxing than plundering. Great power and abundant fortunes made Isaac, the current president of the Adventurers' Business Alliance, an important player in this nautical age. Lu Ziyu looked at the 4 candidates. It not choosing, but inheriting, he said. They are all descendants of Sod of the Sea. They are all qualified to inherit his name. Gina, the mermaid queen, and the alchemy warlock Bobby have better chances. But the other 2 have a fighting chance as well. The winner will be rewarded with the divine personality of the god of the sea as well as Sekun's blood. Lu Ziyu sat down on the water. Verthande stood in front of him. The endless sea reflected the blue sky and clouds like a mirror. Verthande, who do you think will be the god of the sea? Lu Ziyu asked. He reached out and pointed to the 4 candidates made of seawater. My choice won't interfere, right? Verthande asked. Certainly not, Lu Ziyu answered with a smile. Verthande considered for a moment. Queen Gina of the Mermaid Kingdom. You didn't even think, Lu Ziyu said. What's to think about? It is so obvious. I don't see how the other 3 can win over her. Then I pick alchemy warlock Bobby, the Kutau Sahagan. What if we are both wrong? No matter what, the result will be imaginative and intriguing. I am looking forward to it. Deep in the black abyss of the ocean, a dark world with no light existed. Countless sea creatures lived there. All kinds of bizarre deep-sea creatures and sea monsters came and went freely. Ever since blood had awakened in the mermaid queen Gina, she had not dreamt. Even though the 3 human kingdoms had declared war on the mermaid kingdom, and all sorts of urgent matters had weighed her down, she had not dreamt even once. Since she was level 4, she would now only dream in special situations. Then, out of nowhere, she began to have the same dream for several nights in a row. In the dream she entered a dark undersea world. It was so real but still somehow illusory. She heard Dunkon calling her name. It was the blood of the god of the sea that longed for the depths. Every time she entered the dream, she could feel it boiling and stirring. She was sure that this was not a simple dream. The next time she had the dream, she discovered the truth. With the power of the blood, she finally saw what was calling to her from the sea. What kind of monster is that? She exclaimed. She saw an enormous, ancient, underwater city that was built on the back of a monster the size of a mountain. No one knew how long it had been sleeping. It was a giant cuttlefish. The huge tentacles spread out like small mountains, and the gigantic head rested on the bottom of the sea. In its day it had been a horrifying monster. Now the monstrous body had been long dead, and the city had been built on top of it. The gentle sounds of life floated through the sea from the city. In the quiet darkness of the underwater world, any faint sound was unexpectedly sweet-sounding. The mundane sounds of life turned into a beautiful piece of music, mesmerizing and intoxicating. At this moment, Mermaid Queen Gina turned over and got up, awakened from her dream. She was still in her palace, but the scene she'd just witnessed was etched in her mind. The city of the god of the sea. User, she said to herself. While Gina was deciphering her dream, a different scene took place on the other end of the Swirl continent. In a castle in Plumburg, a Sahagan alchemy warlock stood, gazing out of the window. He looked out over the dark ocean. Waves were rolling, and tides were crashing into the sandy beaches and docks. The Sahagan alchemy warlock looked to the distant sea. "User," he cried. "The trial has begun. Who will you choose as the next god of the sea? Will the victor be a mermaid or come from us, the Kuao Sahagins?" Deep down in the sea, a child of the god of the sea with a long snake tail wandered around. She followed a trail of bubbles up to the surface. The silver moon shone onto her head. As she emerged, the wind picked up and the waves crashed. In the bay of the Barast Isles, the entrance to the Sea of Storms, the exploding roar of a monster shattered the still night. The people awoke, startled, and looked out at the sea monsters howling at the moon, unsure of what had happened. The sea was on fire. Rows of cannons exploded into hulls, leaving behind the smoking wreckage of ships. Broken planks, barrels, and corpses floated on the surface. The dead bodies were warriors of the Mermaid Kingdom, as well as navy men, adventurers, pirates, priests, and alchemy warlocks from the human allied forces. It was a nautical war of 4 kingdoms to determine the ruling power of the ocean. Would mermaids or humans triumph? Endless battleships lined up on the waters, big and small. They fired at each other ceaselessly. The alchemy cannons flashed continuously. Flames burst out of the cannons, reaching a few yards. Flames and smoke painted the sky. The sea turned into a world of ruins and wreckage. Boom! A few dozen alchemy cannons all fired at the same time from an enormous battleship. The glare of the fire was blinding. "Turn around! Turn around!" cried the mermaid warriors. Mermaid Kingdom ships were destroyed, sinking into the madness. "Crash into them! We shall fight to the death," yelled another warrior. A Kutao Sahagan gunman had not quite finished loading when a cannonball destroyed the cabin wall and went straight through his head. Wood chips splintered across the cabin. The Sahagan became a headless corpse lying on the floor. The battleship crashed into the enemy and cut through their ship. Water flooded into both ships, dragging them down into the sea. Both above the sea surface and below, Kutao Sahagans continued their attack on human ships and soldiers. They boarded the humans' ships and fought violently. Swords and knives flashed, cannons fired. Kutao Sahagans wielded heavy tridents with their inborn strength. The number of human soldiers was just too large, however, and many of them were official knights with awakened blood. "Kill!" "For the queen," yelled the mermaids. "Kill the fish monsters," screamed the humans. "Fire! Fire now!" "Priests? Where are the onboard priests?" The alchemy cannons and battleships of the human kingdoms were much higher quality than those of the Mermaid Kingdom. The cannons had better ranges and the ships had a better carrying capability. The leading battleship of the Kingdom of Rosadoro, the Breath of the Dragon, had 100 alchemy cannons and 3 decks. It was a monster in the sea. However, in a world full of supernatural powers, the focus of the battle was on the saints. Sea monsters and children of the sea attacked the humans' battleships under the control of the priests of the god of the sea, from the mermaid kingdom. The roaring of monsters echoed in the waters. In the sky, sirens with the bodies of hawks hovered over the sea, attacking humans. Unfortunately, the mermaid kingdom still had fewer battleships, soldiers, alchemy cannons, and far fewer saints. Even with the help of the children of the sea, the priests of the god of the sea were drowned by the countless supernatural resources of the human alliance. Wherever the breath of the dragon passed, battleships of the mermaid kingdom sank into the sea. Priests from the Church of Light stood on the of the dragon and cast group incantations, killing the children of the sea and the hovering sirens. Incantation, punishment ray. All the priests chanted the spell at the same time. Light shone from the breath of the dragon and ripped a steam starfish apart. The steam starfish was hit by the light beam, which instantly covered it in scars and wounds. Organs exploded and scattered over the sea. The blue blood tainted the surface of the water. The fleet of the mermaid kingdom was destroyed. Those who weren't killed fled, severely wounded. The human army did not pursue them but continued to kill the Kutao Sahagins left in the water. All ships from the mermaid kingdom sank or fled. Corpses and wreckage from both armies littered the surface along with huge bodies of sea monsters. It was a living hell. "We have won," the human soldiers yelled triumphantly. "Long live humans, long live the kingdom of Rosadoro." The soldiers of the human allied army exploded into cheers. They threw their hats, hugged each other, and shot guns in the sky. The mermaid kingdom had been defeated. The goddess of victory was on the side of humanity. Humans, this battle the first sea power battle. The three kingdoms continued to attack the island cities and stations of the mermaid kingdom. They sank all mermaid fleets and merchant ships. The mermaids had lost their control of the sea and were forced to give up their stations on the sea. Without fleets, the mermaid kingdom lost ability to go into the deep sea. They could only stay in the shallow waters. Their influence was limited to the Swirl continent. They lost their ability to influence the sea and therefore lost the sea. They were now just a resource for humans to exploit. The mermaid kingdom was in grave danger. When Jonathan reached the mermaid kingdom, the first sea power battle had reached its end. The mermaids had been defeated at sea. When Jonathan arrived at the dock, he saw countless blackened warships and groups of wounded soldiers. It seemed as though dark clouds covered the sky of Plunberg. Jonathan journeyed through the kingdom in trouble thanks to Marina Bossa's principal badge. But many citizens glared at him with hatred as he passed. Humans had taken their ships, declared war on them, enslaved and traded their brothers and sisters, and turned the peaceful mermaid kingdom into chaos. After the battle, the mermaids' dislike of humans had grown to a fuming hatred. Jonathan crossed more than half of the Swirl continent and headed to the capital city of Adara. It was his first time visiting the mermaid kingdom. Jonathan was a key founder of nautical age, as well as a legend in the shipbuilding industry. Since his trip to the Yalan continent, however, he had not traveled across the sea. The mermaid kingdom was quite similar to the Shan city-state alliance. Its influence could be seen in many aspects: architectural style, art, language, and politics. "Look at that statue! It looks like the style of Master Bran," said a man in Jonathan's crew. "It feels like coming home." "Of course, at home, we are welcomed by cheers," refuted another crew member. "Here all we get is cold water and cold eyes." There was a lot of discussion among Jonathan's delegation along the way. Despite the pressure and hatred, they arrived at the city of Adara without any problems. Giant water channels could be seen everywhere in the city. Waterfalls and rivers flowed down from the top, and buildings and houses were built around them. mermaids and Kutao Sahagins came and went. On top of the water city of Adara was the royal palace. Fountains and bridges stood in the center. Enormous caryatids and Atlantis stood on the side, simple but magnificent. Rows of Kutao Sahagins guarded the gates. Walked through an archway. He met the mermaid queen Gina, who was no longer the girl once she was. Jonathan understood, Marina wasn't either. They were once innocent girls, naive and young, but now their paths were changed. One had become the legendary alchemy warlock and headmaster of the Akkad Alchemy College, and the other the queen of the Mermaid Kingdom who brought hope to her people. Jonathan was not an emissary of the Shan City-State Alliance, but he was there on behalf of the legendary alchemy warlock, Marina Bossa. He passed the letter to Gina once the music and ceremony had ended. Queen Gina on the throne with her crown on her head. She owed the letter, read it, and then closed her beautiful blue eyes gently as if she was recalling a distant, more pleasant memory. After a long while, she moved her hand from her forehead as if she'd just traveled back to reality. She sighed. What else did she say? She asked Jonathan. She said she was sorry, he replied sincerely. The queen laughed quietly, but her voice was tinged with sadness. It is as she once told me. I am a mermaid, and she is human. I belong to the Mermaid Kingdom, and she belongs to the Shan City-State Alliance. Nothing can change that. Gina waved her hand and to send Jonathan away. He hesitated, and then his eyes filled with determination. Queen Gina, he said, I may have an idea which could help you resolve this crisis. Gina looked at Jonathan and laughed once again. The Shan City-State Alliance is at war with us. And you wish to help us resolve our crisis? The Shan City-State Alliance speaks for the Shan City-State Alliance. I speak for myself. Of course, I wish for generous rewards. About your idea. The Barast Isles. The Barast Isles held the entrance to the Sea of Storms. They consisted of a dozen islands, both large and small. It was the territory of the Adventurers' Business Alliance, and was once the home of pirates. About a dozen years ago, the mad warlock Isaac had taken over. Isaac owned a huge fleet and an alchemy tower, and many alchemy warlocks followed him. More importantly, he could control the alchemy sea monster, Helm. With this gigantic sea monster, and its godly powers, the mad warlock Isaac ruled the sea. He was called the ruler of the Sea of Storms and the Pirate King. The fleets of the human kingdoms could not do anything to stop him and ended up signing an agreement that made him the ruler of the Barast Isles, the natural hub of the Sea of Storms. The sea power battle had gone smoothly for humanity because the Barast Isles had been established as bridgeheads. Massive amounts of supplies and soldiers were sent there. Fleets were restocked and repaired there. Armies rested there. The Barast Isles were key. All parties gathered in the Barast Isles. Pirates, soldiers, alchemy warlocks, priests, and wizards. Even some saints from the dark side were there. Countless ships anchored off the bay on the main island. The City of Adventures, also known as the City of Pirates, was illuminated by revelry throughout the night. The victory of the sea power battle brought euphoria and joy to everyone. Sailors, office mates, and saints who participated in the battle were now gathered in the bistro of blood and romance in the City of Adventures. Buckets of alcohol were brought to the tables. Mesmerizing music, shouting, laughter, and the sound of gold coins dropping on tables filled the bistro. All the shops inside the city were packed. The Bistro of Blood and Romance was the biggest and most famous venue in the city. Its name had traveled across the sea to the ears on Alan continent. Now that we've defeated the Mermaid Kingdom, we will have an unimaginable fortune, shouted many happy soldiers. Thanks to Queen Monar and Hubert. At this moment, The drunk, one-eyed, mad warlock Isaac stood high and made an introduction to everyone around him. "I present to you with great honor my brother, Jonathan Brown," he yelled. Isaac put his arm around Jonathan's shoulder. All his people cheered and stomped their feet. They were rowdy like pirates. "I believe everyone has heard his name. He is Jonathan Brown, the man who opened the new channel, the patriarch of the Brown family, and the favorite student of my teacher, Marina Bossa. Let us give him a great welcome." The bistro burst into cheers. Jonathan Brown was a big name in the Shan City-State Alliance, and an even bigger one at sea. It was not a dark night on the sea, as the starry sky lightened the lands. However, the dawn mist blurred the sea, obstructing visibility. Covered by the night, mermaids landed secretly. The noise of fighting and killing filled the air on the island. One after another, battleships of the Kingdom of Mermaids closed on the Alast Isles through the mist. Peripheral stations and hidden posts were destroyed one by one. They knew the terrain and the position of every station and post. It seemed they calculated the weather, the time, the location, and the plan perfectly ahead, and sneaked into the Barast Isles silently. The alchemy sea monster Helm, who was hiding under the sea, gave a terrifying roar at sunrise. The howling sounded like horns played from the bottom of the sea. Soldiers stationed in the City of Adventures got up. Crowds gathered on the decks of the ships ported in the bay. They looked around with eyes half open. What's going on? What was sound? It's the mad warlock's monster. That damn monster has gone crazy again. It's probably gone mad, just like its master. At the same time, one-eyed mad warlock Isaac walked out his castle hastily. Jonathan put on his cloths and walked to him. What's going on?" Many loyal subordinates followed Isaac. Isaac looked to the distant bay, shook his head, and said, "Something is wrong. Something is wrong with Helm. The sound is different. What has happened this time? Damn, I need to have a look." At this moment, Isaac sensed something was wrong, turned around and looked to Jonathan, and saw a blue stone marble exploded. Instantly, the freezing air spread across dozens of meters, forming a pillar-sized ice crystal, and made the castle burst into ruins. The castle was frozen into a world of ice, and Isaac was frozen in it as well. The tear of the sea from the Kingdom of Mermaids. "Damn you, you traitor!" Isaac struggled in ice, as he felt both his body and soul were getting frozen gradually. The moment he was hit by this special witchcraft item created by the Mermaid Queen Gina, he was left with no hope. Jonathan and the loyal subordinates of Isaac made a move at the same time. A giant fireball crashed to the frozen Isaac. Immediately, the one-eyed warlock Isaac disintegrated. The level 3 alchemy warlock was ripped into pieces. Jonathan raised the badge of Marina Bossa and said, "In the name of Lady Marina, kill the traitor of alchemy warlocks Isaac." All alchemy warlocks saluted and said, "Your order is above all." Jonathan walked into the cracked ice, retrieved a silver metal sphere from the frozen corpse pieces of Isaac. The sphere had intricate patterns carved on it, giving out waves of mind power. The contract with Helm. Finally, Jonathan held on this silver metal ball with great excitement. Part of the soul of the alchemy sea monster Helm was sealed within, along with the soul contract of Helm and Isaac. With the sphere, one could control Helm. Jonathan held high the contract with Helm. The carvings lighted up, giving out strong waves of mind power. A terrifying roar rose from the bay outside. Roar! In the bottom of the sea outside the port, waves were flipped and raised to the sky. Helm had lost control and fell into madness. Giant tentacles crawled to the surface of the sea from the deep bottom like pillars, ripping many ships anchored off the bay into pieces. Waves rose dozens of meters high, crashing into cliffs. Glaring lights beamed from the bottom of the sea, lighted the sky. The sound of explosion echoed. Countless battleships, ported in the bay, burst into flames instantly. The entire bay turned into a sea of fires. Most people on the ships burned to death immediately. The remaining few who luckily escaped death fell into water, struggled to swim to land. A giant metal-skinned head rose from the bottom of the sea. The eyeballs rolled up and down, beaming lights from within. The entire sea bubbled and boiled. All those struggling in the sea died one after another, sinking into the deep water. Oh my God! What on earth is happening? Has it gone crazy? Pirates and soldiers in the City of Adventures all stood aghast, watching the bay and port turning into a sea of fires, looking pale and uneasy. Fleets of the Sean's City-State Alliance, the Kingdom of Mara, and the Kingdom of Rosadoro were destroyed on the sea. The rest of the ships set off immediately to escape. However, red lights glimmered in the distant fog. "What light is that? What's ahead us?" said the captain of the lead ship. He raised his monocular and looked to the fog. He shouted, "Dan, cannons! It's the fleet of the Kingdom of Mermaids." The huge fleet fired unstop. Lights and fires shone. Many human battleships hit. Rows of cannons were fired, taking the human allied force by surprise. At the same time, the alchemy sea monster Helenem attacked them from behind. The humans were enveloped inside the bay. It's the queen. Mermaid Queen Gina is also here. On a gigantic, four-decked alchemy ship, the ram was a mermaid statue holding high the scepter. It's the queen of the Kingdom of Mermaids, the royal ship of the mermaid Queen Gina. Many saints recognized the queen as soon as it cut through the dense fog. Massive number of children of the sea and priests of the god of the sea covered the surface of the sea. Even the mermaid Queen Gina had come in person. The fleet of the allied force was now completely in despair. What the hell is happening? Where's Isaac? Why did his monster go crazy all of a sudden? How did the fleet of the Kingdom of Mermaids come this far without being spotted? Are our posts and stations nothing but pigs? Commanding officers and captains did not see this coming at all. They all started to cursing Isaac furiously. However, it was futile and nothing could save them now. Under the attack of the fleet of the Kingdom of Mermaids, priests of the god of the sea, as well as the alchemy sea monster Helem and controlled by Jonathan, they all fell into fear and despair. Under the attack of a level 4 mermaid priest, a level 4 alchemy sea monster, and the huge fleet of the Kingdom of Mermaids, the fleeted was cornered inside the Barras Bay and damaged. At last, they had no other option but surrender to Jonathan and the Kingdom of Mermaids. As the agreement before, Jonathan took the Barast Isles, accepted many human marines and a few fleets, and integrated with the remaining force of the Adventurer Business Alliance on the Barast Island. Jonathan signed a covenant with the Kingdom of Mermaids afterwards regardless, betrayed all humans and his own country and joined force with the Kingdom of Mermaids. The Kingdom of Mermaids hit the Sea Alliance fleet hard. The Sea Alliance had lost their bridgehead, the Barast Isles. They could no longer port or get supplied on the sea in long-distance wars. The situation took a sudden turn. The Kingdom of Mermaids started to recover their power on the sea, reopen channels to the Yala continent and the Kingdom of Orcs. A massive amount of fleets of the Kingdom of Mermaids emerged on the sea, subdued the human forces on the sea, and limited the scope of humans' activities. Jonathan made a huge fortune from the war and continued to profit from it. Jonathan's power grew in the war of the Kingdom of and the human kingdoms. With a massive amount of alchemy warlocks, pirates, adventurers, mercenaries, slaves, and refugees. After cities started to form and establish on the Barast Isles, utilizing the power of Brown family, and the largest shipbuilding factory. The first true sea kingdom rose from sea trades and the war between mermaids and humans, the Hyluga Kingdom. It was a newly formed island kingdom. Its founder, King Jonathan Brown, was a controversial man. Both Sean's city-state alliance and the alchemy warlocks had attacked Jonathan Brown's shameless conduct on newspapers and official reports. He was called the traitor and the betrayer of the human kingdoms. Moreover, Marina Bossa announced that Jonathan Brown was no longer her student, or the student of Alchemy College. The Sean City-State Alliance searched the entire country for the Brown family, or anyone related to Jonathan, to show their rage. However, Jonathan was prepared and already moved everything, indicating premeditation. The three kingdoms of the Sea Alliance declared war on the Hyluga Kingdom continuously in the following decades. Even time could not lessen their hatred. Some consider Jonathan a shameless speculator who would do anything to achieve his goal. Some, on the other hand, consider the tactful move of Jonathan Brown, the king of the Hyluga Kingdom, to profit from the conflict between the three kingdoms and the kingdom of mermaids highly commendable. Transforming from an adventurer to a kingdom with his own kingdom, Jonathan had become the idol of many adventurers, as well as their goal. Moreover, Jonathan started the life he had long wanted. Have you heard of Usar, the city that was left by the ancient sea god, the legendary capital of the sea? An old drunk man spoke while sitting on a boat. Rumors had it that, deep in the sea, there was a city that had been left behind by an ancient sea god. It was said that if anyone could find this city, he could inherit the legacy of the ancient sea god. So, what is this legacy? A young sailor asked the old drunkard who was beside him. On the deck of the boat, a large group of sailors were surrounding the old drunkard. Many of them were holding mops, brushes, barrels, and hammers. As they were cleaning, they had overheard old drunkard's story. The boat that they were in belonged to the Hyluga Kingdom, which was founded a year ago. At this time, though the war of maritime rights between three kingdoms and the Mermaid Kingdom was not yet over, all of them had already been exhausted by the fighting, so the sea seemed to offer them a peaceful reprieve. The old drunkard then continued his story with a mysterious voice. Legend has it that whoever finds the city of Usar will become the master of the sea. People heard this kind of story every day. Whether it be mermaids, elves, or humans, they were all searching for Usar. Although they didn't know where the rumor first came from, it seemed that everyone believed in the existence of this mysterious sea city. But this city was supposedly deep in the sea and was a forbidden place for human beings to enter. Also, it was impossible to dive deep into the sea to find this city. However, the mermaids had a huge advantage in this respect, as their anatomy allowed them to explore many possible places where Usar might exist. As such, way in the depths of the sea, you could often see cruising mermaids, who were possibly searching for Usar. In addition, Kurao Sahagins were also searching secretly for the remains of the city of Usar. Even Bobby, a Sahagin alchemist who had never left the Swirl continent, left Prenberg and quietly went to the deep sea to search. Hyluga Kingdom also took part in this endeavor, and the alchemy sea monster Helim, which was stationed in the harbor of Alast, also joined in the search. Soon, humans, mermaids, and elves began to expand their maritime routes. They even went beyond the borders of the Alan continent, the Yala continent, and the Swirl continent. Thus, a new round of pioneering navigation began, not only to find the legendary city of Usar, but also to discover new continents like Marina Bosse had done before. New adventurers who were respectful to Marina Bosse and Jonathan Brown aspired to usher in a new era. Countless adventurers heard about the legends and stories of the sea. each yearning for the adventurous life at sea and hoping to get rich overnight. Outside the stormy sea, just west of the Alan continent and north of the Swirl continent, was the Bizarre Sea. It was a previously unknown sea that had just been found. As a half-naked fairy with a slender snake tail arrived here, her tail stirred up bubbles in the sea. While she swam, she stretched out her hands as if she was dancing to the rhythm of the sea waves. She was Alicia, the stormy fairy. She was looking for her destination according to her memories. A huge squid, which looked like a rolling mountain range, held a city on its head. The city had a blue protective thin film above it, which was shining like a jewel deep in the sea. At this moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on Alicia's gorgeous face, while light circles shone in her magnificent green eyes. "I found it! User, the capital of the sea god," Alicia exclaimed. Alicia was also a child of the sea, but she didn't inherit the chaotic and disorderly features of Sakun like the other children of the sea. Instead, she was born with high intelligence, like the hawk banshees and the mermaids. In fact, her birth had a legendary connection. Alicia was conceived by a human woman. Her mother was swept into the sea by the waves of a storm. After that, her mother was found on the coast of a small village in the Halima kingdom on the Alan continent. When she woke up, she found that she was pregnant. When this human woman gave birth to Alicia, the whole village was shocked. No one thought that a human being's baby could be a monster. Alicia was abandoned and thrown into the sea. Then she became a child of the sea. As such, she was at the top of the food chain, even in her infancy. The whole sea was her playground from day one. Alicia dove towards the bottom of the sea, gradually coming closer to the edge of the trench. As she moved forward, the outline of the city of Usar became more and more clear in her eyes. Finally, she saw the legendary city of the sea clearly. The huge city was built on the fossilized head of a giant squid. In its heyday, the city had been carried by this monster to travel all over the world, inspecting everywhere in the sea, like a god inspecting his own lands. There were many kinds of aquatic plants, coral, and undersea plants on the surfaces of the city. A large number of fish also shuttled outside it, but they could not swim across the film. This was because the film isolated water and everything outside from the inside. However, everything inside of the city could still be seen through the film. Usar was a city full of exotic style. Although it had mostly been turned into ruins, its exquisite pillars that supported buildings, corridors, special fountain gardens, waterways, tall stairs and domes still looked amazing, especially in this deepest, darkest world at the bottom of the sea. When Alicia got closer, she noticed the buildings in this city were much taller than average buildings. In fact, it looked like a city that was built for giants. The central main temple especially looked like a giant temple of the gods. Each of its stone slabs was more than 10 meters long and wide, and its stairs were so high, ordinary people were unable to climb them. Alicia approached Usar with excitement and carefully touched the film. Unexpectedly, it did not resist her. As such, she easily penetrated it and went inside the sea capital, which seemed to have not received visitors for the past 1,000 years at least. Alicia raised her head and looked up. The film above her head looked like the sky as it was emitting a pale blue light. The moment Alicia entered, she seemed to hear a bell ringing. She also saw that, at the top of the central main temple, a brilliant blue light was shining. In a moment, countless rays of light shot out from the temple and illuminated the entire sea. Dong. The bell sound seemed to activate the entire city. And at the same time, the other 3 sea god candidates, who were exploring other regions, heard the bell as well. Mermaid Gina was searching for Usar in the stormy sea on her boat the queen. Also, a Sahagan alchemist was steering a steam alchemy submarine in the darkness of the sea. The light of the submarine flowed with the continuous waves of the currents. Sun was standing on the head of Helm. When he was crossing a misty area, he suddenly heard a roar from coming the boat, as if it had lost something important to its functioning. Simultaneously, the three of them had raised their heads and looked in the direction of the distant Bazar Sea. The capital of the sea. It's open, they all said at the same time. Jonathan sat on Helm's head and went into the Bazar Sea. Half of Helm's brain was composed of metal cells, which took the form of gears, steam cannons, weapons, and consoles. As such, its brain was like a fortress at wartime. Isaac, the crazy alchemist, was a student of the legendary alchemist Marina. He had combined alchemy with blood witchcraft to upgrade a child of the sea, to a level 4 creature. With this creature, Isaac had been able to dominate part of the stormy sea. It was because of this that Jonathan noticed Isaac. Jonathan was the third one to arrive at the Bazar Sea, following stormy fairy Alicia and mermaid Queen Gina. Besides them, there were also a large number of mermaids and cow Sahagins holding steel forks and waiting outside of the film. It wasn't long before a giant alchemy submarine arrived from a distance at great speed. It was being captained by Bobby, who then entered the film as well. Jonathan looked on curiously while many illusory shadows that emitted white light were constantly drifting around Helm. He then asked, "What are they?" "They call them the prayers. These are the lingering souls of the sea god believers." Gina, the mermaid queen, told Jonathan that this was a special spiritual language that enabled spiritual communication. Originally, this language was used by members of the church. It was then transformed and perfected by wizards before it gradually became a specific language used by the extraordinary ones. Within the whole city of Usar, there were a large number of prayers. These people had been believers of the sea god when they were alive, so their souls had automatically gathered in Usar after their deaths. Innumerable souls surrounded the huge temple in the city. They were all in a state of perplexity and were constantly whispering prayers. Alicia, unusually agitated at the moment, as she was the first to arrive here, she found that it was necessary to gather all the successors who were selected by the sea god in order to be able to open the door of the temple. "The door is open," she exclaimed. The huge gate slowly opened, and even the huge alchemy sea monster Helm looked extremely small in front of it. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the temple. Wizards, priests, and alchemists were all familiar with it, as the churches summoned it from the divine kingdom many times in order to suppress heresy. As an alchemist, Jonathan recognized it immediately. The Holy Spirit. As the Holy Spirit's eyes swept over the group of 4, Gina immediately felt a strong force coming from it. What attracted their attentions most was the divine personality in the sky. An infinite power was constantly emanating from the divine personality and covering the whole city of Usar. Apparently, both the film and the prayers relied on this divine personality for their existences. In fact, everything here seemed to depend on the power of this divine personality. There was also a blood bead that was floating in front of the giant statue of the sea god. At the moment, the descendants who had Sekun's blood felt the blood inside of them burning fiercely. Together, along with the alchemy sea monster Helm, they all let out a collective yell. The mermaid Queen Gina's expression changed as she said to the others, "Sea god's blood. The trial is about to begin. We can't quit halfway." Then, as the great Holy Spirit emitted a bright light, the door slowly closed. Gina was the first to say, "I'm in." "Yes," agreed Alicia. The Sahagan alchemist looked at Gina, the mermaid queen, then hesitated for a while, before finally agreeing as well. Okay. When it was Jonathan's turn, he suddenly said, I can quit now and not join in the fight. But whoever succeeds must fulfill their promise. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jonathan. Gina was not surprised. After all, it was the alchemy sea monster Helm that had Sekun's blood. If Jonathan was not mad, he would have never let Helm join in. Helm could be a decent opponent of a level 4 sea monster, but it could never beat the one who ignited the divine fire and became half divine. Yes. 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 When the other three agreed at the same time, Jonathan smiled, then left the temple without hesitation. After he left Usar, a large number of mermaids gathered, as well as the extraordinary human beings, and even a fleet of elves. They had all come to witness the birth of a new sea god. More than a dozen days later, the light came from the bottom of the ocean and rushed into the sky. The city of Usar collapsed in an instant, slowly falling into the deep trench. As it fell, two figures hurriedly escaped from it, then quickly left the bizarre sea and fled far away. Half a month later, Gina, who had Sekun's blood, ignited the divine fire and transformed into a divine body, thus acquiring the divine personality. She then walked out from the bottom of the sea as a newly transformed half-divine. Sea waters diverged into two sides, revealing the bottom of the sea between them. Gina then stepped up from the deepest part of the seabed onto the waves. The sea was now a plaything under her control. All of the people who saw her now bowed their heads as they watched her leave the sea. They all murmured in awe, as the sight of her was truly extraordinary. Divine. On earth. Is this what becoming a god looks like? When such a realistic example was thoroughly to the people, they felt shocked. This was truly a time of divinity. Immediately, everyone knew that Gina had succeeded in inheriting the legacy of the ancient sea god and become half-divine. Soon after this, the news spread throughout the sea and the world. The battle for sea god power had come to an end. The Mermaid Kingdom now had total control over the sea. The Kingdom of Rosadoro, the Shan City-State Alliance, and the Kingdom of Mara had all admitted defeat. Thankfully, the victorious Mermaid Kingdom did not wish to continue the Cold War, so the three maritime allies and the Mermaid Kingdom signed trade agreements once again, which launched peaceful trade, co-ops, and built positive diplomatic relations, thus restoring peace to the ever-turbulent and chaotic sea. And in the floating city, Verthandi, who was standing in front of Lu Jiyu, pressed down the chess piece, representing the sea god on the chessboard. She then raised her head and said, I won. Lu Jiyu shook his head. It's just as boring as I expected. As he spoke, Lu Jiyu suddenly looked at the distant Yala land with joy in his eyes. He then asked, Has anyone finally begun to ascend the throne? Verthandi took her hands away from the chessboard and said, Bernice, the harvest goddess. Lights broke through clouds in the sky, shining on the silver moon forest like holy lights from the divine kingdom. The forest in the early morning was filled with a thick vapor and a light fog. Milky white lights fell through the layers of tree leaves and branches, and the forest was tinged with a dreamy color. A moonlight elf walked out of his tree house and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he noticed something as he looked at Taman City in the middle of the silver moon forest and the tree of life. Bernice, the harvest goddess. In Taman, a large number of elf-style buildings and gardens were built around the tree of life. After the catastrophe involving the devils, Taman and the moonlight elves were refreshed. It was then the whole was rebuilt. Now, the whole city of Taman had become an ocean of flowers and plants. Its roads were lined with colorful flowers and the city walls were composed of a variety of vines. These vines intertwined with one another to form the most important protection of Taman. Venus trees and flowers could be seen everywhere in the city. They all intertwined together, grew madly everywhere, and were even integrated into the buildings themselves. The moonlight elves came out of their homes and knelt down at the tree of life. At this moment, the whole tree was covered by light from heaven. The light came from the bit wall above the horizon, as if it was a direct route to the divine kingdom. The leaves of the tree of life swayed in the light, while they scattered throughout the city of Taman. The master of harvest and life, the master of the cycle of seasons, a harvest priest who was standing at the front was crying out to the harvest goddess, "I pray you will return to your holy kingdom. Power, glory, and faith all belong to you forever." Outside, the whole city of Taman gathered in circles, of everyone shouting to the harvest goddess as well. A large number of harvest goddess priests were gathered under the tree of life at this moment, and many elves were crying. This was because they knew that their goddess was going to return to the divine kingdom, become an eternal star in the sky, and rule everything. Olanka, the high priest of the harvest goddess, was standing under the tree. His face looked very old, as most of his life had already been consumed during the devil disaster. Now, most of his body had grown plants upon it. On one side of his face, thorns, vines, and a few small flowers could be seen. Needless to say, he looked terrifying. Olanka was watching the glorious lights above the tree of life. Although half of his face was unable to move, the other side of his face was looking up at the tree. If one looked closely, they would see tears in his eyes. "I finally succeeded." Olanka was filled with happiness. "Goddess, am I a good guardian?" His eyes became blurry with tears as he asked, "Did I finish my job?" The whole tree disappeared bit by bit, and its leaves and flowers flew and scattered among the moonlight elves. Immediately, all of the moonlight elves' hair turned silver white, and their bodies naturally absorbed the deified cells of the harvest goddess. Every moonlight elf received the power of the harvest goddess, which was the mark of the harvest goddess Bernice. So, the moonlight elves were completely different from other elves and became a uniquely special elf tribe. "Olanka, thank you! I'll be waiting for you in the heavens." The divine shadow of Bernice, the goddess of harvest, had finally become a level 7 mythological creature. The divine kingdom in the sky, which belonged to the goddess of harvest, generated a dazzling light, as if it sensed the existence of a new goddess of harvest. Huge pillars of divine light were projected from the bit wall and could be seen by the whole Yala continent. They could even be seen beyond the sea. The elves of the Sylv Empire also saw the pillars of light that emerged from the horizon. The elf wizards seemed to have known what had happened. "Bernice, the harvest goddess. She's really a goddess now," said an elf wizard. Queen Wendy also came out of the palace in Sylv and looked into the distance. Her eyes with worry as she asked, "Has she really succeeded? Are we now in the era of the gods? So, where is our way out? Where should the wizards go?" Far away in Sandro Highland, the daytime elves also noticed that the light was like a ladder that had been erected at the end of the sky. This sight caused many of the daytime elves to kneel on the ground and pray to Bernice, the harvest goddess, in the distance. Bernice followed the pillar of light, traveling through the endless sky and through the bit wall. After Bernice crossed the bit wall, she finally arrived in the depths of the divine kingdom. Then, amid intense lights, Bernice entered it. In an instant, the 16 stars of Maria's world and the silver moon shone at the same time, revealing that someone has ascended the throne and become the master of the rules of the world. When Bernice entered the divine kingdom, she felt that countless data and rules were constantly integrated into her body. For a moment, she seemed to see the operation of the world rules clearly before her. The time of Maria's world passed quickly in her eyes. The seasons alternated and the world changed. Plants, humorks, sahagins, elves and animals lived and died by the rules of the seasons. Bernice opened her eyes and found herself, amid a blue sky of white clouds, sitting on a huge throne, which surrounded by 16 other thrones. All of the thrones were in a circle, and there were already 4 giant divine shadows sitting upon them. This was a country of gods, like a real world, and it was beyond Bernice's imagination. Underfoot was the heavenly city and the heavenly mainland, which stretched to the end of the sky. There, countless prayers and saints lived. This was indeed a heavenly land above the clouds. It was a truly sacred fantasy land. The sun goddess Verthandi looked at Bernice and said, "Welcome." Delmidi, the goddess of death, lay idly on the throne. Her black cloak seemed incompatible with the light atmosphere. "Here comes another one," she said. Kelly, the goddess of light, nodded slightly. "I am the goddess of light. Welcome Bernice to the throne." Bernice nodded to them one by one, then looked at Lu Jiyu, who she felt was very familiar. "You are—" Kelly, the goddess of light, interrupted her and said, "This is the creator." Bernice was shocked. "Creator?" Lu Jiyu nodded and spoke to Bernice seriously. "Bernice, the goddess of harvest, you are in charge of the cycle of seasons, plant growth, and the order of life in Maria's world. As such, you must abide by God's duty, maintain the operation of the rules, and safeguard the stability of the world. Can you do that?" Bernice felt like this had to be a dream. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes, as this is my duty."